Hey guys, welcome to our channel. So as you've seen in title, in this video we are gonna see, what if Naruto secretly married with Fem Kyubi? This is part 1, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe, and today aim 1k subscribe, so let's get in the video. The Kyubi, it's almost upon at the gates, we can't hold it back any longer. A bloodied Konoha shinobi yelled, while pointing past the large village entrance. Meanwhile, standing above the northern gates of Konoha was an old man, who at first glance most would think should be nowhere near a war zone. But for those of the Hidden Leaf Village, he was their greatest hope at this trying time. He was the Sandaime Hokage, and although not the current leader of the village any longer, was still one of the strongest shinobi the village had. He let a slow stream of smoke leak out of his mouth before setting his pipe down on the ground. Setting his gaze back upon the most powerful Biju known to exist, he shouted orders to the nearly demolished shinobi army standing before him. Calm down. All we have to do is hold it back until the Yondaime's preparations are complete. Do not throw your lives away needlessly. This foe is beyond any of you. Do not think otherwise. Ambu, force the beast back and get it into the forest. We need space for the Yondaime's plan. The shinobi army regained their stability and hope after their ex-leader's words. The Ambu began throwing jutsu after jutsu against the behemoth they were facing, and while not harming the beast did as was ordered, getting it into a clearing within the forest a mile away from the village. Hospital. Kushina-chan, gomenasai, I am sorry. Very sorry. This is the only way the Kyubi can be stopped from destroying the village. A blonde-haired man spoke softly to his wife, who had just given birth to a healthy baby boy. This man was the Yondaime Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Namikaze Minato. But why? Why him, Minato? Why our precious Naruto? Will you really leave me with nothing once this is over? She yelled out accusingly, while she rocked her baby back and forth in her arms as she cried, heartbroken. She was a very beautiful woman with red hair flowing down to her mid-back, and the bluest eyes you'd swear was the ocean. She was very strong both physically and emotionally. But it was her personality that told you who she really was. She disliked fighting, and never understood anyone who would choose violence to get what they wanted. Despite this, however, when it came down to it, she was a fierce shinobi, deadly and beautiful. The phrase "if looks could kill" would come to mind at first glance when she was adorned with her Junin battle gear. Her reputation was well deserved, back when she was still a full-time shinobi, but that was years ago. Now she was currently the head of the Uzumaki clan, a clan well known unto itself for their shinobi prowess. He smiled down at his crying wife, because he is our own Sochi, son. How could I ask someone else to sacrifice their child when I didn't even have the faith to choose my own? I am sorry, my Koichi, beloved, but it has to be him. As for me, well, I am the Hokage after all. Minato leaned down and kissed his wife, caressing her cheek slowly, remembering every detail of her face before he picked up his son. He gave one final glance to his wife. Between her cries she nodded to him, knowing that no matter how much she begged, it had to be those two that saved the village from this beast. I love you, Kushina, she heard him say. With the last syllable spoken, the Yondaime disappeared in a flash of brilliant yellow light. Forest. The Kyubi, tired of playing games, was about to launch one of its more devastating attacks against the remaining shinobi army, when a large puff of smoke blurred the battlefield. Sorry, I am late, all of you. A voice called out from within the smoke, easily recognized by the shinobi to be their Hokage. Everyone please get back. You have done your job, now please get medical attention for yourselves and others. Leave the rest to me, he ordered. The shinobi were hesitant to leave, but reluctantly did as was ordered, leaving only the Yondaime on top of his summoning, the frog boss himself Gamabunta and the Kyubi. Hey old man, I need a favor. Minato seemed to speak to himself until a plume of smoke appeared next to him on top of the frog's head. What is it, Hokage-sama? He smirked at the wizened man. First, you can drop the Hokage-sama crap, and second, I need you to take care of my Sochi, who is just outside the gates in a clearing like this one in the forest. Take him back to Kushina once I finish with the Kyubi, and make sure he is treated fairly by the village. I know people can be unfair to Jinchuriki, but Naruto is a hero, not a demon, and I want him treated as such. He frowned at his request. I will do as you asked, Minato. I don't suppose that you'd let me be the one to sacrifice myself to seal it, would you? Gomen no can do. There are too many unknowns with sealing a biju like this. Only the person who knows the mechanics of the jutsu intimately should do it. In case something goes wrong. Guess you're their leader again after this. Good luck with that paperwork though, he finished with an evil yet happy smile to his friend. Sarutobi placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, smiling back. Before nodding and disappearing in a swirl of leaves, the Yondaime began the intricate set of hand seals to begin his jutsu, while the Kyubi and Gamabunta faced off. After nearly 30 minutes of non-stop fighting, the jutsu was finally ready. Goodbye everyone. Please take care of yourselves, and I hope my faith wasn't unfounded with my son. Goodbye my Koishi. Naruto, I love you, I'll be watching you, he thought before biting his hand and activating his technique. Fuinjutsu. Shiki Fujin, Spirit Sealing Method. A white light could be seen blinding anyone looking at the battle. Once the light dimmed and everyone looked back at the spot the Yondaime and Kyubi just stood, nothing was there. Sarutobi. Once again Hokage entered his village with a small bundle in his arms. The savior of Konoha Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He quickly reached the Uzumaki compound where Kushina had rested after the long birth, and quietly knocked on the door to her room. Please, just leave me alone, I need to be alone, she pleaded weakly to the sound against her door. Sarutobi knew she was only a moment away from crying again over what she thought be the loss of both her husband and only child. Ignoring her pleas, he slid open the door and entered. Kushina-san, I am here to give you an important package that Minato left for you, he whispered to her. While walking up to the bed, she laid in only to put the small bundle at the side of the bed, before slipping out the door. She noticed his motions, and curiosity getting the better of her. She picked up the bundle and unwrapped it, and to her surprise and utter joy, it was her son. It was her Naru-chan. Although she noticed the new seal on his stomach as well as the 6 prominent whisker marks adorning his cheek, she didn't care. She had her son back, and that's all she cared about. I will always love you my little Naru-chan no matter what. Nothing will stop me from loving you now that I have you back in my arms, she promised him as she rubbed his little cheeks with her finger lovingly. Well, that's the prologue of my new story. Kinda boring I know, but things will get more interesting soon enough. Although the village hidden in the leaves had recovered from the Kyubi's onslaught, there was still a black mark on the village that wouldn't be forgotten for many years. The village itself was holding up fairly well. The main problem was the amount of shinobi still left. Most died on that day 2 years ago, and the numbers have been low ever since. Most of the village citizens that knew this were surprised they weren't already fighting against Iwa for their lands. God knows they would lose that battle eventually, so they could only be glad that a miracle has kept that from happening so far. However, with the times as they were, many of the remaining shinobi considered officially leaving the village and going to another to start a new life with a more stable environment. One such group decided on exactly that. The Uzumaki clan, currently inside their compound. Kushina and Sarutobi discussed her clan's decision on departing the village. Kushina-san, don't do this. The village needs you and your clan's strength now more than ever. I know this is a troubling time for your clan. It's a troubling time for everyone. But the only way we can get past this is if we all stay together and rebuild this village like a family, he pleaded. Hokage-sama, I know what you are trying to say, and although I can understand where you are coming from, I am in the same predicament. My clan is nearly gone because of what happened 2 years ago. There are only a few dozen of us left. Not only that, but I've seen the way this village looks at not only Naruto, but the clan itself for housing and their past protection him. The glares and the whispered voices of demon whore. Evil, demon lover. So don't tell me about family and in this village, especially since this ill will towards him has transversely rained down upon the rest of the clan, which is why myself and what's rest of my advisors have decided on the only plausible course of action. I, Uzumaki Kushina, head of the Uzumaki clan, hereby banish Uzumaki Naruto from this clan. I will be putting him into the orphanage, and leaving him to you and the village once we leave. Sarutobi couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knew about the glares and words, but he never thought they would affect the clan this much, and especially not the Naruto's own mother. For the past 2 years she seemed to love the boy unconditionally. Confusion was clearly written on the old Hokage's face. What is the meaning of this, Kushina? Why are you abandoning him? You never cared about what the villagers thought before, so why now? Do you really not love? A heavy hand slammed down on the table between them, halting his sentence, and he saw an icy glare marred on Kushina's face, with her jaw clenched tightly, a look that made him both slightly flinch and bite back a gasp. He had only ever seen that expression on her face when she was ready to kill an enemy who so richly deserved death. Don't you dare ever question my love for my Sochi, son. Sarutobi. I love my Sochi. I'd do anything for him. I'd kill to protect him. I'd die in order to let him live, she barked, her glare only hardening at him. But that thing residing in his room isn't my Sochi, at least not anymore. Tell me, Sarutobi, do you have any idea what it's like to have a Sochi that your neighbors, your friends, your entire community hates with an undying passion? Do you have any idea what it's like to run into your Sochi's room in the middle of the night because you heard strange sounds only to find him thrashing around unconscious with red chakra all over him, ripping the sheets with claws and tearing the pillows apart with fangs like an animal, like Kyubi? Do you have any idea what it's like to wake up in a cold sweat because of the nightmares you've had every single night since that dreadful night a year ago, depicting your own Sochi who looks like a demon kill your loved ones and lay siege to your home, all with a bloody smile on his face and looking at you with the same eyes at it? She yelled out, before going wide-eyed, not realizing until it was too late what she just admitted. Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock at her confession. He accessed the Kyubi's chakra. Why wasn't I informed? Why didn't you tell me, Kushina? I need to get Jiraiya here to make sure the seal isn't breaking. He growled at his friend's disastrous actions. She gave him a deadpanned look. I may be a retired Junin Sarutobi, but I was the wife of a seal master. Do you honestly think Minato-kun taught me nothing of his arts? I know about the Shiki Fujin and its abilities. The seal is not in jeopardy of breaking, but that doesn't explain what I saw that night nor how it's possible. There is a safety seal within the larger seal that was supposed to prevent its chakra from manifesting until an appropriate age. If that wasn't there, then what would stop it from breaking free? Because surely a 2-year-old's mental will, whether subconscious or otherwise, couldn't be strong enough to hold it back alone. And besides, what would the village think if they felt its chakra once again? They'd go on a rampage and have you take him from the house and kill him to protect the village. That was the reason I put those seals on the mansion in the first place, should such an event like this happen unexpectedly. Her explanation allowed the Hokage's shoulders to slump in relief. Before his eyes hardened towards her, she had still yet to explain everything about her decision for her son. She easily saw this and scowled, knowing he wouldn't give up until he knew why she did what she did. It's because after everything, the villagers, the nightmares, the chakra incident, I realized that reality was trying to tell me something. Something that I refused to believe, but I knew deep down in my heart to be true. That my Naru-chan had died that night the chakra took him over. That I lost the one piece of Minato-kun I had left in this world. And now every time I look at him, all I see is the demon that was sealed inside him and what it has taken from me. Naru-chan may not have become the demon itself until that night. But now all I see when it smiles, that pseudo-warm smile, and hear when it tell me it loves me, is its evil smirk and its cold, lifeless laugh, laughing and smirking that it is still alive while Minato-kun is dead and my little Naru-chan is trapped inside his own body, probably knowing that if Naru-chan dies, so does it. She explained, as tears of a mother's mourning and wife's emotional anguish fell down her face. Before she recovered and got back her steely gaze, the tears still flowing down. As for its banishment, it is what is best for the clan. The less we now associate with it, the better when we leave this village, she stated in a monotone voice, now devoid of any emotion. Sarutobi could see she spoke the truth. She only saw her own son, the savior of the village, as the demon now. His heart broke. The one person that he thought would always be by the boy's side was the one to actually order his exile. I see. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, nay. Very well. Obviously nothing I can say or do will change you or your advisor's mind on this. However, as Hokage, I would like to know where you and the clan are headed. Kushina nodded at his request, finding it understandable considering his position. We have received an offer to be the new bodyguards of a powerful lord deep in my native land of Whirlpool Country. We will be leaving the village tomorrow. I see. Very well then, I'll have the departure papers ready before then, he said, getting up from his spot, heading towards the door and sliding it open before turning back to her. This is probably the only time I'll ever say that I am actually glad Minato is dead right now, because if he saw what you were doing to your own child, he would probably kill himself. You should be ashamed, Kushina, he finished and walked out, wanting to get the taste of this clan out of his mouth. The next day, the northern gates were filled with one of the most powerful clans in Konoha. Said clan was preparing the last items to their wagon for the long journey to Whirlpool to start their new lives. The Sandaime Hokage was there as well to see them off, and wish them well in their new village. So you are really going through with this, Kushina? He asked sullenly, staring at the happy little blonde boy, next to his mother. She scowled. Yes, it will not follow us where we are going. Our reputation will not be tainted any more than it already has because it took the body of my Sochi. She released her hold on Naruto and gave him over to an Anbu standing next to the Hokage. If that really is your wish, I only pray Naruto never remembers this, because he would never forgive you, he surrendered, glancing at the now confused boy. Kushina bowed slightly to her ex-commander-in-chief, before signaling for her clan to leave. Naruto tensed when he saw his mother begin to walk away, and not call him to follow. Ka-san. He called out. The clan kept walking, sneering at the boy as he called out to her. Ka-san. He screamed louder, thinking she just didn't hear him. Nothing. They simply kept walking and were already a good distance away from the gates. Seeing this, Naruto began to struggle with the Anbu that was holding him, with frightened tears beginning to fall down his cheeks. In Naruto's over-emotional state, an instant flash of red chakra surged through him, stunning the Anbu, forcing him let go. Without missing a step, Naruto began to run to his family, hoping to catch up, hoping maybe they just forgot him. Damn, I was really hoping to avoid this. I know Naruto will never forgive me if he find this out too, Sarutobi thought with a disappointed frown, before signaling the Anbu that had been holding Naruto to proceed with the plan. Naruto was a mere 20 yards away from reaching his mother, when he saw a bunch of Iwa shinobi jump out of the surrounding forest and attack the clan. The surprise attack was devastating, and most of his family was killed on the spot. His mother was barely able to stand from the 5 kunai lodged in her body now. Tears freely flowed from the boy's eyes as he could only watch his family get slaughtered right in front of him. Finally, the boy couldn't take it anymore and screamed a blood-curdling scream as he watched his mother stabbed to death a few yards away. The shock to his system was too much before he simply blacked out. I see. So Sarutobi-san had a plan just in case after all. I am not surprised though, seeing how he is your Hokage, Kushina stated as the rest of her clan simply watched in disgust, as well as mild satisfaction as the Anbu picked up the boy, slid his mask back over his eye, and shunshined back to gate. Let's go. We have a long way to our new home, everyone, Kushina ordered. The gates, I heard that scream. A simple genjutsu would have sufficed. That was more than was necessary for the plan I discussed, Sarutobi said to the Anbu with a hint of venom in his voice. Gomenasai Hokage-sama. I just thought if I made it as real as possible, the boy would accept it that much easier when you tell him what happened, the Anbu answered back, with a hidden smirk behind his mask. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at his subordinate. Do not think it will be that easy. Meet me at my office tomorrow morning for your punishment, Kakashi. There has already been enough screaming today, I do not wish for more. Sarutobi took the boy from Kakashi and disappeared towards the orphanage. A young boy could be seen running through the moonlit streets of Konoha, exhausted beyond what a boy his age should be. Yet still running nonetheless. He had bright blonde hair and ocean blue eyes. With 3 whisker marks on each cheek, he was the savior to the Hidden Leaf Village. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. But for those who lived in Konoha, he was only the demon. He wore disgusting garbs not fit for any person to wear. They smelled horrible, and were ripped to shreds, barely hanging onto his obviously malnourished body. He turned a darkened corner and met the one thing he wished he hadn't, a dead end. He turned to run back, but alas, the mob of villagers and some shinobi had caught up to him, cornering him in that dreadful alley. Ah, finally stopped running, nay demon. A man sneered. Good, I was getting tired from running after your little ass. Another agreed. Well, take good care of you, demon. Just like the Yondaime would have wanted for desecrating his only son's visage. A third one concurred. The mob slowly walked towards the boy, who was huddled against the wall crying, wishing for someone, anyone to help him. Why are you doing this to me? I never did anything to you. I am not a demon. I am just me. I just want to be left alone. Please, he pleaded, tears running down his dirtied form. Ah. The little demon wants mercy, how detestable. Where was your mercy when you were slaughtering our Ka-sans, mothers, and 2 sans, fathers, our Oni-sans, sisters, and Oni-sans, brothers, huh? The first man barked back. The mob lost all self-control after the final words of their family's losses was spoken, and simply beat the hell out of the little boy, cowering in fear of them. Right before the final blow was struck, the boy turned into a log to the mob's frustration. They turned to see the half-conscious, bleeding, and broken boy in the arms of one of the few people who had ever protected him from them. Sadly, he was one if not the strongest person in the entire village, the Sandaime Hokage. And just what the hell do yo people think you are doing to him? Sarutobi yelled, letting his ki wash over the mob, making most into crying, sniveling babies. We were simply finishing what the Yondaime started, and what had want us to finish if he was still alive. The demon took over his only Sochi's body for Kami-sama's gods. Sake Hokage-sama, one of the few ninjas associated with mob, had gasped out. He narrowed his eyes at the group. I see. Well, I've told you fools for the past 5 years what happened, and I am tired of repeating myself. Anbu. Take care of these fools. They have broken my law and will pay the consequences. A squad of Anbu puffed out of nowhere, and did the hand signs of the infamous Uchiha clan's signature move. After the fires finished the mob off, and the screams finally subsided, Sarutobi shunshined into his office with a medical team already prepared for the boy. It only took a few hours for the medics to stop the healing. Knowing the demon will do the rest of the work, they'd rather save their real chakra for people who truly deserved it. The Hokage dismissed them, however not before having a little chat about medical ethics and certain lessons involving a searing hot kunai and certain appendages and orifices. After about 10 minutes, Naruto finally awoke from his bloody encounter. Finding himself not in the alley anymore but an office, he tensed up and shot glances for the nearest exit. "It's okay Naruto, you know you are always safe in this office," and voice all too familiar to Naruto called out. "You saved me again OG-san. Grandfather." "Hi. Yes. And those men won't be bothering you again Naruto. I bet you are hungry go get us some tea and snacks nay?" Naruto's stomach growled at the mention of food, and furiously nodded his head, erupting a small laugh from the old Hokage before leaving. Naruto decided to explore the office while he waited, and was checking the bookshelf when he noticed a book that seemed out of place for where it was. He pulled the book out, but it stopped mid-pull when one of the floorboards popped up. Of course, being a curious child, Naruto knew no better, and went to check out what was going on. He lifted the floorboard and saw two scrolls, one being a lot larger than the other, as well as a box with a strange symbol etched into the top of the wood. Naruto randomly picked up one of the scrolls, unfurled it and began to read, never realizing this little incident would change his life forever. October 25th. Dear Sarutobi-san, as requested, I've sent this letter to let you know my clan and I have reached our destination in Whirlpool Country safely. There were a few problems along the way but nothing we could not handle. The Lord seems impressed with our strength and very happy with our Kekkei Genkai, and as a result he has already hired us for his protection. Also, our clan has integrated into the shinobi ranks of this country, and have been out on a few high-ranked missions already. Other than that I have nothing left to report to you. I hope your health is keeping you strong. I also hope that the demon is keeping himself quiet as to not attract attention. Even though we are not a part of the village anymore, I don't want the village's reputation to be tarnished by the demon that used to be my Sochi. Be safe and stay well Hokage-sama. Uzumaki clan head. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto was literally shocked stiff from what he just read. The scroll fell out of his hands without the pressure of his fingers gripping it and made a thud on the wooden floor when it landed. What's going on? I don't understand. I saw them die. Even my Ka-san didn't lie. But this scroll was dated 15 days after they died. Either it's a lie, or, Naruto thought before it dawned on him, after picking up the scroll and rereading the last sentence, it's not a lie. They all left me here. They didn't want me anymore and left me in this village. Even my own Ka-san thinks I am some kind of demon and wanted nothing more to do with me. He concluded his thoughts before he fell to his knees and broke down crying from learning the harsh truth. Sarutobi re-entered his room with a smile and a plate of snacks and tea, only to witness what he hadn't expected, or at least not come to witness for another decade. The secret floorboard open with its contents spilled across the floor and the owner of them crying after obviously reading their contents. Naruto. Quick as a flash, Sarutobi was at the boy's side patting his head in a comforting gesture, hoping the boy hadn't read too much, but fate wasn't on his side it seemed. "Oh. Ojii-san. Why did my Ka-san leave me? I am not a demon am I?" He questioned between his cries, his voice sounding desperate and guilty. No sooner had he spoke did the old Hokage snatch the boy up in a hug, and repeatedly tell him that was a lie. After some time Naruto stopped crying but stayed in his grandfather's arms. "What happened that day OG-san? I saw my whole family killed, and yet I just learned from this scroll not only is my entire clan still alive, but my own Ka-san seems happier and healthier, without me." With a heavy sigh, he explained to Naruto in detail of his backup plan with a certain Anbu in case the boy had tried to follow the family that day 4 years ago. Naruto, after absorbing the tale, at first looked at the Hokage with utter hatred and betrayal, but soon realized that he was actually happier thinking his family was dead than learning the truth of his own abandonment, and hugged the old man once again in appreciation for trying to protect him, even if it was lying to his face every day. They stayed like that for nearly an hour before Sarutobi realized Naruto had actually fallen asleep. He looked at the boy with a sad smile. He must have worn himself to the point of exhaustion, but I can't blame him. He learned so much that he wasn't supposed to yet. I hope this won't change things for him too much, he whispered, never realizing just how this one event would change the Naruto he knew forever. Mindscape. Naruto awoke to the sound of water dripping. He looked around completely scared from the lack of familiarity of where he was. 1 minute he was in the Hokage's office and the next he is in a place that reminded him of a semi-flooding sewer. Finally getting to his feet, he noticed pipes running along the ceiling, and decided to follow them, hoping they'd lead to a way out. After a few minutes of the twists and turns while walking along the path that seemed to go on forever, he reached a rather large open room. What was curious though was that about a few dozen yards away was a set of golden gates, and in the center of it above where the keyhole appeared was a piece of paper with the word seal written across it. Astounded by the sheer size of the gates, Naruto absent-mindedly trudged towards them. never realizing the danger just beyond those shining bars. So, you have finally come, Naruto, a deep voice bellowed out, seeming to come from every direction of the room. Naruto was startled to say the least at the booming voice, and wanted to run far away, but there was no escape because the voice seemed to come from every direction. He had only one real choice, realizing that he didn't know how to escape, and going back the way he came would just make him lost, to stand there and find out exactly where this voice came from. Gomenasai. I don't really know where I am or why I am here, just want to leave if that's okay. He yelled out, his tone doing nothing to hide his fear. The voice returned, only this time laughing soundly. Do you wish to know these things then? Hi, I'd also like to know who you are, he answered. The voice snorted in amusement at his answer. I will answer the first two questions, and if I deem you worthy I will introduce myself. As for where we reside, we are inside your own mind. As for why you are here, well, not even I can answer that. This is your body after all, but the why should not matter, because it is very fortunate for you to have done so, this early, it answered sagely. I see, arigato, so I am inside my head, so it's like I dream, I guess, but if that is true, why don't I know your voice? And why is it fortunate for me to be here with you? Perhaps I should introduce myself even if you aren't worth to know right now. You might be able to prove it after this conversation is over. Naruto, come closer to the gate if you wish to know what I am, the voice said before sighing and taking in a breath, giving Naruto enough time to walk to within a few feet the gates. I am a demon, to put it as simply as I can. To be more specific, I am the Kyubi no Kitsune, the lord of all Biju. More importantly right now, I am your prisoner in this place, the voice finished, before walking up to the gates as close as it could, revealing itself. Naruto almost jumped out of his skin when the voice's form came into the light. After all, it's not every day you come within a few yards of a 50-story red fox. Why, you're huge. Quite astute. As for your observations about where we are, you're wrong. This isn't like a dream at all. This is literally your mind. The deepest recesses of your mind, but your mind nonetheless. By now you already know why you didn't recognize my voice, so I will not waste the time to explain. As for the last thing, it's fortunate because I was not expecting you to show up for another half-decade or so, which means we can start your training more than 5 years sooner than I had planned. After learning what the voice was, Naruto listened intently to each word spoken, trying to understand the best he could. After the fox finished the explanation, Naruto, though getting some questions answered, more seemed to pop into his head, and he voiced them without consequence. How exactly did you get imprisoned, as you put it, inside me? And what training? You mean like shinobi training? Isn't it a bit early to be training as a shinobi? I am only 6. That is an interesting story. My imprisonment occurred the very same day you were born. And your father died. The story that was told to you about my fight with your village and Yondaime Hokage was only the half-truth. While I was defeated, I was in no way killed. Your father simply sealed my soul, inadvertently destroying my physical body, into a newborn baby, you. Now, while I dislike losing, in all of its forms, I must commend your father in his actions, as dangerous as they were, and I have a begrudging respect for him for his sacrifice, the same way as I respect you for yours, even if it wasn't your choice, which is why I decided that when you came to me, whenever that was, I would train you in the shinobi arts. Naruto absorbed the story like a sponge. When it finally hit him, he finally understood why everyone called him a demon and wanted him dead. So, I am a demon then, he whispered to himself with a sad smile on his lips, though Kyubi easily heard him. Well, at least I now know why everyone hates me and my own Ka-san and clan abandoned me. Arigato for the explanation and the compliment, Kyubi-san, he said, trying his hardest not to cry, but soon let the thought go and let his head fall and cry into the flowing pool at his feet. Ha! Ha! Trust me, little one, you are the farthest thing from a demon. And I should know, you must understand that the humans in your village aren't attacking you because they want to. It's because they cannot reach me in here, so they think that by hurting the container they are also hurting the prisoner. You are simply a means to an end. Of course, if they weren't blind to their hate and sadness, they would know that all they were doing is hurting an innocent child. Now, I'd like to change the subject back to training you. I would like to begin as soon as possible, meaning once you get out of here I will need you to ask your Hokage to leave the village to train, but do not mention I will be the one training you. If he asks, just tell him that you want to learn to defend yourself, which is still true, so you won't be lying. Naruto was listening, as his cries became less and less, until he completely stopped and just watched as the Biju explained things. How can I believe you? How do I know you aren't trying to trick me somehow? You tried to destroy the village. You took my 2-san away. You made my Ka-san hate me. How can I possibly trust you or your words? He yelled, not knowing what to make of this situation. He silently wished his mother or father was with him to guide him. The Kyuubi's eyes widened slightly in surprise at the boy's outburst, before narrowing dangerously, and when Naruto saw its teeth glisten vicious he mentally wished he could take back his outburst. Do not question my pride by accusing me of lying, especially to a mere human such as yourself, boy. I may respect you, but I have killed mortals like yourself for far less than what you have just done, it bellowed, clearly not happy with Naruto. However, after its pause its eyes seemed to soften, if only a little bit. But to answer your questions, what reason would I have to lie to you? To escape? If I could have escaped, I would have within the first days of my imprisonment, to influence you mentally or physically. I can easily do that now, but I have no inclination to. You have suffered enough by the hands of your own community. I need not add to it. As I said before, I respect your sacrifices to hold me at bay, and respect is given rarely to a mortal by any demon and even more rare by their lord. I have no proof to give you so that you may trust me. Aside from my words, it is up to you whether you believe what I've said or not and wish for my assistance, it finished, its tone clearly softer than moments before. Naruto stared at the large beast, trying to discern whether it was lying to him or not. He didn't want to believe it because the fox was one of the people to actually tell him truths he had been wanting to know for several years. Also, if what the fox said was true, that means it could have easily taken over his mind or body anytime it wants, but only held back because of its simple respect for him. He let out a sigh, his thoughts swimming on what to do or believe. He wasn't sure whether to completely believe the beast, but so far it has done nothing to harm him, nor trick him in any obvious way. Trust it, for now, he mentally concluded, I understand. Naruto spoke again, letting a small smile grace his lips before bowing low. Surprising Kyubi once again. Arigato. Thank you, Kyubi-sensei. I believe you and what you have told me is the truth. I will do as you instructed, and speak with Oji-san about leaving, and arigato again for allowing me the honor of learning from you. I will do my best to show your respect wasn't unfounded. Anyo, if I may ask a few things though, he questioned submissively, getting a slight nod from the beast. Anyo, you don't exactly seem to be the bloodthirsty demon everyone describes you as, so if I may ask, what possessed you to attack the village? The second question is just curiosity about what you will be teaching me. A low rumbling from the throat of Kyubi slightly shook the room, as it let out a growl at Naruto's first question, before what could be considered an almost sad expression dawned on its face. I have allowed you to know what I am. The first thing you just asked I do not feel you have any right to know at the present time. Perhaps when you show me as my student you are worthy. I will tell you. As for your second question, I will be teaching you many things. Most of which all shinobi must learn. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. However, since I am a demon with the knowledge of a millennia at my whim and an almost limitless jutsu library under my belt, your training will be different to say the least. You will not only learn basic ninjutsus, taijutsus, genjutsus that all shinobi learn, but long-lost jutsu that no one has witnessed for at least 500 years, and could only hope recognize from the earliest recordings of chakra usage in the world. Aside from that, I will also be teaching you kenjutsu, as well as several of my personal Inipo Ujutsus. When your training is complete, I can guarantee that you'll be the strongest shinobi that has ever, or will ever walk the face of the mortal realm, it explained, and by the end its maw stretched into a crooked but not evil smile. Naruto's eyes went wide at everything the demon told him. Ideas raced around in his mind a mile a minute. He never would have guessed that the thing that caused him so much pain could actually be such a blessing in disguise, though after rethinking the last line the Kyubi spoke, he couldn't help but grow a giant grin across his face at the implications. Let's get wild. The Kyubi chuckled at the boy's new enthusiasm. Very well. First things first, my student, you must get out of your mind so you can ask your Hokage for permission to leave. But do not worry. The moment you entered this place, a connection was made between us, so now we are able to speak to each other telepathically. One more thing, Naruto, it explained, getting a nod from the boy, before its eyes took on soft and sad look with his smile turning into a guilty frown. For what it's worth, about your two-san and family, Gomenasai, it apologized, slightly bowing its head. Its apology made Naruto's eyes go wide. Never before had any of the people of his own village apologized for his clan's behavior towards him, let alone their own actions against him, and yet here was the very beast that caused all this to occur, bowing and apologizing to him when it certainly had no real reason to do so. Hi, Kyubi-sensei, and, arigato, but it's them that should also be sorry for abandoning me like that. As you said, you and I are not the same. I am no demon, he answered back, bowing yet again, with a slight hatred in his voice towards everyone who hurt him. Thinking back to his original thoughts about this place being like a dream, Naruto concentrated in his mind, reciting this as just a dream, before he vanished from view inside his mindscape. Hokage's office. Ah, so you finally awoke, Naruto. The old Hokage spoke with slight relief in his voice, looking at the stirring boy he placed on the small couch in the corner of the room. Naruto opened his eyes, and smiled gently to the aged man. Hi OG-san. Guess I got a little emotional, didn't I, hey? Well, that nap certainly helped me come to terms with a few stuff, believe it or not, and actually I have a big favor to ask you, he said, while getting up and standing in front of the Hokage before bowing. OG-san. I wish to ask for permission to leave the village to receive training to become a shinobi, so that I may defend myself against attacks like this from villagers or other shinobi who wish to harm me. To say Sarutobi was shocked at the boy's request would be an understatement. However, he could certainly understand the boy's reasoning. Seeing what a shinobi's strength can do firsthand, he was torn, however. If it were up to him, had just let the boy go to train, but the village council would never allow it. They'd fear that another hidden village would capture him and kill him, taking away their advantage of a Jinchuriki, or worse yet, use his untapped power against them later. Looking at the pure determination and hope in the boy's eyes, he grunted in defiance and snapped his fingers, waiting only a moment before an Anbu-clad man shunshined into the room. Hi Hokage-sama? I have a personal S-rank mission for you, Anbu-san. I wish for you to take Naruto here out of the village and teach him the ways of the shinobi. I will leave it up to you in what form you teach him, what you teach him, but know this: I want him back in 6 years' time to graduate the academy. However, contact me once a month on his progress and skills learned. I do not wish to be out of the loop for when he finally returns. As for your identity, until this mission is over, your codename will be Yamato. The Anbu saluted his leader. Hi Hokage-sama, I accept this mission. The man, now known as Yamato, responded, taking off his Anbu mask, and smiled at the young boy. We will leave tonight then, he finished before grabbing Naruto and was about to shunshin out of the office when the Hokage spoke up. Wait, Yamato, he ordered, walking to the open floorboard, picking up the other unopened scrolls in a small wooden box, handing them to Naruto. You should take these, Naruto. It may not have been your time to read these, but it seems fate has other plans, and I know whatever else are in these will probably make you stronger, so take them. They are your birthright. Naruto looked shocked for a moment before giving his grandfather man a smile and hug. Arigato OG-san, he thanked, grabbing the scrolls and box, letting Yamato shunshin them away. This is going to leave me with a rather large headache in the morning, I just know it, Sarutobi thought, rubbing his temples, already feeling the migraines start from the inevitable council meeting that will occur later. Orphanage. Naruto's room. Yamato and Naruto appeared in the middle of his room in a plume of smoke, the ragged place smelling of mold and rust. The boy lives in this place. The Yondaime would be furious if he was still alive. Of course, if he was still around, none of this would be happening, Yamato thought as he shook his head while scanning the small room. Naruto, you have 10 minutes to grab anything of importance to you for the trip. Might I suggest clothes and food? Hi, Yamato-sensei, Naruto said before running around his room looking for anything useful he might need. The 10 minutes went by quickly, and when Naruto told Yamato he was finished, grabbed the boy's shoulder and left the room. North Village gates. Ready, Naruto? Hi. Well, head to the border of Fire Country so we can have our privacy while training. Hi, Yamato-sensei. After the little dialogue, the two were off for their 6-year training trip, but what no one realized is that they would be seeing a legend being born that day. After a few miles of walking, something in the back of Naruto's mind kept prodding him, until a low voice could be heard, if only just barely. Naruto Kyubi-sensei. Hi. Good, you can hear me now. It took nearly an hour of yelling to get your attention. Gomen. Guess my head is just a bit full at the moment with all that's happened today. What was it you needed me for, sensei? When I said I would be training you, I meant that. You are my student and my student alone. I will not have you be taught under anyone else but me, is that understood? Hi, Kyubi-sensei. Good, now what I need you to do is as quickly as you can run in the opposite direction of Yamato, and I will do the rest, and do not worry. I will not harm you with what I have planned, so trust me as your sensei and do as I have ordered. Naruto gulped slightly, not liking the word harm, but didn't see the reason his sensei would have any reason to harm him, especially after their chat. Hi, he thought, before drawing a long breath and turning in the opposite direction, running as fast as he could. Yamato didn't notice for a few seconds since Naruto was slightly out of his peripheral vision, but noticed soon after the boy took off. Oi! Naruto! Where are you going? He yelled, jogging after the boy. Naruto simply ran, his legs burning from running as fast as he could for so long. But soon noticed something strange. He watched as transparent flames began to rise and engulf his body. He was scared and nearly decided to stop when he remembered his sensei's words, and just kept running. Yamato was nearly upon the boy when the final bit of flame flicked across Naruto's blonde hair, and the next moment, the boy vanished. Yamato was stunned. At first he just thought the boy actually had some knowledge of the shinobi arts and used a substitution, but dismissed that when he could not feel the boy's chakra anywhere, he literally vanished without a trace. Hokage-sama isn't going to like this one bit, Yamato sighed out, praying the punishment to light, before running back to the village. Hokage's office. Forgot something, Yamato-san. Sarutobi called out to thin air while signing paperwork, before a puff of smoke revealed the Anbu. No, Hokage-sama, more like lost something, he answered, immediately feeling ki wash over the room. Before I do something you'll regret, tell me what happened, Sarutobi finished. Well, I don't really know myself. 1 minute we were walking together, then Naruto started to run away from me, then next a transparent flame engulfed him and a moment later he was completely gone, no chakra signature or anything, he just vanished. The ki immediately died, and Sarutobi slumped in his chair, realizing what might have happened. The Kyubi came into contact with Naruto somehow, and was able to use one of its jutsus to escape. What should we do, Hokage-sama? With the Kyubi involved, there is nothing we can do, we don't know the demon at all. Hell, we don't even know why it attacked Konoha. Most people just assume because it's evil, it could have taken Naruto anywhere. Hell, it could have been Naruto this whole time too, just trying to get an opportunity to escape, and I played right into its hands. We have no leads or insight to its plan. Therefore all we can do is hope Naruto is somehow safe. Yamato-san, for now your mission is over. Please pretend like this night never happened, understood? Hi Hokage-sama, Yamato answered before disappearing. Damn it, Kyubi. Just what in the hell are you planning with him? Sarutobi thought before taking up his pipe and inhaling a long drag. The news of the demon's disappearance spread like wildfire in the following week. Celebrations took place, as most of the population of Konoha cheered the hopeful death of Uzumaki Naruto. Much to the Hokage's grief, during said celebration, word got out to the younger generation of Naruto's tenant. Many drunken fools lost their lives that week. Sarutobi, however, couldn't have argued more against those fools' thoughts. He just wished Naruto would come back. Little did everyone know that his wish would be granted, but the Naruto that returned to the village would not be the same Naruto that everyone remembered who had left. For the past 6 years, there was an air of peace inside the Hidden Leaf village. Citizen and shinobi alike seemed happier and more at ease knowing that the darkness that was the Kyubi wasn't still lurking in their midst. Little did they know the village's darkest secret, and most vile possession was about to walk right back into their village, just as he had walked out of it all those years ago. Northern Gates, walking along the dirt road headed towards the gates of one of the most powerful villages in the world. A shinobi could be seen, nothing much seemed out of the ordinary about him. He was fairly tall, his silver hair spiked in such a manner that seemed to add almost a full half-foot to him. His lazy walk indicated his lack of motivation to do anything, or the fatigue of a mission he had just completed. The oddest thing was, however, that he was walking while seeming to keep his eyesight completely focused on a little orange book in front of his face. And if one were to listen intently, one would hear perverted giggles coming out of the man every so often. The other strange thing was his face. It was almost completely covered, partly by his headband, which could be considered strange on its own. He wore his shinobi headband angled diagonally, fully covering his left eye. The rest of his face, save for his right eye and upper right cheek, was also covered by a shinobi mask, used to hide the identity of the user. Coming upon the gates, the man could hear the 2 gate guards complaining about their jobs. Not having much to do himself, he simply waited and read until the pair noticed him in the large archway. After a while the bickering finally ended and the 2 guards noticed their guest, still lazily waiting for them. Ah, Kakashi-san. You're back from your mission, I see. Wow, even knowing it's you. I still expected you not to be back for another week at least. How did it go? Izumo spoke, knowing Kakashi from a few previous missions they were on together. Yo. Can't really complain. It was a rather simple A rank. A bunch of bandits and Ronin were trying to terrorize a town which is under the protection of Konoha, so I dealt with them, he responded lazily, not taking his eyes off his precious book. Ah. Not surprising from the copy ninja himself. Well, I won't hold you any longer, welcome back. Kakashi simply nodded to him and walked nonchalantly into the depths of the village. Once out of range of the guardhouse, Kakashi jumped to the nearest rooftop and set his hands in a familiar sign, before a puff of smoke engulfed him and he returned to his true form, the form of Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto sighed and shook his head, That was far too easy. OG-san needs to put some better genjutsu-oriented guards at the gates. Not like it would have made a difference, Naru-kun. You know only dojutsu users, and those with certain kekkei genkei, bloodline ability, can sense this jutsu, while only other demons have the ability to dispel it. A muffled voice from within the recesses of Naruto's jacket answered. Naruto smiled warmly and unzipped his jacket to allow a little fox to climb out and jump on his shoulder, wrapping its tail comfortably around his neck. The little fox yipped and licked the mon's cheek before resting its head against his neck. He scratched the fox behind the ear, making it lightly purr. Hi. Right as usual, Natsu-chan. Guess it's time to see the old man. He's probably been worried sick, he finished with a bit of guilt obvious in his voice, before bounding off to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Damn this paperwork. Minato, I swear, even if it wasn't for the protection of the village, you'd have still used that fuinjutsu just to get out of any more of this damnedable paperwork. Sarutobi grumbled loudly, from behind his paper-littered desk. Tisk tisk. Never thought I'd hear the Hokage whine about his job. It's quite unbecoming of a leader, nay. A voice teasingly scolded out of seemingly everywhere inside the office. Show yourself. I know where you are. I just don't know who you are, and if you are good enough to sneak into this office without setting off any alarms, then introductions can wait, since I don't believe there will be a need for them. In a few seconds, Sarutobi said, already in his best defensive stance he knew, since he didn't know how powerful the enemy was, so going on the offense wasn't the best course of action right now. Ah, you forgot me already. I am heartbroken. I mean, it's only been about 6 years since we last saw each other, and here I thought we had grown close. OG-san, Naruto finished, still hidden but with a large smile plastered on his face. He knew the Hokage was old, but he was still quite spry, and would get it in a minute. A long silence filled the room before Sarutobi's face lit up, and fell back into his chair in shock. Naruto, is that really you? Naruto decided enough was enough with the smoke and daggers routine, and stepped out of his hiding spot. To say Sarutobi was shocked was a rather large understatement. He wasn't expecting Naruto to return in such a feat of skill. And if that wasn't enough, how Naruto looked would have certainly put the poor man in the hospital with a heart attack if he wasn't a veteran shinobi. The best way to describe the Naruto the Hokage saw in front of him now was a mini Minato. Standard Konoha Junin garb down to the T was worn by the boy. His hair was longer and more wild, but his blue eyes still shone with the same light as they always had. Kami-sama, Naruto, you look just like your Tusan, only shorter, he said, chuckling when the boy's eyebrow twitched at the mention of his height. By the way, Naruto, who is your sleeping friend? He asked, noticing the little fox asleep around on Naruto's neck. Naruto smiled, while once again scratching the fox's ear, getting something akin to an animalistic moan from it. She is my dear and close companion. She's been with me ever since I left this place 6 years ago. By the way, OG-san, do you mind sending your Anbu out of the room? I didn't go through all this trouble to get in your office undetected to have them listen to what I have to tell you alone. Yamato-san can stay, however, since he was my sensei for however brief it was, he requested with a knowing smirk. Sarutobi smiled at the boy, who seemed to simply be nonchalant about everything, while just paying attention to his little companion. The Hokage snapped his fingers and a squad of Anbu made themselves known. They all bowed and left through the door but one, leaving only the 3. Gomen, Naruto, but you have to understand that it was necessary just in case the Kyubi was still in control of you, though in my opinion if it was, the village wouldn't still be standing, and I'd be in trouble. Save for you and a few others, you're correct, this village would be rubble, the fox thought, making Naruto chuckle lightly. Well, since the topic has actually changed to why I am here, might as well get to it, but first I want to explain a few things about the Kyubi. Firstly, there was a very good reason why it attacked the village 12 years ago. Secondly, while you are correct that the Kyubi isn't controlling me, the fact of the matter is that Kyubi had never controlled me at all. I left at my own discretion, and it was actually Kyubi that was my sensei while I was gone. The final thing, because of this seal's purpose other than containment, who you see before you isn't the real me. Oh, and the Kyubi is a woman, hence why I never said him or he finished, rapidly went through a short series of hand seals, while the little fox jumped to the floor right next to him. Kai, release. He spoke before a large plume of smoke surrounded both him and the fox. The smoke soon dissipated, and both Yamato and Sarutobi were speechless, their mouths hanging open at the sight. Instead of a teenage Naruto standing before them, there were now 2 people who looked to be around their late 20s or early 30s. The man on the right was rather tall and very handsome. He had an athletic-looking body, his toned muscles not overly huge but still quite visible. only slightly straining the fabric of his shirt and pants. He was wearing official Konoha shinobi attire, although the color scheme was obviously his own. His flak jacket was a very dark orange with the Namikaze family seal on the back and was open in the front, his pants, shoes, and short-sleeve shirt all black, with 2 kunai holsters on each thigh, and his blank shinobi headband strapped to his left arm. He also wore a black mask like Hitaki Kakashi does, but he had already drew it down from his face. However, the most dramatic change was the Mon's physical appearance itself. His once golden blonde tresses now were a dark orange, matching his flak jackets in color. His once ocean blue eyes were now a beautiful dark amethyst. With slits running down their middles, his whisker marks which identified him as the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi were now more pronounced across his face, as were his teeth that were now elongated into fangs and nails into claws. His normal ears were now replaced with orange fox ears with white tips that ended a few inches above where his hair stopped, and if that wasn't odd enough, there were also 5 white-tipped orange foxtails swinging back and forth behind him. To the Mon's right stood a very beautiful woman, a few inches shorter than him but no less intimidating respectively. She too had an athletic body, but still had very generous curves. Along with a rather well-endowed chest, her garb was quite similar to the Mon's, only her colors were black and red. She wore an open blood-red flak jacket also with the Namikaze family seal. Her pants, sandals and sleeveless shirt were all black. However, she wore no mask to hide any part of her face. Her physical appearance more than the Mon's, both shocked and put fear into Yamato and Sarutobi, as well as give them both a few lewd thoughts in the backs of their minds despite the situation. She had fire crimson hair which fell to her mid-back, with a few strands falling over her face. Her eyes shone with a deep ruby glow with black slits down their middles as well, both cunning and playfulness easily detectable within her orbs. 3 pronounced whisker marks, and elongated fangs adorned her flawless face, her claws easily apparent while her hands were resting on her hips in a bored manner. Fox-like ears and 4 swaying tails behind her were also apparent, only they were red with black tips instead of dark orange. The best phrase that could easily describe the two together were, deadly sexy. Wah. What exactly is going on here, Naruto? What the hell happened to you? And just who is this woman? The Hokage finally formed the words he had been searching for while he assessed the changes. Naruto just smiled at his grandfather's dumbfounded look. That is a long story, Oji-san, and right now I am too tired to tell you the whole story. But I promise I'll tell you everything in the greatest detail tomorrow morning. But to answer your quicker questions, because of the fusion of my chakra and Kyubi's, I had to become what humans call a Hanyu, a half-demon, to accommodate all of her chakra in my body. This is my Hanyu form you see before you, and is now my true form. For your second question, now don't freak out or anything because there is nothing to worry about, I assure you. This was the fox you asked me about earlier, just in another form. Her name is Natsumi, but most humans know her as the Kyubi or Kyubi no Kitsune. Both Yamato and Sarutobi both took an unconscious step back after learning the identity of the beautiful woman standing in front of them. Naruto, just how is this the Kyubi? Your father sealed her. If she is out, then that means that the seal failed and she can go on a rampage. The Hokage choked out before bringing both his hands into his cage robes in search of his kunai. If you described by freedom in this form to be correct, then I very well could go on said rampage and destroy this pathetic village. Natsumi sneered in a low voice indicating her seriousness. Ma, that's enough scaring the wits out of Oji-san, Natsu-chan, Naruto said in a sing-song voice, while he got behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. Natsumi felt his strong arms wrap around her, and she just let out a soft sigh, leaning back against him. Okay, Naru-kun. But only because I know he is precious to you, she responded, nestling her head in the crook of Naruto's arm. Both Sarutobi and Yamato quirked an eyebrow at the show of affection the two just showed each other. Are you too? Yamato let the question float, while raising his hand in a fist next to his face, leaving his pinky out and wiggling it slightly. If so, how is that even possible? Naruto just smiled at what Yamato was getting at, and just hugged Natsumi closer before answering. That is part of the story, so you'll have to wait, but like I said before, I will let you know everything tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Oh, and I do not want any unwelcome guests, so I expect only you two in the room when I get here, so till then I'll wish you a good day. He finished preparing to leave. Wait, Naruto, there are some things you should know about the village. After you left, well, the more ignorant villagers held a week-long celebration of your disappearance, and eventually word got out to your generation of who you are. So even though most people think you are dead after so long, they still know you were the Jinchuriki of Kyubi. I just thought you should know. Maybe it'll help you conform back to village life here, but I truly apologize for letting your secret get out like that, whether you were here or not. Sarutobi apologized, bowing lightly to the man and his companion. Naruto thought over what he heard, and just smiled at his grandfather. It's okay, OG-san, even if they didn't know already, they would know soon enough since I am back. I am not ashamed or sad to be Natsumi's jailer. It's given me an opportunity to be something I could not be without her, plus she is a great sensei. I learned so much from her that I never would have with any other sensei, he said with a smile, not noticing the slight blush across the cheeks of the woman he still held in his arms, but since that fact remains I will keep up a henge so the villagers don't go crazy over my return yet. Naruto released Natsumi from his grip, went through a few hand seals creating a puff of smoke. And Naruto was now hanged, so his tails were gone, his ears were back to normal. His eyes had normal pupils but still held their magnificent shade of purple, and his mask was over the lower half of his face. His uniform was back to the standard Konoha Junin colors, even the Namikaze symbol was replaced with the red swirl like all leaf flak jackets had. Natsumi was back to her little fox form that she had entered in as, sitting back on Naruto's shoulders, while nuzzling her snout against his cheek. I'll be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow, OG-san. If you need me before then I'll be at my 2-san's estate. Remember what we talked about and what you saw. Doesn't leave this room. Naruto finished, heading towards the door of the office before stopping. Oh right, Anbu, he said seemingly to himself before a purple translucent flame surrounded him, shining him out of the office. Rather impressive Shunshin effect. Yamato-san, what do you think about this development? Yamato furrowed his brow. I think this village will be a lot less quiet from now on if Naruto has come back for certain, especially with what he said he is now. Sarutobi started rubbing his temples from the anticipating days to come with Naruto's return inevitably being spread throughout the village like wildfire. Yes, I can already see the riots starting, he sighed, actually glad to get back to his paperwork to keep himself occupied from thinking about the future. Yamato bowed and left the Hokage to his devices, returning to his Anbu duties. Konoha, Naruto was walking down the rather desolate streets of the village. It still being early in the morning, he hadn't thought many people save for shinobi to be up yet, so he had no need to rush around to get to his 2-san's compound. He swiveled his head back and forth, taking in the sights that were new to him since he left, as well and the fond ones that he had missed. His short and quite literal stroll down memory lane was abruptly stopped when Natsumi puffed out of existence after sniffing the air, causing Naruto to lose concentration to his surroundings right when he turned a corner and bumped into someone. Hey, watch where you are going. A feminine voice lowly yelled out. Gomenasai, I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Here, let me help you, Naruto apologized, crouching down to help her with the bag of groceries that she has spilled during their collision. I should make you pay for all this, she retorted with a sigh, while getting off her butt after landing on it from the fall. They had picked up her groceries without another word spoken or even looking at each other. There was one last item left on the ground which they both tried to grab, causing their hands to touch for only a moment before retracting from each other. The woman finally looked to the man she had bumped into, only for her eyes to go wide as dinner plates. It's you, she whispered out accusingly. Naruto too had finally looked at the woman, and was rather surprised to see who it was as well. She was wearing a doctor's uniform, only slightly greener to designate her a veterinarian, which covered her entire body up to her knees, her ninja headband wrapped loosely around her neck, slightly concealed by her uniform's pulled-up collar. Wow, Hana-san. Well, it is certainly a surprise to see you out this early. How have you been since we last saw each other? Naruto questioned, chuckling over the coincidence. Oh, you remembered what she looked like? Natsumi teased. Hey, well, what can I say? The saying is true, we all like a little animal in the opposite sex after all, and who have we met that is more animal than her? Plus she was quite cute back then, and has only grown more beautiful since then. Hell, even you said she was rather attractive when we first saw her, Naruto retorted with a subconscious smirk. Flashback. 2 years ago. Forest surrounding Konoha. Mizuki. How could you betray the village like this? How could you betray Emi like this? A younger-looking Hana screamed at a white-haired man holding a bloody kunai in one hand, and a large scroll in the other. Simple really, I needed to prove my worth to Iwa, and stealing the forbidden scroll of sealing from the village was the perfect way. Konoha has gotten fat and weak from all this peace. It's sickening to watch as a shinobi like us. I decided I would go to a village that has more to offer me in the skills I possess as a shinobi. As for you, Hana, well, what can I say, you had the greatest body from your graduating class. And I needed some stress release from all the missions I went on, which you gave, and even more than I first imagined. I remember the way you used your tongue, and twisted that body of yours. I'd take you right now if I didn't have more pressing matters to attend to, but I certainly won't ever forget your taste. Just like fresh strawberries, he finished, while licking his lips and looking at Hana in a very carnal manner. Hana didn't know what to do. She was only a newly ranked Chunin, and the rest of her team had been killed by either traps laid out for them, or by Mizuki himself. She was totally alone with even her nin dogs already unconscious, weaponless, and drained of chakra, as well as heavily bleeding on her right arm with a deep wound from a shrapnel trap. Mizuki saw her trying to think of something to turn the tables, but smiled when he saw the hopelessness in her eyes at her situation. I couldn't help but notice you've finally realized there is nothing left that you can do, and despite me thinking of taking you with me and becoming my slave, I doubt Iwa would allow it and would just kill you anyway, so I'll do the merciful thing and let you decide how I'll kill you. He jumped from his superior standpoint on a tree limb above her, hitting the ground with a thud, and slowly walked up to her with the scroll now latched onto his back. He bent down and picked her up with one arm by her flak jacket, and looked into her eyes, before grinning madly and leaned towards her, sliding his tongue across her sweat-ridden neck, and up her face, stopping at her cheek. Yes, definitely strawberries, he said in a husky and slightly insane voice. In a last-ditch effort before she died, Hana reached over and sunk her fangs into Mizuki's neck, easily breaking the skin, and when she tasted blood only clamped down harder. Arg! You stupid bitch! Get the hell off of me! He yelled before stabbing her in the stomach with his kunai, making her scream and let go. Mizuki threw her off him and pressed a hand to the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, while looking at the crumpled form of Hana, as his blood dripped from her mouth and down her chin. He snarled, "Fine. I thought I was being generous with letting you choose the method, but you were being very difficult, so I will just choose for you." He walking over and grabbing one of her comrade's bloody katanas, before going back to her with a smirk. "You really were the best fuck I ever had. But I guess I have to put this bitch down," he spat, before raising the sword for the finishing blow. Mizuki was about to bring the sword down, ending Hana's life, when a large wave of flames seared towards him from the bushes just outside of the clearing. Mizuki saw the attack and jumped back away from Hana. He looked for who used that jutsu. It wasn't a jutsu he had ever seen before, so he was rather on edge and already in a defensive stance because it could very well be some backup for Hana. The wall of flame finally died down, revealing a man wearing Konoha shinobi garb while crouching down in front Hana. Hana had seen the whole thing, from the flames attacking Mizuki to the man appearing out of nowhere in front of her, who was now healing her wounds. The only reason she wasn't trying to get away, other than the fact she couldn't, was that he was a Konoha shinobi, from the clothes he wore. "Just who the hell are you?" Mizuki shouted, but received no reaction from the man. The man just finished healing Hana's more serious wounds, before finally looking up at her. She held back a breath the moment her brown eyes met his dark amethyst. After what Mizuki said about her and their relationship and the predicament she was in, he had no idea why she was blushing when she looked at this man, but she couldn't lie to herself and say the man wasn't very handsome, or at least what she could see of him anyway. "Try not to move till I am finished healing you, all right?" He ordered softly and received a nod in understanding, before he stood up and faced the still unnerved Mizuki. "I am just a shinobi passing by, but I happened to overhear your conversation with this young woman, and decided to say hi." He smiled, though it couldn't be seen with the mask covering his face. "If that's so, then just leave. This has nothing to do with you. If you don't, I'll have to kill you too after I finish off that bitch you just healed." The man simply shrugged and did a few hand seals before taking a knee and pressing his hand to the ground. Kuchiyose no Jutsu, summoning technique. The man brought his hand up slowly, and out of the ground came a katana with a red hilt, resting inside a black sheath. The man grabbed the sword when it completely finished coming out of the ground, hooked it to his left hip, and pulled out the sword, letting the blade slide across his thumb so the entire edge was covered in blood. Heike. Shinku Kaijin, release. Crimson Ash. As soon as the last word was spoken, the blade burst into flame. No, to be more exact, the blade itself turned into the flame that was now being jutting out of the red and black hilt. The man did a few test swings with the new sword. With each arc, the flames seemed to move and grow almost like the tail of a comet that followed the main flame where the steel blade once was. It then resumed its natural state and size when the sword stopped moving. Mizuki was taken aback at what he had seen. He wasn't one to admit his fears to anyone, but he was scared now, and all three of the people still conscious knew it simple by his body language. Seems I'll have a new sword after this is done as well, he bluffed while smiling the best he could while hoping the man couldn't sense his apprehension to fight. "If you believe you can take it from me, then try, but if I were you, I'd just return that scroll to her and be on your way, because I can assure you that any other route you take now will not be pleasant," the man stated coldly, looking straight at Mizuki with an emotionless gaze. as thin strings of purple chakra began to slowly radiate off his body. His body is actually giving off chakra. Hana thought, flabbergasted at this fact. She had never heard of visible chakra except with certain jutsus, usually a rank or higher, and yet this man was giving off chakra from sheer force of will and emotion alone. Why, you think you can scare me? Well, try this kenjutsu I learned from this scroll, Mizuki threatened before putting his fingers in a cross seal. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. The entire field puffed in a plume of smoke, revealing nearly 25 Mizuki clones. The original simply had an arrogant smirk plastered across his face, reveling in his superiority over the intrusive man. It's the quality of the shinobi, not the quantity. If you took this lesson to heart, you would have used the chakra required for that jutsu for a more effective one against me, the man retorted, before swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. As the blade arched, the flame tail began extending outward almost 50 feet, easily cleaving the shadow clone army in half, as well as a few dozen trees. After the tail returned, the man saw Mizuki, who was still alive if only known by his blood-curdling screams. Most of his clothing had burned to a crisp while his right arm had multiple gashes. However, the oddest thing was that his gashes and clothes were actually still aflame. If the smell in the air indicated anything, it was that the flames still burned both the open flesh of the wound and any blood that seeped out along with the fabric that still rested on his body. Mizuki tried to pat the flames out, but they simply burned hotter and fiercer, causing the man to scream in even more agony. You cannot put that flame out, only I have the power to call it back. If you give up and promise to never return to Konoha, I will let you leave, the man offered, never taking his gaze off the screaming man. Or, why, you put that fancy sword down and listen to what I say, and maybe I'll consider letting the bitch live, Mizuki chalked out through gritted teeth. The man turned back to Hana only to see another Mizuki holding her hostage with a kunai against her throat in front of a tree. Teesh, missed one. I must be losing my edge, he thought, berating himself for the slip up. The man did as he was told while facing the real Mizuki, and dug the sword into the ground with the sharp edge facing Mizuki at his feet. Good, now move away from the sword, he ordered. The man followed the order and took 10 large steps away from the sword, closer to Hana and the clone. Mizuki began to limp his way towards the sword, keeping a deadly gaze on the swordsman. Mizuki was about a foot away from the sword and went to grab it. But the man had other plans, and in one swift motion brought his right arm in a vertical arc above his head. Out of nowhere, the dormant sword seemed to grow a life of its own and moved in the arc motion the man just did. To Hana it seemed like time stood still. One moment Mizuki was about to grab the sword, the next said sword was lodged into both the trunk of the tree only 3 inches from her shoulder, and down the middle of the shadow clone's head. The next moment another blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the forest as the vicious plan of the man came full circle. The real Mizuki was the one who screamed. Why? Because as Hana was witnessing, his body was cleaved cleanly in half down the middle. So cleanly, in fact, Mizuki's body didn't register the slice until just then, when his two halves began to separate from each other, his screams dying with it. If Hana wasn't so completely exhausted, she'd have probably thrown up. From what she has just witnessed this stranger do, her body flinched when the man jerked his arm back, the sword pulling out of the trunk and flying back to him, catching the hilt in his hand. The man began to fumble with the hilt for a minute, before resheathing the sword, and it poofed out of existence. He used ninja wire to tie the hilt of his sword to his wrist, she though surprised, but finally answering the question of just how the hell he pulled off that attack. The man began to walk back towards her, and from sheer fear her knees buckled and she fell on her butt against the tree. She closed her eyes tightly when the man reached her and took a knee in front of her. She had no idea what the man planned on doing now, whether it be make her his slave, kill her, or the worst thing she could think of, rape her. After a few moments nothing happened, but then a warm sensation enveloped her body when a hand gently grabbed her upper arm and another pressed itself against her stomach. She slowly opened her eyes to see the man with a look of concentration in his eyes, as her entire body was encased in a light purple aura. After a few minutes he released his grip and stood up, looking down at her. I just finished healing the rest of your wounds, so you should be okay to move around freely, but I suggest taking it easy for a while till you regain enough chakra, he said in a warm tone, a tone opposite of what he was speaking to Mizuki with. He held out his hand to help Hana to her feet. She hesitated for a second before taking it, being pulled to her feet. She took a moment to regain her stability, before she finally took in all that happened. Her entire team was dead. Her nin dog was close enough to it, though she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the man was currently healing him. She is pretty cute, don't you think, Naru-kun? Natsumi asked inside his head with a sly voice, only getting an affirmative nod in response. She just stared at the destruction and havoc the surroundings had taken, not only from the battle of her squad and Mizuki, but also the Mon's flame attack. The ground and surrounding underbrush were all scorched, along with nicks, cuts and holes. The man came back to her side with her dog in his arms, giving him back to her, and then latched the scroll to her back with some wire. Gomen for your team, but there is nothing more you can do for them. You should go back to Konoha and alert the Hokage about this and to send a medical team to clean this up, the man suggested sadly, before turning and walking towards the denser part of the forest form whence he came. Matt. Wait. What's your name? She asked, her voice slightly panicked. If for nothing else, she wanted to at least know the name of her savior to maybe repay him one day. I don't need thanks or recognition for what I did. I simply did what was right, that is all. Take care, he retorted bluntly, taking a final look back at her with what she thought was a large smile across his masked face, before he vanished into the forest. Arigato. Shinobi-san, she whispered against the billowing winds before heading back to Konoha, hoping that she'd meet the mysterious shinobi again to maybe thank him properly. Flashback end. Hana's shocked expression reverted to a saddened one when she remembered that day of betrayal and death. I've been okay since then, she answered quietly, images still flashing in her mind. He offered her a small smile, slightly visible through his mask. That's good, you're a strong woman and a steel-nerved kunoichi. It's why I left you on your own back then. I knew you could handle yourself after I healed you, and I knew what happened wouldn't keep you down for long. Hana blushed slightly from the compliments, as they both stood up after getting all her groceries back in her bag. Gomen. About yelling at you before, quite all right, Hana. I should have been paying attention to where I was going, was completely my fault, he said, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I assume you were walking home since you have groceries. Would you mind if I walk you home? It's the least I could do for bumping into you and delaying you, he offered kindly. I appreciate th gesture, but no need really, my house is right here, she answered, turning her head towards the rather large house with the Inuzuka clan symbol above the doorway they were currently standing in front of. Ah, hey, all right then, well, I've delayed you enough I think, so I'll let you get inside. Be safe, Hana. I'll probably see you around, he finished, taking his hand off her shoulder and began walking. Wait, please. Tell me your name, you left me without one for 2 years, I would like to know it this time, Hana shouted, shrinking slightly at how loud and panicked she sounded. Naruto turned to her, a small smile on his face as he got into a thinking pose with his pointer finger tapping his chin. Well, let me ask you first, what do you think of the demon boy Uzumaki Naruto who disappeared from the village 6 years ago? In a flash after he finished his question, he was being painfully pressed against the gates of the Inuzuka's property, by a feral-looking Hana with a kunai pressed against his throat. Her eyes shone in an almost uncontrolled rage, her fangs gritting so tightly you'd think they would have chipped from the pressure. Don't you dare call Naruto that ever again, do you understand me? Naruto is not Kyubi, he is just a young boy who had the unfortunate fate to house the most powerful Biju know to exist. He is our savior, not a demon. And I don't care even if you did save me back then. I swear to Kami-sama I will take great pleasure in skinning you alive and feeding you to my nin dogs if you call him that again in my presence. Do I make myself clear? She growled out, making her point known by making a small cut across Naruto's neck and mask, drawing a few drops of blood. Wow, she is quite protective of you, Naru-kun, and if memory serves you've never even met her before that day. Hey, she'll be a bit embarrassed once she finds out that she is attacking the very person she is trying to protect, Natsumi said with a chuckle. Hi, you're telling me, though now I'd like to know why she is. You were right, I've never met her before that day, so I don't know how she knows me or why she is acting like this, though she certainly went up a few pegs in my book of people I like, he thought back with a smile. Okay. Gomen, I didn't know people even still liked him, and even more so since he left. I won't call him a demon again, I promise. Hana looked into the Mon's purple eyes for any indication he was lying but found none. She slowly released her grip on his flak jacket that held him to the gate and her kunai before taking a few steps back from Naruto. Hi, well, there are, my family and I will always be loyal to that boy no matter what, so don't go spewing nonsense about him that isn't true, she answered before a shout broke the tension. Oi. People are trying to SLE. Oh, Hana, it's you. What are you doing out here? A woman in a red kimono shouted after just emerging from the Inuzuka's porch. Oh, and who is the man there? She asked, just noticing Naruto against the gate. Gomen Ka-san. I was just coming back from the vet's with groceries when I bumped into my friend here, Hana said with a flush across her cheeks from embarrassment. Oh. Well, get you and your friend inside so you can continue talking without waking up the neighbors. I get enough complaints from them about the kennel. I don't need any from my kids too, Sume said in a stern voice, while eyeing Naruto. Finally, After 2 long years she is finally talking to men outside of her team. Hopefully this may lead somewhere. She needs the companionship, especially after what Mizuki did to her, she thought as she watched her daughter and young man enter the house. Inuzuka compound. Naruto strolled inside the house of the Inuzukas only to have his sense of smell attacked with the essence of dog. The house he noticed was surprisingly large compared to how it looked from the outside, but still held a homely feel to it. From the entrance there was the kitchen to the left, a living room to the right, while going straight led to some stairs leading second floor, presumably the floor containing bedrooms and bathrooms, and if you went past the stairs to the left, it led to, if the sound being any indication, the kennel Sume mentioned earlier. Naruto couldn't quite dwell on the finer descriptions of the house, because Hana's mother began to push him deeper into the house and into the living room, where a small oak table stood in the middle of the room. "Please make yourself at home, mister," Sume said, leading him to take a seat at the table. Truth be told, I'd like to talk to both of you if you wouldn't mind. There is something I have to ask you, before I introduce myself," Naruto answered, trying to change the subject of introducing himself. Sume quirked her eyebrow, easily telling the man was apprehensive in name himself. She took his hint and played along, knowing she'd get the answer out of him before he left. "Alright, I'll make us some tea then," Naruto let out a soft sigh, thanking God Hana's mother had dropped the question, for now anyway. He looked around the room slowly, noting a few things, such as family pictures and the like. He smiled softly, seeing a picture of Hana smiling with her nin dog companion, which looked like it was taken after he had saved her. "I am glad she was alright after all," he thought to himself, before Hana's voice knocked him from his current thoughts and into a set of brand new ones when he looked in her direction. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when he saw Hana enter the living room. She had now abandoned her loose-fitting uniform for a snug short-sleeve black t-shirt with "Can't Touch This Alpha Bitch" in white lettering on the front that showed off her rather sizable bust, which he failed to notice from previous meetings, and black shorts stopping halfway down her thighs to give him a very generous view of her long and toned legs. Her hair, which had been prior to then bound in a ponytail, was now freely flowing down to her shoulder blades behind her, with her headband resting nonchalantly just under her collarbone. "Wow. Hee calm down there, Naru-kun," Natsumi teased, "but still wow is right. Didn't think she was packing that kinda heat under that Chunin vest or doctor's uniform, did you?" she teased even more. "Naru-kun?" Natsumi asked, snickering lightly at the monk's lack of attention. "I am just glad I have this mask over my face and table in front of me," he finally said. All he could now hear was Natsumi's full-blown laughter in the back of his mind after his statement. "Hi. I doubt she'd be as entertained as I was when you first saw me, if she saw those reactions from you right now," she responded through giggling fits. "Did you even hear what I said?" Hana asked, her brow twitching slightly at noticing the glazed-over look in his eyes as she talked to him, after she grabbed a seat at the table. Before Naruto registered her question, she noticed an odd scent in the air floating around him. At first she couldn't place it, but it soon clicked, and she was none too happy, even if a slight blush adorned her cheeks and what it meant. "What the hell? The bastard is ogling me like a piece of meat." I wouldn't be so pissed about it if he not only didn't diss Naruto earlier, but wasn't so obvious about it with his scent. Even if he does smell good enough to eat, she thought angrily, and then furiously at her final thought, quickly squashing it just as quickly as it was formed. Naruto was knocked yet again out of his thoughts, and had the decency to look sheepish at her question. "Gomen, there was something important on my mind, would you mind repeating?" I said, "just because my Ka-san invited you in, to not forget what I said outside," she repeated, with a slight vein bulging on her forehead, knowing exactly what important things were just on his mind. "I made you a promise, I do not plan on breaking it, and again I apologize for how I phrased my question, but it was rather important that I asked you." "Tea is ready." "And what was important?" Sume asked while walking into the living room with a small tray of tea and teacups. "Well, Ka-san, I should probably begin with the fact that this was actually the man that saved me from Mizuki Teme 2 years ago." Sume listened to her daughter speak as she took a seat at the table and began to pour the tea. She abruptly stopped with a shocked expression on her face the moment she heard that the very man who she invited into her house and was sitting across from her was the man that had saved her precious and only daughter, and less important to her but still important, Inuzuka clan heir. Sume put the teapot down, and moved back from the table slightly to get into a kneeling posture used for people of respectable status, such as a clan leader, kage, or daimyo. Arigato. Arigato for saving my Masumi, daughter. I don't know what I would have done if I lost her that day, arigato." Sume thanked him, through almost inaudible sobs. Ma, it's alright, Inuzuka-san. I already told your daughter that I don't need thanks for what I did." I simply did what was right. That Mizuki person had no right to betray the village like he did. And more importantly, treat Hana the way he did. If I wasn't in a rush when I got there, I would have made his death a lot more deserving than I made it, and I am just glad that Hana got back to her feet. I would have hated to see such a strong and beautiful woman like her sulking over what that asshole did, Naruto said reassuringly, with a slight unseen blush after only realizing what he called Hana. Oh. Seems my hopes weren't unfounded. I want metal as my Masumi's personal affairs, but that doesn't mean I still can't hope, Sume thought after hearing his words, and little slip up. Sume got up from her position and rejoined the pair at the table, wiping the last remnants of tears from her cheeks. He thinks I am beautiful, Hana mentally questioned, while trying to hide her light blush at Naruto's compliments. Still, arigato, and please call me Sume, she finished with a smile towards the purple-eyed man, who the two females could tell was smiling back. Anyway, Ka-san, as you know, I never got his name back then, so meeting up with him this morning out of the blue I asked again, but he just answered my question with another question. What do you think of the demon boy Uzumaki Naruto who disappeared from the village 6 years ago? Hana quoted, going back to her story after feeling her blush leave her cheeks. The very moment Hana finished reiterating Naruto's question, Sume's appreciation for the man disappeared, and was replaced with a growling Inuzuka clan head staring back at him. Naruto was quick to apologize for his snafu, hoping the older woman would take it to heart. After a long minute of nothing but light growls from the matriarch, she returned to a neutral stance with the man. I had the same reaction, just a little more physical, which was probably the noise you heard outside. However, before you had come out, I was able to answer his question, but he never answered mine. Both Inuzukas looked expectantly at Naruto once Hana finished, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Anyo, well, Inuzuka-san, before I tell you both, I'd like for you to elaborate on what Hana meant by, my family and I will always be loyal to that boy no matter what. I will admit to you that I know Naruto, quite well in fact. But I don't recall him ever mentioning your clan during our talks about Konoha. That is why I phrased my question the way I did. I purposely did it to see the kind of reaction I'd get out of Hana. Knowing Naruto the way I do, it would be dishonorable to him if I befriended anyone who despised him in this village. I have heard from the boy many stories of how he was treated here, so I had to be sure about Hana's feelings towards him, and since she had stated such a high claim, I wished to simply know what she meant. Sume was pouring herself and the pair the tea while Naruto explained his motives. She took a sip of tea after passing out the cups, and sighed afterwards before speaking. Well, we may not look it, but the Inuzuka clan was actually the personal bodyguards of Namikaze Minato. The Yondaime and Naruto's Tusan, whenever he left the village, whether it be for vacation, war, treaties, no matter the reason, we Inuzuka were always by his side to put our lives on the line to protect him. However, after Minato-sama had settled down with Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's Ka-san, our priorities changed. He had ordered our clan to not only protect him, but his family as well, since they were an extension of himself. We accepted our new charges with no grievances, and for a time things were normal. Well, as normal as a life of a shinobi can be anyway. Sume stopped talking for a moment to take another sip of her tea before starting up again. Then, Kyubi came. Being a Konoha shinobi yourself, I am sure you know the history, so I won't bore you with the details. Anyway, after the battle, we found Minato-sama dead. But his wife and son still alive, so we continued as their protectors because Minato-sama still lived inside them both. However, 2 years after the Kyubi's attack, Kushina along with her clan left Konoha for greener pastures. But not before exiling Naruto and leaving him to the savages our clan once called villagers. From that moment, as clan head, I rescinded Minato-sama's order for protection of her. She left the village and more importantly abandoned her only child. To the Inuzukas, that is unforgivable, after only a few days of being put in the orphanage. I had gone to the Hokage and begged him repeatedly to allow my clan to adopt him. But he wouldn't hear of it. He not only told me that the council would never allow the adoption to go through, but also that he didn't want another one of the important shinobi clans to leave because of the villagers' hate for the boy and anyone who protected him. He simply stated that he would do his best to make sure Naruto was doing okay. So from then on we just protected Naruto as best we could from the shadows. But with the Hokage giving my clan missions on a daily basis, it was hard to protect him as well as we had hoped. Then 4 years after Kushina's departure, Naruto himself disappeared from the village and hasn't been seen since, but even so, the Inuzuka clan will remain loyal to that boy and protect him as well as his reputation here as best we can, because that was the wish of our greatest hero, and we will honor it no matter what. Sume finished explaining and slammed her cup on the table to emphasize her point. By the time her story had finished, Naruto's eyes widened so much you'd swear they'd pop out any moment. I never knew anyone cared about me that much aside from OG-san. They were even planning on adopting me, Naruto thought, shocked beyond belief, and actually trying his hardest to not let his features show how happy he was to hear what Sume said. In all honesty, the lonely child that still remained inside him wanted to cry right then. Well, Naru-kun, not everyone in this village is as heartless or stupid as most. I mean, statistically speaking, there had to be at least a few dozen people in this large village that either have no problem with you or even believe you are a savior for your sacrifice. I guess you just met the clan that is at the top of this list, Natsumi said in a warm tone, sending Naruto a mental picture of her giving him a loving embrace, since she couldn't really do it at the moment. Hi. Right as usual, Natsu-chan, he thought back with a smile, sending her a mental picture with him giving her a deep kiss. I see. Arigato for your explanation, Sume-san. That answered any lingering questions I had. Naruto spoke quietly before taking a long sip of tea, still trying not to show his emotions. A quick silence rose in the room, the sounds of sipping the only break from it. Hana had watched Naruto the whole time while they listened to her mother's story, and saw a myriad of emotions play through his eyes. She had wanted to question him on several occasions as to why he was reacting so deeply, but decided to wait. However, the silence was getting to her. She had so many questions, and if she didn't get them now, she would probably explode. Okay. So we answered your question, now answer ours. Who are you, and how do you know Naruto? As well as, can you tell us if he is alright at the present time? Should I tell them, Natsu-chan? After that story, I think it's only right, Naru-kun. Other than the Hokage, I can't imagine a group more deserving to know everything that's happened to you than the Inuzukas, especially after all they did for you and your two-san. You're right. Oh, do you want to stretch your legs a bit? Sure. Kage Bushin is fine. Naruto noticed after having his inner dialogue, that both women were starting to get impatiently. He whispered his apologies for the wait, took a sip of tea, let out a deep sigh, and cleared his throat before beginning. Well, I can answer your questions, but in the opposite order you asked them, if that's alright? He asked, getting a confused nod from the female pair. Naruto is perfectly fine right now. He is healthy and is actually training in the shinobi arts. And if I may say, he is quite good, but that's besides the point. Your last two questions I can actually answer at the same time. I know Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto because, he paused his sentence, and went through a set of hand seals, before a puff of smoke shrouded his side of the table. I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, he finished, as the last of the smoke disappeared, leaving Naruto in his true form, and Natsumi next to him, while both Inuzuka women gawked at who they were looking at. What the hell is this? You aren't Naruto, you look nothing like him, Sume shouted, jumping from the table into a defensive stance, her nin dog coming out of nowhere to her side ready to fight. Hana herself was simply too shocked at the person sitting in front of her to even move at first, but then came to her senses and jumped towards her mother. Please wait. I really am Naruto, just give me a minute to explain. I can prove I am him, he pleaded. Hana just stared at the demonic-looking man, searching his eyes for any inclination of deceit. She just stared into his purple orbs, almost hypnotized by them. As she stared, something in the pit of her stomach pulled on her brain. She wasn't sure why, but it was simply telling her to trust what he is telling them, and ever since Mizuki's betrayal, following her gut instinct has gotten her out of a lot of situations that could have cost her her life. After a moment of inner debate, she released her stance and stood upright, letting out a soft sigh. Ka-san, I believe him. Sume only took a split second to look in her daughter's eyes, and knew that it was her gut that told her to believe him. She took a long angry look at Naruto, before releasing a heavy sigh and standing from her stance as well. You have 1 minute, Naruto, she spoke, almost growling out the name. Naruto mouthed a silent thank you to Hana for diffusing the situation, before letting the women get back to their seats at the table. Anyo, well, I somehow doubt words will prove my heritage, so a technique only a select few including my father could know, of which I am sure you'll recognize, he said before putting his hand, palm up and open, in the middle of the table so everyone could see. For a moment nothing happened, but then a slight wind began to pick up around the room, seeming to be pulled towards Naruto's palm. Soon after, the wind picked up even more, and in his palm an almost marble-sized translucent purple ball of chakra formed. The wind picked up slightly more when the ball increased size exponentially, to cover up most of Naruto's still opened hand. As the winds died down, the last bit of swirling chakra entered the ball, finishing the summoning of the jutsu. Sen, gone. Sume spoke through shocked breaths, from not only not seeing this jutsu after so many years, but that this man really had learned and mastered it. Hana had only heard about this famous jutsu from her family, gossip, and historical records of the Yondaime Hokage. However, seeing it merely inches from her was mind-blowing. To her the jutsu was beautiful. The swirling winds inside the stable ball looked like the winds were dancing together. If she didn't know just how dangerous the jutsu was, she probably would have been tempted to touch it, but it wasn't one of the Yondaime's signature moves for nothing. Naruto looked at the two sheepishly. Well, I hope this proves to you who I really am. Because of your clan's history with my two-san, I am sure you know that jutsu can only be learned by a select few people. Those being any of his bloodkin including myself, or an Uzumaki because of their Kekkei Genkai and his marriage to Uzumaki Kushina. But as I am sure you know, because of the difficulty and power of this jutsu, only the next Uzumaki shinobi heir and clan head are allowed to learn it. Naruto paused his explanation for a moment to let them understand where he was going with this. Once he got the nods of approval from them, he continued. Well, since my two-san is dead, and I am obviously in Konoha, instead of with the Uzumaki clan, it means that I can only be a blood relative, and Namikaze Minato only had one son, me. Plus, who else do you know that has whisker marks on his face? He finished, before pulling his mask down to finally reveal his full face to the women. Only a second after losing his mask was he tackled to the ground by a sobbing Sume. He was so surprised by her emotional outburst, in fact he almost lost his grip on the Rasengan, but dispelled it before it left his hand. Naruto. You're back. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again after you left the village. Sume sobbed out into his chest. Naruto was still shocked. Before he was able to regain his composure and smile at the crying women on top of him, he slowly pulled her into a hug, and just said soothing words of apologies. After some time Sume regained some slight composure and let go of the man, but before she was able to move off him he pulled her back to him and he gave her another embrace, before whispering something in her ear. Arigato Sume-san, and Gomen for making you worry about me for so long, Ka-san. Sume physically stiffened at what Naruto just called her. She pulled away slightly to look up at the man, and saw a genuine smile across his fanged face, and happiness in his eyes. She smiled back and hugged him once more, tears flowing again. After about another 5 minutes the two calmed down and separated, both joining the table at their original positions. Well, I am glad everything worked out here. I was afraid things would get messy if Naru-kun wasn't able to explain who he was, Natsumi said nonchalantly with a small smile, taking a sip of tea from Naruto's cup. Both Hana and Sume looked back at the women who almost seemed to come out of nowhere, though both being a bit sheepish, knowing that this was just because they ignored her presence from Naruto being back. Gomen. But who are you? Hana questioned. Well, I just wanted to wait till Naru-kun finished his introduction before mine. This is Natsumi. She is my companion, and has been since I left the village 6 years ago, Naruto explained, trying not to blush too much when she slung herself around his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Both Inuzuka women perched an eyebrow at the two, each having a thought about it, not knowing just how familiar they were. This girl is getting a bit too close to him. Wait. Why do I care if she is close to Naruto-kun? Wait. Did I just say kun? I mean, yay, the guy are gorgeous, but that doesn't mean I like him or anything, does it? I mean, we just really met. Even if he did save me back then. Hana thought, a debate now raging in her head about her feelings of the newly discovered Naruto. Seems he might be taken after all. Well, unless Hana gets it together she is gonna lose him, and I really do think hell be so good for her, Sume thought, hoping her daughter would get out of her man rut and just claim Naruto as hers. Naruto, noting the intense gazes he was getting, tried to change the subject, before either of them had a chance to question him. Anyo, I am rather surprised, to be honest. When I went to go see OG-san, even he and Yamato-san freaked about how I looked, but you guys don't seem fazed at all. Both women were knocked out of their thoughts when he spoke. Sume was the first to get her answer out, and chuckled a bit. Naruto, look at us. We have inherited canine traits as a clan thanks to our kinship with our nin dogs, slitted eyes, slight fangs and claws, increased sense of smell, etc. You would look a lot different to most people, but to our clan you don't look all that different from us. Other than the ears and tails anyway, she remarked with a small smirk. Naruto looked at both his mother and Hana, and realized that she was right. Save for his tails and ears, he would look almost like an Inuzuka. Though I would like to know where you got them from, Sume said with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Actually, I will be explaining everything that's happened to me for the last 6 years to OG-san tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And well, I feel it only right that anyone from the Inuzuka clan who would wish to come and listen to my story is welcome to, he responded with a smile. I will tell my clan about it and let them decide for themselves, but I will go. I'd like to know what my old charge has been up to for the last 6 years, she answered with a light chuckle. He laughed with her. Good, but sadly it's getting dark. We've been talking for a long time, and I am actually quite tired after just getting back today from a 6-year vacation. Naruto flashed through some hand seals, letting the smoke envelope him and Natsumi, giving him the look he had before he revealed himself to them, and Natsumi back in the seal. He got up from his seat, bowed to his hosts, thanking them for believing him and their hospitality. Before walking towards the exit, Sume nodded to him, and looked down at the table slightly downcast for a second while biting her lip in fear. Should I ask him? She thought, said question raging through her head like a hurricane, not receiving any clear answer in her mind out of sheer fear of Naruto's answer. Naruto? She stuttered. He turned back to the matriarch. Hi? I need to know, if you really meant it when you called me Ka-san. She asked, fear and apprehensiveness evident in her eyes. He smiled warmly at his new mother. Hi, of course it was Ka-san. If it wasn't for the council's interference you would have adopted me anyway, right? And what you said you did for me and tried to do, are things only a Ka-san would do for her child. So yes, I do mean it when I call you that. You are more of a Ka-san to me now than Uzumaki Kushina ever was, he explained, spitting out the name of his biological mother. Naruto took a moment to look at Hana, who was also looking back at him. He smiled to her before making another statement. Although at the moment, I am slightly happy you weren't able to. He paused. Sume was about to cry at this statement before he saw her reaction and quickly continued, Anyo. Well, because it would be rather awkward to ask if my sister would want to grab dinner with me after visiting OG-san tomorrow. Gomen, I thought about maybe asking later, but since I was left with an opportunity to ask now, I just took my shot. He finished with a noticeable blush and a large nervous smile that made his eyes close as he scratched the back of his head. Sume's reaction did a complete 180. When she heard that Naruto was asking her 2-year man-less daughter out for dinner, she tried to hide her smile, but a small one pulled at her lips, as her thoughts were raging on the subject. Hana, say yes, damn it. Please don't reject him like all the other guys who have asked you out since the incident with Mizuki. He is a good, strong man, and by our discussion this afternoon I can tell he only has the truest intentions when it comes to women. Please, sweetheart, for your own happiness, say yes, she thought, while looking at her daughter with pleading eyes. Hana, on the other hand, was rather floored at Naruto's statement. That was actually the last thing she was expecting to hear from him, especially after how close Natsumi and he seemed to be. A blush just as noticeable as Naruto's graced her own cheeks now as she held an inner debate. Should I say yes? She thought to herself before a voice inside her head spoke. You should, Hana, her conscience answered, but what if he is like all the other guys that have asked me out after Mizuki? You know they were only after one thing. I mean, he was ogling me the moment I came down after I changed. That is true, but if you noticed, he was quite nervous about asking you to dinner. I mean, he is still blushing. Guys only trolling for a quick romp, act confident the whole time, because even if you say no, they will just go to the next girl in line. That's true, but what if? No buts, woman, her conscience harshly interrupted her. Hana, Naruto is a good man, a bit strange, but he is a strong, kind person, and will treat you right if you let him in your heart. After the talk at the table, you know he wouldn't dare harm someone who lets him close to them or he lets close to himself. Hana, you need to get past what happened with Mizuki Teme. And try to find happiness, and I believe Naruto is the man that can give you the greatest happiness you'll ever know. Plus, you know he has the hots for you already after his reaction to what you came into the living room wearing. I mean, any guy unless they were gay would have had the same reaction when you came in wearing that. You can't very well blame him for being sexually attracted to you, and more importantly, I already know you find him, how did you put it before, good enough to eat. I saw your thoughts about him when he fully dropped his henge too. I don't recall you ever trying those positions you had Naruto starring in, even with your longest boyfriend Mizuki. As much as I loathe to mention him again, just give the hunk a chance, her conscience finished in a teasing voice. Hana had the decency to HMPH but also heavily blush while she thought about what her conscience said, and after a few moments decided that after all that's happened it was right. After all, Naruto had protected her from Mizuki with his life, not even knowing her, so just imagine how he would treat someone that he is close with. Okay, she concluded, agreed. Hi, Naruto-kun. I'd love to have dinner with you tomorrow, she finally answered with a warm smile. Alright then, he said, just barely holding in his happiness that she said yes. If you aren't at the meeting, I'll pick you up here at 7 p.m. okay? He waited to let her nod affirmative before continuing. Okay, well, I'll be off then. I'll see you tomorrow, Ka-san. Hana-chan, he said with a wide smiling before leaving the Inuzuka compound. Hana blushed at the chan suffix he added before leaving. She got up from the table and headed towards the stairs in her room, before being delayed by her mother. Hana, I am glad you agreed. It's about time you got a good man in your life after that last one. and I am definitely sure that Naruto is a good man, and if things happen to get serious later on, I am just as sure that he will make you very happy. Hana just smiled happily with a full blush reddening her cheeks before nodding and continuing up the stairs. Not even one day back, and he's already turned this house upside down. He had me crying my eyes out from everything, me crying. Not only that, but he also melted my daughter's frozen heart, and is making her blush so red it could make a tomato jealous. That man is something else. I am really happy for you, my Masumi. Sume thought as she shook her head with a smile, while heading into the kitchen to make dinner. Namikaze Mansion. Naruto just entered his father's house and immediately went to one of the many bedrooms. After deactivating the blood seals surrounding the mansion, he quickly dropped his henge, and summoned an unhinged Natsumi who without a step launched herself at him, grabbing him in a deep kiss. Well, that was a rather interesting first day back now, wasn't it, Naru-kun? She spoke with her arms around his neck, and his around her waist. Sure was Natsu-chan, and I am just glad it all worked out in the end too, especially during my discussion with Hana-chan and Ka-san. I still can't believe they cared about me so much and I didn't have a clue about it, he answered, pulling her so there was no space between their bodies any longer. Well, I am just glad there are people still loyal to the Yondaime's wish after so long, she retorted, before leaning up and giving him a short kiss, while caressing his whisker marks with her thumb, causing him to take in a sharp breath and physically quiver from the touch. Forgot just how sensitive your whiskers were. Normally I'd take full advantage of the situation, but I can tell you are rather exhausted after today, so I'll make a rain check for later, nay my foxy-sama? She cooed in a seductive voice, before softly sucking on, and moaning against his bottom lip to emphasize her intentions, causing him to quiver even more from her touch. Naruto's eyes closed at the feeling, a small groan escaping his throat, but before he could enjoy it more she stopped. He opened his eyes from the lack of contact to see her on the bed in a submissive but sexy lying back position with her four tails spread across the bed, garbed in only a see-through red nightgown that didn't leave much to the imagination, with a coy smirk. Kami-sama, I am just glad she is wearing something underneath it, he thought, noticing her bra and panties while a drip of blood fell down his nose. I heard that, Foxy-sama, she mentally cooed back to him, while her smirk only growing wider. And Gomen, but that rain check includes little Foxy-sama too, she ordered while pointing at the increasing bulge in his pants. I am going to get you back for being so evil, you know that, right? He questioned with a mischievous smile while undressing himself, and I still don't know how you changed so damn fast, he chuckled, shaking his head playfully, now clad only in his boxer briefs and black t-shirt. Trade secret, Naru-kun, she said with a pompous smirk, plus why should NTI be evil, when I so love it when you try to get me back, nay Foxy-sama. She finished with the tip of her finger barely in her mouth, with a coy and sexy expression on her face. Naruto just shook his head at her antics and got into the bed with her. They quickly wrapped themselves up in each other, with their tails wrapped up too, acting as a soft, furry blanket, before kissing each other deeply. Night my Shinku Kazaki, Crimson Queen, night my Foxy-sama. They both fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, wishing that morning wouldn't come too soon. Morning. Hokage's office. It was almost 9 a.m. inside the Hokage's office where Yamato and Sarutobi sat patiently waiting for Naruto, when the door to the Hokage's office opened. Ah, Naru. Oh, Sume-san, Hana-san. What are you two doing here? I know neither of you have any for missions today, and I don't wish to be rude, but I have an important meeting in a few moments, and can't be disturbed. I hope you understand and can wait until I am finished to talk with me, Sarutobi said, trying his best to not sound rude to the matriarch, and clan heir to one of the best tracking clans that Konoha has to offer. Well, actually that's why we are here, Hokage-sama. Naruto invited us to this meeting last night as well. He can verify it if you wish, Sume responded, bowing in apology. No, it's fine, just wish he had told me about inviting others. I was only aware of myself and Yamato-san to be present when he told me, but if you know when this meeting was to occur and at whose request, then there is no need to prove anything, he responded, waving his hand dismissively. Arigato Hokage-sama, she answered, now walking deeper into the room with Hana in tow. A moment later the clock in the room began to chime, showing it to be 9 a.m. on the dot. As soon as the clock stopped, a voice entered the room, easily recognized by all the occupants. Oh heyo, good morning. I hope everyone slept well last night. Naruto's sing-song voice rang out in front of the closed door. Everyone turned to see Naruto and Natsumi in their true forms, wearing their unique orange, black, red, black style shinobi clothing. Hi, the group seemed to chorus out in unison. Good. Well, since this is a rather long story, I suggest we all grab a seat, he offered, walking towards the Inuzuka pair with a large fanged smile, with Natsumi close behind. He and Natsumi walked past the pair, but not before he whispered something into each of their ears. Guess only Hana-chan and you could make it Nei-ka-san. He asked, only getting a nod and soft smile in return. I am really happy you could make it Hana-chan, he said with a wink after turning to her from Sume, causing her to slightly blush. Naruto and Natsumi took their seats, as the Inuzukas took some on the couch in the corner of the room. Once everyone got comfortable, all eyes were on Naruto, who coughed forcefully. Well, I am sure you guys already know why you are here, so, he paused his sentence, before forming a set of hand seals as a purple aura flashed throughout the room. Anipou. Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu, Demon Art. Sound silencing barrier technique. Now I can start, he finished with smile before beginning the story of the past 6 years. In a clearing of a forest at the border of Fire Country, a red transparent flame erupted and dissipated just as suddenly, leaving a small blonde boy in an orange jumpsuit gasping for air in its wake. Take deep breaths, Naruto Kyubi instructed. Hi, he rasped out. After about 10 minutes Naruto recovered and stabilized his breathing. He looked around but couldn't recognize any part of the forest. Anyo Kyubi-sensei, where am I? We are currently at the border of Fire Country, Naruto. Naruto's expression grew shocked. How? We were just a few miles away from Konoha a few minutes ago. Remember I told you I can influence you mentally or physically anytime I please? Well, I used one of my jutsus to get us here. As for why we are here, it's for training. You are still protected in the land of fire, but I don't want any interruptions with your training either. Hence why we are at the border. There shouldn't be anyone from Konoha around here for a few months to look for you. And by then we will be gone. Naruto nodded in understanding, before sitting crossing his legs and waiting patiently for his new sensei to begin the lesson. Before we begin, you need to first learn the academic points of being a shinobi before you can even learn how to wield the powers of one. I will warn you, since as a child you may bored easily, that you will have to pay attention for hours at a time on lectures before I actually begin to teach you jutsus. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto frowned at the prospect and sighed in defeat. Hi, Kyubi-sensei. Good. Now try to find a nice spot to rest. I want you to get some sleep. You've had a trying day, and tomorrow you begin your training, Kyubi instructed. Naruto nodded, and get his backpack to begin looking for a suitable spot in the lush forest. After looking for some time he finally found one that would suit his needs perfectly. It was a little enclave inside a trunk of a rather large tree. It supported him while he slept, and kept him fairly hidden from people, predators or nature itself. Once he finished unpacking, he nestled himself into the tree and fell asleep soon after. Mindscape. Naruto woke up to a familiar sound on water dripping into a large body of water. He opened his eyes to find himself in his mindscape once more. He wasn't frightened this time. However, a look of confusion was on his face this time. He followed the pipes once more to get to Kyubi's cage, finding the large fox waiting for him. Welcome back, Naruto. Naruto's logic kicked in and quickly bowed to the fox, before standing back upright and moving closer to the golden bars. Why am I here, Kyubi-sensei? Because I wanted to speed up the process of training you. Kyubi responded before closing its eyes, and a wave of red flashed throughout the area. I just activated my Hitotoki Hyamaru no Jutsu, time quickening technique, inside your mind. As the name suggests, it actually quickens the time in your mind, or if you want to go another route, makes it seem as though time slows down in the real world. The advantage to this is that now I can teach you twice as much in your head I ever could have outside of it. A side effect, however, is that because it is literally your mind speeding up, your mental age would also grow faster. Naruto was rather confused. He was only 6 after all. The idea of 2 different sets of time was confusing to say the least. Quite apparent by his deer in headlights facial expression, Kyubi could only chuckle at the boy, before it continued. In other words, Naruto, if you spent 2 whole hours in your mind just listening to me, and then went back into the real world, only 1 hour would have really passed, but your mental state would still be 2 hours older, understand? Naruto thought for a moment before a large smile raced across his face, and he nodded his head enthusiastically. You're saying that my mind will grow faster, but time is still normal outside, right? He asked, getting a slight nod from the fox, making his grin even wider. So are you going to be teaching me something now, Kyubi-sensei? Hi. Because this is your first time I will go easy, but don't expect me to be lenient later. I will be teaching you the history of shinobi and chakra, and how beings have come to harness and bend the elements to their whims via chakra. Naruto smiled, his eyes clearly showing excitement and interest, as he simply sat there and listened to the wizened fox sharing its wisdom. Many hours went by, and just after finishing an example of how a kaiten, fire, jutsu works, Kyubi finished its lecture. Alright, Naruto, It's been about 16 hours in here, so your body should be rested enough to begin the physical training I have planned for you today. Okay, Kyubi-sensei. I'll be leaving then. That session was cool. I didn't think that shinobi were so fancy, Naruto joked with a smile before bowing to his sensei and phased out of his mind. Real world. Even though he believed Kyubi, it was still hard to believe that only 8 hours had passed in this time. He enjoyed the sounds of the forest just waking up with him. It made him rather happy and calm. Naruto, grab some breakfast from your backpack, stretch and then begin your physical training. Naruto did as he was told and got a box of cereal he had packed. After eating, he stretched out his body as best he thought it should be before giving Kyubi the go-ahead. Alright, now that you are done, we can start, just so you know what you are getting into. By the time you go to sleep tonight, I want you to have completed 200 push-up, 200 sit-ups, 200 log kicks, 200 log punches, 200 chin-ups, as well as run 5 miles. You may think this is a lot for your first day, but if you forgot, I am here. Plus, this is important fitness for a shinobi's physical abilities. You need to be able to both give and take blows. This training will help you cope with the physical pain of fighting. I suggest you get started on your running. Without my chakra, your endurance is quite lacking right now. Naruto was rather blown away at his new regimen, but was still excited to begin his life as a shinobi. He did as the Kyubi suggested and started off on running. And finished it, but later than he would have liked. He then started on the rest of his workout, letting the hours pass by as he bled and sweated while finishing his tasks. Eventually he finished them, and grabbed a quick ramen cup for his dinner, though it took him a while to build a good enough fire to heat the water he had found in a steam well enough to soften the noodles. After dinner he put out the fire and went back to the tree to get some rest. Mindscape. Naruto heard the usual drips and simply got up and followed the pipes once more. He reached the cage and bowed respectfully before taking a seat on the floor. Did you finish the physical training I gave you today? Kyubi asked in a bored tone, getting a nod from its student. Very well, I would continue where I left off yesterday. But I am not a school teacher, so I am going to skip all of the filler information about chakra and its history. Since I gave you the most important points last night, today I will teach you about controlling chakra to do things like enhance your physical performances, such as running, jumping, etc. You will learn the many ways chakra can help you in most things that you do every day. By the end, I expect you to attempt and accomplish some of the easier exercises. Be warned, Naruto, that what you do accomplish physically here will not be transmitted to your body, so when you wake up you will mentally remember what to do, but your body will have to relearn how to do it. Learning anything physical in your mind just allows you to learn it faster in real time because you already know what you need to do. You just need to reapply it to your physical body. Naruto was a bit annoyed that had to reteach himself out of his mind every physical thing he learned, but he still couldn't help but be excited that he was actually learning to use chakra. After many hours of lectures and then trial and error, Naruto finally got a grasp on controlling his chakra. Much to his disappointment, when he was really starting to get into all the different things he could do, Kyubi's voice rang out, getting the boy's attention. I see you have a fairly decent grasp of chakra control. I am rather impressed for someone at your age to do so, but with your Ka-san's Kekkei Genkai I am not surprised, Kyubi said, though mentally slapping itself for mentioning Naruto's taboo. Not much to Kyubi's surprise at the mention of Kushina, Naruto's grin turned into a scowl, and his jovial eyes took a rather hateful look. So, Kushina left me a Kekkei Genkai ne? What is it, Kyubi-sensei? Will it at least be more useful to me than she was? Naruto asked in an emotionless tone. Kyubi mentally cringed at the boy's reaction to his mother, but quickly steeled itself and get back to the point at hand. I would say so, Naruto. It is actually one of the stronger Kekkei Genkais I've ever come across. It may not be a dojutsu like the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan or Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that reside in Konoha. But in sheer ingenuity, raw power, and nearly limitless applications, I doubt anything could match it. Sadly though, because it doesn't have a physical outward manifestation, the Uzumaki clan never had any reason for naming it. However, I did learn what it entailed before I was sealed. For all intensive purposes, it's a chakra multiplier. Their Kekkei Genkai bestows upon them literally 4 times the chakra reserves of normal people. The best example I can give you is yourself actually. After you were born, but prior to my sealing in you, you already had the chakra reserves of a mid-level genin, which for being a newborn baby is amazing to most people. But this is commonplace for Uzumaki babies, of course. After my sealing in you, your personal reserves shot through the roof because are fusing chakra. So I'd estimate that after I was sealed in you and the fusion started, your reserves jumped to mid-chunin level before you were even 1 year old. But getting back to their abilities, because of this large chakra capacity, they were able to learn harder level jutsus sooner than most shinobi of the same age or rank, easily reaching higher shinobi ranks at younger ages. And after a time they had actually decided to make their own jutsu style named after themselves. They took versions of the most known jutsus in Fire Country and hybridized them with their Kekkei Genkai. These jutsus, although very similar in both hand seals and performance to use them compared to their original counterparts, were in a league of their own when it came to their results in the field. Truth be told, as was the Uzumaki clan and their personalized jutsus that had forced me back into the forest where I fought with your two san. That is the gist of one of your Kekkei Genkais, Naruto, and with the training I'll be giving you, you'll be thanking the high heavens for it. Naruto absorbed the entire topic like a sponge, and although he hated his mother and her clan for what they did, he could not deny the Uzumaki blood that ran through his veins and the advantages their Kekkei Genkai gave him, no matter how much he wished it. Knowing that sulking would do nothing to alleviate his feelings towards them, he grew intent on learning anything he could about their abilities and making them his own. Arigato Kyubi-sensei. I am sure my Kekkei Genkai will help during my training as well as afterwards, he said, bowing. Also, what did you mean by just one of my Kekkei Genkais? Do I have more? It's fine, you deserve to know what is inside of you, whether it be me or something else. I will not keep that from you if you ask. As for your question, you have another Kekkei Genkai. And a third one that is my own. The second one is your two sans actually. This one as well doesn't have a name because as with the Uzumakis it has no outward manifestation. The reason you two san was called the Yellow Flash was because of his ability to use the Hiraishin no Jutsu. A jutsu which no one since has been able to successfully use to my knowledge. However, what you probably don't know is that the Hiraishin itself isn't his Kekkei Genkai. It's just a jutsu he created when using his true Kekkei Genkai. Much like the Juken is used by the Hyugas, Byakugan and Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu for the Uchiha's Sharingan. Officially though, his Kekkei Genkai has to do with the cells in his body, which allow him to move at the speed of light without having his internal organs and bones crushed from the sheer pressure exuded at that speed. Because of his Kekkei Genkai's ability to keep his body in a stable state at ungodly speeds, it became only natural that only his bloodline could actually harness the power of the Hiraishin no Jutsu after its creation. And so that is your second Kekkei Genkai, Naruto. As for your third, it's not really a Kekkei Genkai per se, mainly because it's not in your blood, it's in your chakra. I like to call it a demon limit, but I digress. When you get older and you absorb more of my chakra, you'll gain some of my abilities and likenesses, but you won't have to worry about what they are for some time. I'd rather have you concentrate on your training for now. Naruto just stared at the large fox for a good 10 minutes before a reaction finally erupted from him, in a long and rather maniacal laugh. So, you're pretty much telling me I am going to be an awesome shinobi when I get older after all your training? He asked excitedly. Well, I certainly wasn't exaggerating when first told you that after my training you're going to be the strongest shinobi that this realm will ever see. The fox grinned back, liking the boy's attitude towards all that he was told. But don't let all I told you go to your head. You still have to survive my training, Naruto, and now that you know your limits I won't be going easy on you. Hi Kyubi-sensei. He smirked back, not being able to wait to get back to training. Okay, now get back out. It's about time you started your physical training again. Hi Kyubi-sensei. He yelled before phasing out of his mind. Real world. Naruto woke up from his sleep refreshed as usual, did a few stretches before grabbing a quick bite to eat, and waited for instructions from his sensei. Alright Naruto. First I want you to get your body under control of your chakra like you had done in your mind. Naruto nodded, and took the last few morning hours to reacquaint his body with chakra control. Once he had it down to where he is currently at in his mental training, he stretched some more, knowing his real training was coming soon. Very good Naruto, you actually got your body a bit more used to chakra control than you had it in your mind. Now for today's regimen I want you to do 500 push-up, 500 sit-ups, 500 log kicks, 500 log punches, 500 chin-ups, as well as run 25 miles, but I don't want you to use your chakra except for your last 200 reps of each set, and last 15 miles. I want you to both build up your body's toughness and strength, while also getting used to using your chakra for different things. It will be good practice for you. Hi Kyubi-sensei, he acknowledged before bounding off. This is how things went for Naruto in Kyubi's training. The boy would learn ninjutsus, genjutsus, taijutsus, and shinobi history while he slept in his mind, then took those lessons he had learned and incorporated them into his body while he was awake. Kyubi was rather impressed. The boy was like a well-oiled machine when it came to lectures and training, and sooner than either of them realized 8 months of their training went by. 8 months later, Naruto had just finished his daily regimen of tasks that his sensei had him currently following. He was now up to 2,100 reps of every exercise, running for 50 miles. Did weapons practice, chakra control exercises such as tree climbing and water walking. He also began learning rudimentary jutsus such as the substitution, henge, bushin. Naruto himself now looked a lot more fit than he had prior to leaving the village. His body grew more, thanks to his training, and his sensei for teaching him important survival skills as well. Naruto was currently picking up the Suriname and kunai he had been practicing with earlier and put them away before he went to grab some fish he would grill up for dinner. Naruto began cooking the fish over the fire he made with the only elemental jutsu Kyubi was willing to teach him at that time, which was for survival's sake only. Naruto Hi Kyubi Sensei. I think we have spent enough time here. Tomorrow I want to head to Wind Country, more specifically to Suna. You need to learn people's skills, as well as a few Doton, Earth, and Futon, Wind, Jutsu. Yes, I am finally allowing you to learn elemental jutsu outside of your mind. However, your daily regimen will not change, so do not push yourself with learning a bunch of new jutsu all at once. You will have time, so don't rush into things, understand? Naruto listened intently to his sensei and was actually a bit sad to have to leave this place that was his home for nearly a year. But on the other hand, the prospect of going to a new place and even learning jutsu was too exciting to pass up, and a smile fell upon his face. Hi Kyubi Sensei, he answered before grabbing his fish and ate merrily. As he slept, Naruto did mental training with his sensei as usual. This training was commencing much faster than his physical training simply because of the time he spent doing it. By now he had learned all the concepts of ninjutsus and their elements, the activation and dispelling of genjutsus, and the pros and cons of different taijutsu styles. He was currently learning the concepts of nature manipulation in chakra and the results it can have on jutsu, as well as the little information that the Kyubi had on healing chakra. Kyubi had finished its night of lecturing early because it wanted Naruto to get an early start towards Suna. Naruto awoke, had a quick breakfast, and headed towards the land of wind after packing his stuff. Kyubi knew this realm like the back of its paw and knew every shortcut imaginable to get to Suna faster. It only took Naruto half the day to get to the outskirts of the desert using his chakra to enhance his speed, and the directions from his sensei. Wow. This looks like a giant lake, only with sand instead of water, Naruto said, gapping towards the nearly never-ending sea of sand. Trust me Naruto, it's a lot bigger than you think, and if we want to get to Suna before nightfall, I think you should use my chakra. Naruto nodded and grinned happily. Naruto didn't want his sensei to know, but for some reason anytime he used Kyubi's almost unlimited chakra supply, it always felt warm and welcoming inside his body. He didn't know why it was like that. His own chakra felt cool and calming, but the red chakra he could honestly say he enjoyed using simply because of the feelings it gave him. No sooner had his grin appeared, was he already kicking up a dust storm in his wake heading towards the hidden sand village. Sand village? No, you can't play with us, you freak. A young boy screamed at another young child with dark red hair. But why not? You guys need another person, right? The redhead spoke, confused on what the problem was. We do. But we don't want you to be it, so why don't you just leave? Another boy shouted, before grabbing a pebble and launching it at the redhead, hitting him in the face. The little redhead was rather scared when he saw the group of boys move towards him. Sure, he hadn't actually done anything to them. Hell, all he asked was to play with them. But that still didn't stop something in his subconscious from snapping. The boy grabbed his head in pain and began to groan, slightly falling to one knee, before the sand on the ground around his feet began to shift around almost like it was alive. The sand picked up faster, and then out of nowhere a large missile of sand shot out at the boy who threw the rock. The sand was almost to its target before a voice called out, halting its attack, falling to the ground immediately. Hey! What are you guys doing to that poor kid? You know it isn't nice to pick on others, the voice rang out. What's it to you? You must not live here if you don't know this kid is just some freak, the pebble-throwing boy retorted snidely. The mysterious boy disappeared soon after the sentence was said before all 7 boys who were bullying the redhead toppled over in pain, bruises appearing on their bodies. They looked back at the mysterious boy, fear evident in their faces, before they all ran home in fear and pain. Hey, kid, you okay? He called out to the redhead, whom looked up to see bright blonde hair and a pair of blue eyes staring at him. The redhead was still scared though, and when the blonde leant his hand down to help him up, the sand from before clamped down on the hand and crushed it with a sickening crunch. The blonde cringed and slightly cried out in pain, as the sand slunk away, showing a now bloodied stump. The blonde stood up and closed his eyes in concentration before red chakra encompassed his hand, repairing the crushed bones and ripped skin. Once his hand was better, the blonde tested it out, and nodded in satisfaction on its recovery before looking back towards the redhead, who was just staring at him in pure shock and fear. "Hey, you mind not doing that again, it really hurt," he blonde said with a smile on his face before extending his hand once more to the boy. Slowly but surely the redhead got courage enough to grab the boy's hand and was helped to his feet. Naruto smiled while still shaking the boy's hand. "My name is Kazama Arashi, I just came here from Konoha. What's your name?" The redhead was rather taken aback from Naruto's behavior. No one had ever stayed around him for more than 5 minutes, especially if they lived in this village, and even more especially if they saw the weird sand thing he did. Not even he knew what it was or why it happened. However, something inside the boy told him to try to be friends with this weird blonde-haired boy, and he did just that, finally beginning to put in an effort to shake. "I am Sabaku no Gaara," the redhead said, still apprehensive about talking too much to the boy. "Gaara, cool name." Gaara, surprising himself, actually had the nerve to smile at the boy's simple adjective towards his name. They soon returned to their normal stances and went to a swing set that was nearby. A quiet atmosphere hung around the two as they swung. After some time, Naruto couldn't take the silence and spoke. "So, Gaara, why were those kids, picking on you?" Gaara physically stiffened at the mention of the other kids, but relaxed after remembering what Naruto had done to them. He held a downcast expression. "I don't really know, they keep calling me a demon, or freak. I am not sure why. It might have to do with that sand thing that attacked you, or they hate me because I am the Kage's son and not them." Naruto frowned at his answer, before smiling. "I see. Well, other than crushing my hand, I think that sand thing is pretty cool. And you must be pretty strong if you are the son of the leader of the village, right?" I guess, I haven't really thought about it. I am usually worried about people yelling or throwing things at me." "Wow, he is really similar to me," Naruto thought offhandedly. "Gomen. I know how you feel though." Naruto paused before sighing. "Back in my village people didn't like me either. Also for things I can't control," he finished, leaving what he meant hanging in the air. Gaara looked up from the ground towards the blonde boy, wondering what happened, and voiced his curiosity. "What things couldn't you control? Was it something like my sand?" He grinned. "Remember that red chakra? Well, people saw that and didn't think it was natural either, so they called me names and tried to hurt me too. I think we are actually pretty similar, you and I." After a few moments, Gaara let out a small smile. "Hi, perhaps we are Arashi." Their conversation continued on for several hours while getting to know one another, with Naruto even getting a few laughs out of the usually negative redhead. However, Naruto soon noticed how late it was getting and decided to try to find a hotel. However, Gaara had other plans, and invited the blonde to his family's mansion to spend the night. After learning of the boy's plight, after a good 10 minutes of arguing, Naruto finally gave in, and they were off to Gaara's home. During the walk, Naruto and Kyubi had a conversation between themselves. "Naruto, hi Kyubi-sensei. And if I may be so bold as to ask, where were you? You were rather quiet while I was talking to Gaara." "This is your life, Naruto. You must live it your way. I will not be interfering in it when I don't have to. However, I do wish to talk to you about your new friend there. I am sure you've guessed that the sand attack that crushed your hand isn't normal, correct?" The fox questioned. "Hi, but it seems Gaara doesn't know what it is either." "I am not surprised. Shukaku was never one for pleasantries or introductions," Kyubi stated offhandedly. "Shukaku? Hi. From the history of shinobi that I thought you should remember there are 9 biju in this realm. Shukaku is the Ichibi, and if I am not mistaken he is the one controlling the sand, meaning that your friend is actually exactly like you, a Jinchuriki, of the Ichibi no Shukaku, but it seems Shukaku hasn't talked with his host yet, so the poor boy doesn't even know he is a Jinchuriki, hence why he doesn't know what the sand is." "I see. Should I tell him?" "That is up to you. Being a Jinchuriki yourself, you can relate to the boy like no one else can, and even become good friends, whom may later on prove to be a valuable ally, so I would say to tell him, but only him, of who you really are." "I understand, sensei. Arigato for the advice. I will see what I can do," Naruto said respectfully before zoning back into the walk. A few minutes after his talk, the two boys came upon a large mansion with the Kage symbol etched into the front gate. Gaara simply nipped his finger and pressed the blood to the symbol, before the gate swung open, letting both boys pass. Gaara and Naruto walked into the house and was greeted by one of the many servants who took care of the house. After explaining who Naruto was, the servant left to get his father. A few moments passed before a tall man in cage robes entered the small area. He was a fairly tall brown-haired man, who didn't look all that welcoming to his son and guest. So I hear you had to save my son from a bunch of kids bullying him, he said in a gruff voice. Well, it was 7-1, hardly fair, I think, Naruto retorted. 7, huh? Well, I suppose I owe you my thanks for saving him then, Mr. Kazama Arashi. Naruto cut in to introduce himself. Kazama-san, now then, what can I do to make us even? I dislike owing people favors, he asked in a slightly peeved voice. Naruto asked for lodging and a possible sensei to teach you Doton and Futon jutsus for the next few months. Anyo, would it be possible to find me lodging for a few months? I am rather strapped for money right now. Oh, and maybe a sensei to teach me some Futon jutsu that your village is so famous for, as well as a few Doton, he requested, while bowing respectfully. The Kazekage quirked a curious eyebrow at boy's request. He figured the boy would just want money, but his requests were actually quite strange to him. If you promise to stay out of the way, you may stay here. Letting you stay in a hotel under my orders free of charge would be too troublesome with the paperwork I'd get. However, for your second request, as the Kazekage of this village, I would like to know why such a young boy who has no ties to any shinobi village would wish to learn our village's jutsu. He now asked suspiciously. Arigato Kazekage-sama for the hospitality. I promise to not get in your way while here. And, well, truth be told, my parents and I were planning to move here. But while we were in the desert, we were ambushed by a bunch of shinobi bandits and both my parents were killed. I was barely able to escape when a sandstorm occurred and I could get away, finally ending up here. The reason I want to learn jutsu is so that if that happens again I can protect myself. My parents were ex-shinobi, so they taught me the basics of being a shinobi. But that alone won't help me in the real world, so I hope you can help me, Naruto said, lying through his teeth and finding it pretty easy to make up a story like that on the spot. Gaara's father stared at the boy, examining him with strict scrutiny. But finding no deceit in his voice, posture or eyes. His eyes had actually softened slightly at the mention of his parents dying. He himself was still heartbroken over the lose of his wife after Gaara's birth. Most people see the Kazekage as a heartless and cold man who cares nothing for his family and only his position as the village leader, but that's just because he has to be for appearance's sake. After all, if the cage is weak, the village is weak. He loves his 3 children very much, but it's hard to show it when your wife died right after the last one is born, and then dealing with the pressures of being a leader to an entire village. Gomenasai for your parents, Kazama-san. For now my home is your home, and I will see what I can do about getting you a sensei. Perhaps Baki could do it, he answered softly, but still holding its natural gruffness. Naruto bowed respectfully again. Arigato Kazekage-sama, and you may call me by Arashi if you wish. He doesn't seem like such a cold person once you get to know him, or happen to pull on one of his heartstrings like I accidentally did, Naruto though with a light-hearted inner chuckle. You are probably tired. Gaara, show Arashi-san here to one of the guest rooms, and also introduce him to your Oni-san, older brother, and Oni-san, older sister, he ordered before leaving towards a room which looked like an office. Both Gaara and Naruto bowed to the cage as he left for his office. Gaara then had Naruto follow him through the halls of the mansion. Soon enough they were at a door obviously for children, with the colors being much different than the rest of the house. Gaara slid open the door and walked inside with Naruto close behind. The room was surprisingly bright compared to the rest of the house, obviously for the children's sakes. Gaara led Naruto farther into the room, and into a side room where 2 children were playing, a boy with brown hair playing with a train set, and a girl with blonde hair much like Naruto's playing with a doll. Kankuro, Tamari, Gaara called out. Both children slightly stiffened at the voice's owner before looking at him, though soon noticing Naruto's presence close behind gaining slightly shocked expressions. Gaara never brought people home. Gaara. Tamari said in a slight shout. Gaara noticed the looks he was getting and was getting slightly apprehensive about the whole situation, but before anything was said his savior finally spoke, saving him the trouble of breaking the silence. Hi. My name is Kazama Arashi, I am Gaara's friend. Who are you two? He shouted curiously. At both the words the boy spoke and sheer volume he spoke it in, the two just looked even more shocked. I am Sabaku no Kankuro, Gaara's Oni-san, the boy spoke. I am Sabaku no Tamari, and I am Gaara's and Kankuro's Oni-san, the girl finished. Naruto nodded with an almost calculative expression on his face, before a grin spread on it. Cool. Gaara didn't tell me he had a Ni-san and Nei-san. Do you mind if I play with you guys? The two looked rather apprehensive but nodded nonetheless. And showed him taut a toy chest with Gaara behind him. The children played for nearly an hour, just simply playing with the toys and each other. Not many words were spoken, but in this situation none really needed to be said. Just for the fact that all four seemed to enjoy each other's company now was enough to go on. However, Naruto became tired and soon asked Gaara to show him to the guest room to get some rest before he met his sensei. Gaara did so and left Naruto to his own devices to get settled in, before heading back to his room to continue playing, noting both Kankuro and Temari were already in bed as well. Mindscape. Like clockwork, Naruto woke up in the sewer-like environment, before going to the golden cage. Seems like you had a fun day, Naruto Kyubi said in a bored tone. He nodded with a smile. Hi, they were pretty fun. I am glad Gaara was able to open up around me. I'd feel sad if someone who is like me doesn't want to be my friend. Hi, that would be unfortunate, but luckily that isn't the case, so do not worry about what ifs. You should be worried about the fact that with everything you did with that boy. You skipped today's physical training. Kyubi left the insinuation in the air until it snickered, seeing Naruto's face fall into sheer terror. Do not worry, Naruto, your befriending of Sabaku no Gaara was a large step forward for you. Not only in gaining new friends, but also a powerful allies in the future. In that case, I suppose that I can forgive your insubordination. This once, Kyubi pretended to finish its sentence while smirking at Naruto's relieved facial expression. I'll just make you do today's regimen tomorrow, on top of what you'd already have to do tomorrow, instead of making you do it right now. It barked in laughter, seeing Naruto start to bawl on the floor, crying at the unfairness. I am going to get you back somehow, Kyubi-sensei, he promised after regaining his composure with a wicked smile. Although to say that Kyubi and Naruto's relationship are on friendly terms would be far from the truth, to also say that they hate each other would be quite the contrary as well. Since Kyubi began to train the boy, both of them began to tolerate each other a lot more than before. You could even be so bold to say that they are closer than just acquaintances, but definitely not friends. They make a few jokes here or there at each other's expense, but that's about as far as it has gotten. Good luck with that, Naruto. I am jailed up inside of a 7-year-old boy. I can't see how much worse it could get. Anyway, we are wasting valuable training time, so let's start from where I last left off. Kyubi spoke, finishing off in sensei mode. The next day, Kyubi had stopped Naruto's mental training a few hours early to allow him to get more time to get his physical training done. Naruto had a pretty hard time keeping himself scarce while he trained, lest he rouse suspicion of his actions and put in jail with Suna thinking him a spy. Or just throw him out, thankfully, because he wasn't in any suspicion to begin with. It was easy to trick any Suna guards that he was just running home. Or whatever excuse he came up with. By the time he finally finished, he was too pooped to poop, as they say, when he re-entered the Casecage's mansion to get breakfast. Sadly though, his stomach would have to wait, since apparently the Casecage asked him into his office the moment he got in. He appeared to know what Naruto was up to but didn't seem to mind. To the relief of the boy, Naruto trudged into the cage's office. To see a rather spacious room, much like the Hokage's office. Only a lot more open. The windows in the office were all open, so when the breeze blew it entered the office and allowed a moment of coolness to refresh the room and any inhabitants. Naruto noticed Gaara's father sitting at a desk in the middle of the room, and also noticed another man on a kneeling posture in front of the desk. Naruto took a moment to look at the man, easily telling he was a Junin by his tan flak jacket. He was hesitant to enter, but soon got a nod and wave from the Casecage to enter. Arashi-san, you are in luck. I was just talking with Baki here. And he said that he would be glad to help you and learn a few of our village's jutsu as a thank you for helping Gaara. However, he did request a test of sorts to see where you stand skill-wise. You will be trained either way because I am the one requesting it, but I suggest you go all out. I heard your exploits from several of the patrols of the regimen you pulled off today, so Baki and I know you are fairly competent in the shinobi ways. Arigato for the opportunity to learn this village's jutsu's, Casecage-sama. Baki-sensei, Naruto responded, bowing. If I may, I would like to get started as soon as possible, so if Baki-sensei is ready, could we do the test now? Both of the men in the room looked at the boy with slightly widened eyes. This boy had just finished a very taxing regimen of physical exercises, stamina and endurance, and yet he was asking to be tested by a Junin immediately. Both men looked at each other for a second before smiling slightly, thinking the same thing. This boy is something else. Baki got up from his position on the floor. Very well, Arashi. I was planning on letting you rest a bit first, but if you wish to begin now, that is also fine. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, waiting for the men to lead him to the dojo which test would be taken in. The dojo was the stereotypical kind, weapons hanging on the walls, wooden dummies in the corner, and a wide open matted area for training. The Casecage went into the middle of the ring, and told the men to get in their positions. Alright, Arashi. The goal of this test is simple. Get a single hit on Baki. Nothing but taijutsu is allowed. The Casecage ruled, before slicing his hand down. signifying the beginning of the match. Both Naruto and Baki disappeared from sight for a moment before the thudding of feet was constantly heard on the floor. Naruto knew he was pretty advanced physically for his age, but going against a veteran Chunin in taijutsu? It seemed rather silly in his opinion since he couldn't very well win. But he decided he liked the thought of a challenge and took the initiative to fight with everything he had. He let his chakra flow to enhance his speed and strength to try to catch up to the older man. Baki on the other hand was quite fascinated by the boy. Although he was clearly no match for him, that only seemed to drive the boy that much harder. Like the challenge made him work that much more, and inevitably make him that much stronger the longer the fight lasted. Not only that but both the boy's speed, power, control over his chakra was astounding to say the least for a boy no older than 8. Both he and the Kazekage knew that whoever the boy's father was either a masochistic sensei, or a damn genius to get a boy this young this far in such little time. Nearly an hour had passed and the fight was still going, surprising both Baki and the Kazekage yet again in the kid's stamina. Where the hell is this boy getting all this stamina and chakra from? He should have collapsed by now. They both thought in slight awe of the boy's performance. Not much later however, the match was called. Naruto had finally accomplished his test. Though in a way neither of the men would have thought he would with how he was fighting. Although clearly looking beaten to a pulp, Naruto still held his own pretty well considering the vast difference between him and his opponent. He was able to take a nice slice into Baka's arm, when he seemed to have accidentally dropped his guard and gave the Chunin a clear opening to his chest. Baki took full advantage thinking Naruto was getting tired and gave a hard punch into the boy, but not noticing Naruto's smirk till it was too late, while raised his hand on top of Baka's forearm and just let momentum do the rest, leaving almost 3-6-inch long cuts along his arm. Baki got out of his fighting stance once he felt the slight sting in his arm, and smirked at the bloodied boy who was just indented into the far wall and currently slouching over on the floor. Not bad, Arashi, Baki congratulated, waiting for the boy's eventual revival. Surprisingly from the skill, stamina, and ingenuity you've shown me, I think I can safely teach you a few standard Genin level Futon Jutsus, and a few Chunin level Doten Judas. Do you agree with my choice, Kazekage-sama? Hi, he is more skilled than we first believed him to be. I agree with your assessment, Baki. By the way, Arashi-san, I am curious as to who your 2-san was. You said he was a ninja and had trained you, correct? Naruto smiled at the compliments he got from the men, but frowned at the mention of his father. Anyo, from what he and my Ka-san told me, they were both Chunin in the Hidden Leaf Village, but got bored with their lives as civilians, and decided to move to Suna for a change of scenery, and well, you know the rest, he answered in a forlorn tone. He gave a sad smile to the boy. I see. Arigato for telling me, Arashi-san. Once you recover, you and Baki may begin your jutsu training, he finished, leaving the dojo to return to his cage duties. Naruto and Baki went to the Suna hospital to get their injuries healed. Before they went outside the walls of the village to begin Naruto's jutsu training. Once they got to a good training spot, Baki began to explain to Naruto the pros and cons of using Futon and Doten jutsus. Naruto had already learned this from Kyubi's nightly lectures, so he just pretended to listen, wondering what kind of jutsus he would learn from the man. Once he finished, Baki told Naruto of the possible list of jutsu he would attempt to teach him within the parameters of him only being there a few months. Seems this will be a pointless journey, Naruto. I can already tech you all of these jutsu he just described to you. I was hoping he would give you a few that were newly invented after I was sealed, but seems we have no such luck, Kyubi stated, annoyed at the situation. That sucks. What is the plan then, Kyubi-sensei? He asked downtrodden. Well, it's not a complete waste. It means I won't have to teach you those while in your mental training sessions, since you'll be shown by Baki, meaning I can teach you the advanced versions while you sleep, since you need to learn how to perform of the beginner jutsus to be able to perform the Chunin and Chunin level Futon and Doten jutsus anyway. For now, listen to the man and practice them when you can. If you get stuck on one, well, use some of the mental training sessions to perfect them. Hi. I will do my best, Kyubi-sensei. I know you will, Naruto. Kyubi answered, letting a small smile show, though unseen by Naruto. For the next 4 months, Naruto's daily regimen changed slightly to incorporate Baka's lessons. Both Baki and the Kazekage himself were surprised at the rate in which Naruto learned the jutsus that Baki had told him to learn. At some point, they both began to wonder if Naruto was a ninjutsu prodigy, but quickly dismissed it from Naruto's rather questionable method of learning, never stopping for rest or food until he mastered the jutsu he was on at the time, being the main example. Unknown to Naruto, he was learning them so quickly that Baki had actually run out of elementary Futon jutsu to teach him and had to upgrade the skill level he taught to low Chunin. The Doton however gave Naruto harder trouble even with his mental training sessions to help, so the Doton stayed at mid-Chunin. At some point Baki suspected, but never had a reason to ask if Naruto actually had wind for his elemental affinity, which would explain his uncanny ability to learn futon jutsu so easily, and also why the Doton jutsus gave him a hard time. In the realm of nature, wind and earth were polar opposites. During his breaks from training, Naruto spent time exploring the Sand Village, as well as becoming better friends with Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. He enjoyed the fact that he got smiles instead of glares from the villagers when they walked down the street to buy supplies or food. However, he disliked the fact that Gaara was the one being glared at by the villagers. There were many times when the glares happened that Naruto wanted to just scream at the people for being fools, but he knew it would only not help Gaara, but actually make it worse for the boy, so he held his tongue for the boy's sake. It had been nearly a full year since Naruto had left the Hidden Leaf Village and began his training with Kyubi. He was rather surprised that so much time had passed so quickly, but then remembered all that had happened and couldn't help but smile. He knew he had become so much stronger than he was when he was living in the Leaf Village. Thinking back, he actually became a little disgusted with how pathetic he was. But he knew it was understandable with the conditions he had to live with. Now however, it was a whole other ball game. With all the training he had done, he felt confident he could sufficiently defend himself against most people who wished to harm him, save for maybe shinobi that were Chunin or higher. Content with how everything turned out for him so far, he decided, with Kyubi's guidance of course, that it was time for him to move on and go to another village to train more. K's Cage Mansion. A knock at the door aroused the Cage's attention from his never-ending paperwork. "Who is it?" Arashi answered the voice from beyond the door. "Ah, Arashi-kun. Please come in." Naruto slid the door open and got in his usual sitting position in front of Cage's desk, before bowing slightly in respect. "What brings you to my office tonight, Naruto-kun?" the man asked with a small smile. Though trying to hide it for some time, the Cage had actually begun to like the little blonde boy. Naruto was actually more of a positive influence on his children than he was when it came to getting them to try to become shinobi. Seeing Naruto's strength and being younger than them seemed to influence his kids, and before he knew it they had begun asking him to put them into the Shinobi Academy to become shinobi just like Naruto. Funny thing was that any time he tried to do the same, both Kankuro and Temari would scream they'd never join, with Gaara just nodding in agreement. But now they would scream if refused their admittance. "Anyo, I just wanted to say arigato for all that you have given me and allowed me for these past 4 months, Cage-sama," Naruto said, bowing once more, making the man quirk an eyebrow at Naruto's wording, but let the boy continue unquestioned. "I believe that it is about time I head back home. Baki-san has taught me so much. I think by now I am unjustly taking advantage of your kindness if I have him teach me more. Plus I think with all your great jutsus I know, I won't ever have to worry about not being able to defend myself again," he finished with a smile. "I see. Well, that is certainly your decision to make, Arashi-kun, and if you ever decide to change your mind, you will always be welcomed in this village as a citizen and shinobi. Arigato for all your help and hospitality. I will keep that though in mind, Cage-sama. I will be leaving tomorrow afternoon then." Naruto bowed once more before getting up and leaving the office. The Cage just smiled as the boy left the office, shook his head with a chuckle and went back to his dreaded paperwork. Naruto finally decided that it was time Gaara found out about who he really was. Naruto knew firsthand how confusing and frustrating it was to have people hate you for a reason not even you know about, so before he headed to bed, he went into Gaara's room and told the redhead he had something important to tell him privately before he left the next day. "Naruto's room? What's so important you had to drag me out of my room for, Naruto?" Gaara asked, slightly annoyed. "Anyo, well, remember our talk when we first met about your sand and my red chakra?" Naruto asked with a sad and apprehensive expression on his face, while getting a nod from the redhead. Naruto spent nearly an hour explaining the important part of shinobi history that pertained to the Biju, before finally getting to the most difficult part of the conversation. "Well, you see, Gaara, the villages finally learned how to harness the Biju's strength. They sealed the demon inside newborn babies with undeveloped chakra systems, which would allow for a much safer and stable fusion of the child and demon, creating what's called a Jinchuriki. My whole point being is that..." Naruto paused, already noting Gaara's face changing. "That is what we are, you and I. We are both Jinchuriki." Gaara didn't move for a good minute before his reaction was instantaneous. He fell on the floor, thinking the exact same things that Naruto had thought about when he had found out. Naruto simply put a hand on the boy's shoulder for support and let him express his anguish unhindered. After nearly 15 minutes, Gaara finally calmed down and saw a smiling Naruto staring back at him. "Hey Gaara, I know exactly how you feel, man, but there are things you should know." About being a Jinchuriki, it's not all bad actually. Having a demon sealed inside us does have a few advantages, especially when it comes to being a shinobi. Your sand, for example, it seems to be controlled by your demon. But what if you trained with him, and learned how to harness its powers for yourself? You could then learn how to control that sand, and use it as your own personalized weapon. For us, our powers are far beyond what other people could possibly imagine. I am not saying, however, that power is everything. Our lives will always be rough because people fear what they don't understand, or they want to manipulate things for their own gain. All I am saying is that not everything about being one of us is bad, so you shouldn't be all gloom and doom. You have a demon sealed inside you just like me. We should take advantage of the powers they provide us with. We may be Jinchuriki, but we are not demons. That is what my sensei Kyubi told me. Gaara just listened to the wizened boy, who seemed to know all the answers for the questions that were swimming throughout his mind. Gaara thought very hard about what Naruto told him about turning the demon into a strength for himself when he becomes a shinobi instead of hindrance later. Gaara then remembered what his sand had done to Naruto, and a small glint of excitement gleamed inside of his cyan eyes. Maybe you were right, Arashi, Gaara said lowly. Our lives will not be easy, Gaara, but at least we have each other, right? You and we have someone we can relate to, and help out when the other needs it. I'll promise to always be your friend and to be there for you whenever I can be, okay? Hi, the redhead responded with a small smile in his lips. For the first time in a very long time, he was happy, truly happy. Gaara saw Naruto yawn, and laughed lightly before bidding good night to his friend. Friend, it's a word still unknown to Gaara, but he was beginning to understand its meaning. Naruto went to bed, and as per usual had his nightly mental training session learning a few high Junin level Futon Jutsu, as well as low level Junin Doton Jutsu. However, before he left his mind after the session was over, he had a question for the fox. Kyubi-sensei? Hi Naruto? I was just wondering where you planned on taking me next to train? I was thinking of sending you to Water Country and specifically to the Kiri, to try to find another person there to teach you some of the Suiten, water jutsu they are famous for, Kyubi answered, lightly laughing at Naruto's face. Are there going to be a lot of Suiten jutsus that you can teach me too? He asked with puppy dog eyes, though Naruto never realizing foxes weren't exactly fond of certain dogs. Perhaps, it answered, chuckling at Naruto's attempt to guilt it into teaching him. Well, I do know a few Suiten jutsus that were used almost exclusively by the Naidem Hokage, but you'll have to impress me somehow to make me teach you those, and they aren't exactly easy to learn either, so you'll need to show me a rather gifted touch and skill when it comes to casting Suiten jutsu. Naruto's head almost exploded from excitement at hearing he could possibly learn jutsu that the Naidem Hokage once used. Sometimes even Naruto showed too much enthusiasm towards learning, and the Kyubi had to cut him off, but it still made it laugh when Naruto squirmed over new jutsu. Kyubi finally told Naruto to get up and get his physical training and jutsu training done before he left Suna. Sand Village gates. Naruto had just finished saying his goodbyes to the 5 people that showed up to see him off. He remembered vividly the whispered exchange he had with Gaara, when he surprised the boy with a hug. Flashback. Remember what I said that night, Gaara? Learn to use your biju to make you stronger. Don't let the ignorant fools of this village keep you down. Make them learn that you are not to be feared, unless provoked first, and that you are a good person, and lastly don't forget that I will always have your back if you ever need my help, bro, Naruto whispered while embracing the redhead. Arigato, brother, Gaara whispered back to the blonde with a smile. Flashback end. Well, arigato for everything Kazekage-sama, Baki-san, he bowed. I will write you when I can, be safe and take care. He finished with a large grin, before turning around and walked into the desert looking forward to his next training year. It's been 2 days since Naruto had left the Hidden Sand Village and reached the next village to continue his training, the Hidden Mist Village. Although Naruto was much stronger than he was prior to the beginning of his journey and was shown a great range of jutsu from Baki and Sand, he knew that he needed more training, jutsus, and most importantly experience. The problem was who he would get to show him what he needed to learn, other than Kyubi. However, luck seemed to be on Naruto's side once more when he entered Kiri. Come on, don't you people have any skill? A loud voice roared. Who the hell is being so loud so damn early in the morning? Naruto thought, as he went to see what the ruckus was about. Naruto was rather confused when he turned a corner and saw what looked like a sparring match gone to hell, which bled into the streets, though it seemed to be a one-sided fight to Naruto. There was a large man who appeared to be a Mist Junin fighting about 10 other shinobi, all looking to be Junin as well. Suddenly another one of the Junin was thrown into a nearby building, crashing right thought the wall with a loud crack, as the large man laughed insanely. Isn't anyone here a worthy challenge? The man screamed, obviously talking to anyone who was within listening range. Naruto, I want you to challenge that man, but make him agree to show you jutsu if you win, Kyubi voiced inside his mind. Hi Kyubi-sensei, he responded, just a little taken back at the prospect of fighting this man. I will fight you, his voice rang out strong, making all the audience and the man turn towards him. Haha, you people seriously insult me, sending a mere boy to fight against me, hoping it'll stop. You really are pathetic. It's no wonder why we haven't won any of the ninja wars before, he answered, a disgusted and angry tone. If I beat you, you have to teach me whatever you know, Naruto said in a slightly agitated tone. To be underestimated just cause he was a kid wasn't something he took kindly to. Haha, so you are serious then, boy? Very well, however I don't wish to have an idiot child's blood on my hands, so to beat me all you have to do is hit me once, and my name is Momochi Zabuza. Teesh, he is just like Baki-san, underestimating me cause of my age, but it will be easier than actually beating him, at least, Naruto thought, sneering a little. I accept, and I am Kazama Arashi, Naruto answered before disappearing. Zabuza grabbed a foot next to his head that seemed to come out of thin air, making the rest of Naruto appear. He flipped and sent his other leg towards the tall man, but getting blocked as well. Zabuza let go of him and sent a kick towards the boy's chest. Though Naruto was able to block it, the sheer strength of the kick sent him skidding across the dirt. Damn, he is a lot stronger than I thought he'd be. Taking many hits from him isn't smart. Now I see why those Junin had trouble, Naruto thought, shaking the pain out of his arms. Naruto tried this tactic again, and although lasting longer than before, ended up with the same result, only this time being sent into a building instead. Arashi was it. Just give up, if these pathetic Junin couldn't even touch me, what makes you think you can? Zabuza said with a superior smirk, looking at the hole the boy made. Slowly a blue light seemed to emanate from within the hole, before it disappeared, surprising Zabuza. He only had a split second to duck before a leg phased past where his face had just been. He kicked up from where the leg originated and felt a connection, as a body flew into the air, but had been able to land gracefully on the ground. This boy is a lot stronger than I gave him credit for. He has enough knowledge of chakra control and physical training to be able to match the speed of most Chunins. Not only that, but I was able to see his chakra on his feet. For a boy that age to be able to do that is almost unheard of, besides in strong bloodlines with Kekkei Genkai, Zabuza thought, his face unconsciously hardening while looking at the boy. Naruto stood after shaking off another kick, letting the same amount of chakra coat his feet he launched at Zabuza with. Before disappearing once more, Zabuza was ready for the boy to attack. But not for him to fluctuate his chakra so quickly. The boy's speed easily jumped to almost Junin level at that moment. Luckily, from years of shinobi instincts and reflexes, his body was able to react faster than his mind did and swiftly moved his head back just in time for a fist to sweep by his cheek. Not wanting to be one-upped, Zabuza cocked back his fast and sent it drilling into Naruto's exposed ribs, sending the boy a good 30 yards in a beeline before hitting the ground and skidding to a stop. While coughing up blood, Zabuza knew the boy was finished, and began to walk to him to make sure he didn't actually kill him. Oi! You aren't dead, are you? I don't want to explain to the Mizukage why I killed a punk kid in the middle of a street. No, I am not dead, but now you'll have to explain why you will be teaching this punk kid everything you know, Naruto responded with a wheeze, while lightly coughing. What the hell do you mean, boy? You never once touched me, let alone hit me with anything, Zabuza said with an agitated tone, annoyed at the audacity of the kid. Check your cheek. Zabuza did as was told and wiped a finger over the cheek he was close to being struck on, and noticed that there was blood on it. You never hit me, it's probably your own blood. Nice try there, kid, he responded, before Naruto had taken out a kunai and moved it to reflect Zabuza's face in the shiny black metal. How the hell did you cut me? Naruto smirked, wiping the blood from his mouth. You noticed the chakra flaring on my feet, but failed to notice the chakra on my hands. I used the immense chakra to not only gain speed, but I used it as a distraction. The chakra on my hands, however, were there for a direct purpose. I could never hit you with the power and speed difference between us. So I did the next best thing. I used your reflexes as a weakness, making you move without even thinking. But your body moving on its own would never needlessly over-exaggerate emotion, so when I tried to punch you, I never expected it to connect. However, the chakra on my hands had extended my reach another inch, and using Hein, flying swallow, to harden that chakra to make it razor sharp, was able to cut you without you feeling a thing, and thusly giving me the victory in our fight. Zabuza arched a brow at the boy's tactic. Not bad, kid, at least I know you have guts, that will make it partially bearable to teach you, This kid is a lot stronger and smarter than his appearance makes him out to be, he randomly though while watching Naruto getting up from the wrecked wall. Well, let's get going then, kid. I don't have all day, and don't expect me to coddle you either. Once I show you something, I expect you to learn it on your own. Not only is that the best way to learn the jutsu, but it'll also keep you out of my hair, Zabuza said while heading to another part of the village with Naruto in tow. 2 months later, for the last 2 months Naruto learned rudimentary through low chunin suiten jutsus from Zabuza, as well as shinobi skills for any shinobi's use, mainly being assassination skills. Naruto took to learning the suiten jutsus like water. He found them much easier to learn than the doden he learned in sand, mainly because water is the smoothest element to mold with chakra. It has an easy give and take, making them simple to learn. In retrospect, however, also normally one of the weakest elements to use in a fight, being mostly used for defense or escape. The mental training sessions went on as usual, only with Naruto practicing suiten jutsus and assassination techniques now. Mindscape. Naruto was currently working on one of the Inipo jutsus that Kyubi showed him after he began being taught by Zabuza. Although the jutsus up until then were pretty easy for him to understand and apply, Inipo jutsu were 10 times harder to learn, causing both exhaustion and frustration for Naruto. Throughout the entire time he was training in Kiri, he was only able to learn a few Inipo jutsus. Naruto knew he was strong, but feeling himself lack in one aspect of his training utterly infuriated him, and although the Kyubi would poke fun at him, would still help whenever Naruto swallowed his pride and asked for it. Currently Kyubi was watching its student struggle with the Inipo jutsu, trying to henge himself into Sarutobi, only being able to create a second-rate disguise. Ag, damn it. Naruto screamed, causing Kyubi to lightly chuckle and then shakes its head at the boy's frustration while being impressed by his persistence. A thought came to the Kyubi's head, suddenly making it leer at the unsuspecting boy, who was dripping sweat. Naruto felt a cold chill run down his spine, before looking at Kyubi and seeing it leering at him. Now to most people that leer would scare them shit less, but being Naruto he was already used to the fox's facial expressions, and knew the leer was the equivalent to a large smile, a sinister smile, but a smile nonetheless. Kyubi-sensei, what did exactly you just think up to either make me a stronger shinobi or just make my life a living hell? He half-joked. Ah, Naruto, you know me too well. Sadly, for me anyway, it's the former of the two. Seeing as how you were getting frustrated with the Inipo jutsu I taught you, I thought having you concentrate on another aspect would make training more bearable. I wish to teach you some kenjutsu, but first we'll need to take a little detour back to Fire Country. I have a sword there that you would do well to procure. Kenjutsu, huh? Sounds like fun, he answered back with a smile. Tell Zabuza that you will be gone for a few days to pick up your sword and that upon your return you wish to learn the basics of kenjutsu. But for now continue trying to learn that jutsu. I want you as close to mastering it as you can before we leave here. Hi. Kyubi-sensei. 2 days later, forest in Fire Country. Kyubi-sensei, is it around here? Naruto asked while jumping from tree branch to tree branch. Hi. It should be right around here. Remember, look for a stone wall with claw marks in a certain sequence just like I told you. Hi. Naruto had been looking for the stone wall for nearly a day, though knowing how secretive foxes can be, he wasn't surprised. However, he had finally found what he was looking for. Geez, sensei, when you said it was hidden you weren't kidding. The wall has vines and underbrush all over it, I nearly missed it. It holds and has held many important things to me, Naruto. I had to keep it secret from human view. Hi. I'll open it up and just grab the sword so I don't disturb this place too much. Naruto slid his fingers across the claw marks in the sequence that Kyubi told him, and part of the stone wall began to slide inside the wall itself, leave a cave opening the size that a Kyubi-sized being could fit into. Naruto knew if anyone was around, would hear the sound of moving rock and become suspicious. So he rushed inside the cave. He noticed many relics inside that didn't seem to suit a fox at all, but figured it wasn't his business to pry, and just continued to follow the Kyubi's directions in the cave, finally landing in a dead end. Naruto looked upon what seemed like a large hay bedding lying against the wall. He was about to dig into it like Kyubi told him to, but he noticed 3 bear-sized oval imprints on the hay. KY. Kyubi-sensei, did you eat people in this cave? He asked, mentally a bit scared of the answer. Kyubi was wondering what he meant and scanned his last visual memories, and lightly gasped at what Naruto had discovered. Had Naruto been in his mind, he would have gazed upon a very shocked and saddened fox. No, just leave it and look for the sword under the hay, Naruto. It answered with a tone Naruto never heard before. If Kyubi were human he could have sworn it sounded like a tone of sadness. Naruto had wanted to ask if something was the matter but learned early on to never question his true sensei nor ask it about itself unless important to the situation at hand. Hi. He began to dig around and finally heard a clank of metal, and latched his hand around the object. Once he pulled it out and examined it, he latched it to his belt and exited the cave, closing it with haste. Not even a few minutes with the sword, and Naruto could feel something not quite right about it, and decided to ask. Kyubi-sensei. Hi. What's the story behind this sword? It has an unnatural aura about it. Well, there is a backstory to this sword, but to answer your immediate question. It feel that way because the sword is alive, well, partially. You see, back when I was younger and more brash, I became quite bored just terrorizing bandits and the like who invaded my territory. So to entertain myself, I decided to have the greatest blacksmith in the world forge a sword for me. I came to him in a disguise and told him that I found a few strands of hair from the Kyubi and wished them to be imbued into a sword. The blacksmith agreed, seemingly excited from the prospect of using the hair from a biju to imbue a weapon. I returned after the designated time to find the blacksmith's entire family dead. Their bodies still burning and the blacksmith himself comatose with what I presumed to be my sword in his hands. I grabbed it and immediately felt a familiar presence in the blade. Seems that by imbuing part of a biju into a weapon it gives the weapon partial sentience. Though because it came from me I had no problem controlling it. However, seems the blacksmith was too weak-willed to do the same and the sword had him kill his family. In other words, I found my new entertainment. For the next few hundred years I accidentally dropped my sword in the middle of bandit camps and simply watched the carnage ensue. Ah, fun times, but I digress. That feeling you keep getting is the sentience trying to communicate with you, but because my influence in you and out chakras fusing together, you also have the ability to control it without a problem. Although it isn't important for you know to now, because it is my blade, I believe it should be respected and addressed by its proper name, Shinku Kaijin. Crimson Ash Good name. Naruto voiced to no one in particular, while speeding back to the Hidden Mist Village to start his kenjutsu training with both Zabuza and Kyubi. 7 months later, October 9th, for the next 7 months. Naruto's training regimen seemed to increase drastically with the implementation of kenjutsu in it. However, unlike learning jutsu, which he was basically born to wield with who his parents were, swordsmanship was not. Naruto had a tough beginning. While learning the finer points of the basics to sword fighting, and having a person like Zabuza as a teacher didn't help matters in the least. He devoted most of his day training as well as his mental training to learning kenjutsu and Enipo jutsus, since those still gave him trouble. However, after a few months of nothing but hours of constant practice of parries, thrusts, slices, and the different stances of basic swordsmanship, he finally grew out of his shell and showed a talent for it. Zabuza, being who he was, disliked the idea of having a miniature version of himself running around the world, and declined Naruto's request of teaching him his personal sword style, simply telling the boy to either find another teacher for it or make a new style himself. Luckily, Naruto did have another teacher who was more than adamant about teaching him the different styles it knew. Naruto spent countless hours being lectured by Kyubi about the styles it knew, before having Naruto pick the one he wished to learn, of which was ironically the favored style of Kyubi itself, called Kitsune Ise Ryu, Fox Cry Sword Style. A style which relied heavily on a balance of speed, power and constitution, and while this style had normal maneuvers like any other sword style, this one had special techniques, both offensive and defensive, which if the user's body can't handle the strain of using could very well seriously harm them, or even kill them. The reason being that several of the strongest of each category needs the necessary chakra in order to use them, some needing more than many S-ranked level jutsu. However, if either an offensive or defensive technique is deemed necessary, the style is guaranteed that the opponent will die if it's offensive, or the opponent will not gain a single inch of ground if defensive. There are no other results when using Kitsune Ise Ryu. After his decision, Naruto spent the rest of his kenjutsu training time learning Kitsune Ise Ryu from Kyubi. Thankfully for Naruto, Kyubi had basically been grooming his body for this sword style since the beginning of their training. Although the physical training was good for Naruto to get in shape for shinobi life, the sheer amount of reps he had to do each day was purely for getting his body ready for his kenjutsu training. To be able to use Kitsune Ise Ryu successfully, a person must be fast to not only have almost instantaneous reflexes to strike blows or defend against them, but the physical power and constitution to dish out the offensive techniques with enough zeal to kill or enough to absorb attacks through defensive techniques, all of which Kyubi's early physically training basically led him up to. October 9th of that year was like any other day to Naruto. he woke up and simply began his almost machine-like training until it was nightfall. What he would never realize is that what was to happen to him the moment he fell asleep would change the way he thought for the rest of his life. Mindscape. Naruto awoke to the all-too-familiar sound of dripping water. He got up and was about to head towards Kyubi's cage like he normally did, but found that the size of the tunnel had gotten smaller, much smaller. Pondering what it meant for a moment, Naruto simply shrugged it off and headed towards his sensei's home, only to be surprised once more. What the hell is this? He thought, looking on in confusion and shock. What stood before Naruto was not what he was expecting at all. Although Kyubi's cage was still there and quite intact, the cell and bars seemed only a fraction in size of what they were normally. Kyubi-sensei, he called out, walking towards the darkness where the great beast resided, to only get a low, very feminine gasp in return. Naruto heard the gasp and moved closer to the cage, to barely see a silhouette of a body in the corner of the room in a sitting-down fetal position. Though Naruto hadn't had much contact with the opposite gender save for Temari, he could still tell that the body belonged to a female. Anyo, I am not sure how you got in my head, but you are in my sensei's home and I don't think I'd appreciate you intruding. I'll help you somehow, but you have to come out here, he called out in a confused but warm tone, knowing that yelling with a harsh voice would do the opposite of what he wanted. For the next few minutes it was silent, as Naruto just watched the figure trying to huddle even more against the wall, almost wanting to fuse with it and disappear. Though Naruto had grown immensely from the submissive kid he was in Konoha, he still had his limits on patience and he had just reached them. Oi, if you want I can come in there and help you out, he offered with a little higher tone, noting his slight agitation. No, don't come inside. The female voice called out, causing Naruto's ears to perk from finally getting a voiced reaction from her, as well as the simple elegance of the voice itself. Though Naruto hadn't reached that age where boys began to notice girls in that way, he still couldn't help but blush when he heard the now clearly woman's voice for the first time. He didn't know why, but it made him all warm when she spoke, and couldn't help but also smile a warm smile along with his blush, as well as wish he could hear her speak more. But, if you don't come out my sensei isn't going to be happy. Come on, I'll lead you out of here, nay? He questioned in a happy tone, walking through the bars towards the woman. I said don't come, she yelled, but her voice cracked mid-sentence. Naruto's eyes widened and jumped back when along with her yell came a red clawed hand that dug itself into the ground where he had just been standing. His heart pounded in his chest at the attack, and had no idea why she did what she did, nor what he could do now. He simply stood there watching as she continued to shiver and quietly cry. Naruto still couldn't tell what the woman looked like. The light from outside the cage immediately ended right after the bars, save for a shimmer that outlined the walls and ground. He wanted to see what the woman looked like despite the danger, and as silently as he could walked close to her. The closer he got to the figure, the more curious as to what she looked like. And as if answering his request, the entire cage began to light up. What Naruto saw next would make him question the last almost 2 years of his life while training. He now stared at a young woman dressed in a silver kimono, adorned with red fox ears except for the black tips and 9 foxtails lying limply on the floor next to her of the same color. What really sent a pang of what could only be described as pain through his body was the fact that he could see the tear stains running down the woman's delicate face. Naruto simply stood there and stared at the woman while she in turn just stared back at him, finally noticing his proximity. His mind raced at what was happening, but after a few minutes his shocked expression relaxed to a questioning one and voiced the answer he thought he came up with about the details of the situation. You're the Kyubi no Kitsune, aren't you? He accused softly, not wanting to make the woman cry more than she already appeared to have. The woman just lowered her head, facing the floor. That was all the answer he needed. So, what's going on, Kyubi-sensei, are you alright? He asked, never once seeing Kyubi like this in both form and emotional state. Gomen, that a stupid question, of course you aren't, he whispered more to himself, berating himself for having no idea what to do at the moment. Nothing was said for almost 10 minutes before Naruto decided to leave. Obviously this was one of the don't ask about me topics that she mentioned before. Anniversary. Her voice lowly cut through the silence, causing Naruto to stop once more and turn. He looked at her quizzically. Anniversary? He questioned, silently asking her to explain. She pulled her head up to look straight at him with fresh tears flowing down her face. It's the anniversary of my Kit's murder, she chalked out while crying. Naruto's eyes went wide from her revelation. A million thoughts at once spun through his mind, but then one thought finally cut through them all after a minute: comfort her. He bowed to her in empathy. Gomenasai Kyubi-sensei, I didn't know you had children, and for the first time to hear about them on the anniversary of their deaths. Gomen, he spoke in the most soothing voice he could. Kyubi simply looked at him, and then broke down more before putting her face between her legs and cried. Naruto couldn't stand the feeling of uselessness at the situation, and decided that even if he doesn't really know her, he should do whatever he can. After all, she has been helping him for nearly 2 years and wouldn't be who he was today if not for her. So it would be only right he should try to help her as best he could. Gathering his courage and before his body could protest, he walked over to the shuddering form of his sensei, knelt down and embraced her. The sudden contact made Kitsune's entire body freeze for a few seconds before going back to crying. Naruto knew he had gone this far already and was allowed to live, especially with her attack from before, so he decided to go a little further and simply whispered soothing apologies to her. After what felt like an hour of seemingly useless words, Kyubi finally reacted to Naruto's warm words and soothing contact by slowly her sobs to merely occasional hiccuping. "Nay, Kyubi-sensei, are you feeling any better?" he asked softly next to her ear, causing it to twitch, telling him she was slightly more relaxed, since the ear hadn't moved an inch for the prior hour as he had spoke. A slight nod from the foxwoman was his only answer, and though Naruto was thankful he was still alive, decided that he needed to know what was wrong with his usually unemotional sensei. "Kyubi-sensei, would you mind telling me what happened? Maybe it'll help," he offered with a slight squeeze to get her attention. Silence ran through the room for a long time, before her soft voice broke it. It happened the day before I attacked Konoha." She paused to wait for Naruto's reaction, of which was a rather shocked expression before he nodded for her to continue. "I was coming back to my den with a few animals I caught in the forest to feed my kits when I noticed they weren't welcoming me back at the entrance of the den like they always did." Realization dawned on Naruto then, and he involuntarily interrupted her story. "So then those 3 spots I asked about in that hay bundle where I found Shinku Kaijin were from," Naruto said, but couldn't make himself finish the sentence, seeing just how shaken the woman in his arms was. Naruto's pang of pain for the mother in his arms rose to a new level, and his body reacted on its own when he simply picked her up and settled her down between his legs and just wrapped her up in his arms, doing his best to comfort her. He was happy that he didn't protest his movements, and hoped that he was helping her cope with her emotions if even only a little. He whispered in her ear to proceed with her story whenever she was ready. "So I went searching for them in the den, but they weren't there either. I started to get worried because I told them to never leave the den unless I was with them. But kits will be kits, and sometimes they did sneak out to go exploring. I left the den and searched the vicinity, quickly picking up their scents and followed it, noticing that it brought me closer to Konoha, which got me even more worried. Eventually I reached the clearing where their scents stopped to find." At this time Kyubi began to cry again but tried to continue the story anyway. "That sob asterisk, all 3 of my little sobs kits were dead. I sobs investigated the area sobs and found some dead leaf shinobi with sobs claw marks all over their corpses. After that I just went into a rage. I sobs attacked the forest heading straight towards Konoha. I didn't mean to attack everyone. All I wanted was vengeance on those who killed my kits. I followed my kit's blood scent to find those responsible. It was very pale man with yellow eyes like a snake, as well as a few dozen others with clothes still drenched in my little one's blood. I was about to attack them, when more shinobi and your current Hokage got in my way, stating that it was my kits who attacked the Snake Mons group first and were only defending themselves. And I have no right to seek vengeance." Kyubi paused once more and twisted her body so now her side was resting against the boy's chest as he hugged her shoulders. "Naruto, my kits would never have attacked them, if I made only one of my rules crystal clear to them. It was to never attack a mortal unless in self-defense. And then only if absolutely necessary. Not only that, but while those shinobi that showed up with your Hokage tried to fight me." The Snake Man and the shinobi in his company just smiled a knowing smile. From that I realized that nothing would happen to them for their transgressions and decided that the whole village was guilty for harboring them from me and not giving me a chance to explain my side of the story. She paused again to look at the young boy with fresh tears still falling down her face, while he held her tightly and rocked them both back and forth to comfort her. "Gomenasai Naruto, I never meant for your life to be so hard in your home because of me, and the ignorance of the village. I know nothing I do can make up for the pain and loneliness, but I hope that the training I've given you so far might be some sort penance for my past mistakes, and that maybe someday, you can find it in your heart to forgive me," she finished with obvious regret and sadness emanating from her puffy, red eyes. Naruto knew she wasn't lying about being sorry, nor lying about her story, which could make her reasons for attacking her village more in her own favor. Naruto thought over her story for a while, allowing all the pieces of information he just received and had before come together, giving him all he needed to come to a final conclusion about everything he's had to endure up until 2 years ago. A small, sad smile graced his lips when he looked back at Kyubi's awaiting, sad expression, before he gently cupped her face in his small hand and wiped off the excess tears from her cheek with his thumb. "Nay, it's all right Kyubi-chan, I forgive you," he said softly, smiling so wide his eyes actually closed mirthfully, which caused her to go wide-eyed, and have a slightly agape-shocked expression upon her face, from not only his comforting touch on her face, but the familiar way he addressed her. "Naruto?" she questioned, still in a daze over his reaction, while Naruto warmly smiled at her and shrugged. "Anyo, well, from everything you told me and everything else I know about that night and my life afterwards, it seems I can't blame anyone that I personally know for what happened to the village nor how I was treated afterwards. I believe your story, and personally I'd have ripped the whole village to shreds before they could stop me, knowing they defended my children's murderers. On the other hand, I can't blame the villagers for defending themselves against you for what they thought was true. An attack on their home, nor for attacking me when I was younger, thinking that by hurting me they hurt you as well. Especially with all of the loved ones they lost that night. Of course they should have tried to get to know me first before they condemned me as a demon and treated me as such. And for that fact I will never forgive them, but it seems that Kami-sama picked me as the scapegoat for all the negative stuff that happened in that village. And although it is true the experiences I've had as a child will haunt me until the day I die, the silver lining throughout all of this, which I would go through most of those past experiences again just to keep, is the fact that I have such a great sensei and friend that will make me powerful enough to defend everything that is precious to me in the future. Not even the pain of 4 years of beatings, my blood, sweat, and tears could make me regret leaving with you to train and also gain you as a close friend to me," he admitted sincerely, giving her body another soft squeeze. He doesn't hate me. He is actually as happy I am with him. He really considers me his friend? These were just a few of the seemingly hundreds of questions that floated inside of her head at his statement. Arigato Naruto, she said slowly, looking at him before bursting into tears again. "Arigato," she screamed into his chest, now wrapping her own arms around him. "It's okay Kyubi-chan. Everything is going to be okay," he cooed back as he stroked her hair and back reassuringly. They stayed like this for a long time, allowing Naruto to ponder about the new key bits of information he had attained this night. A thought hit him randomly when Kyubi slightly nuzzled closer to him, causing him to smile. "I hope this works, I'll be disappointed if it doesn't," he thought, before leaning down next to her ear. "Nay, Kyubi-chan, tell me, did the size of this place change because of the form you were in? And are you insulted being in a human form?" he whispered questioningly. Hi, it changed because of my size, and no, I am not. My fox form is just more natural to be in than my human one," she muffled out against his shirt, making him smile again from her answer. "Anyo, well, there is something I would like to try, but I don't want you to look until I say so, okay?" he asked, only getting a quizzical look from the woman before she saw no malice in his request and nodded, pressing her face against his chest, closing her eyes. Naruto smiled once more, and closed his eyes, his thoughts squarely on a scenery that he had loved to visit when he was a boy with his mother, one of the few good memories he still had of her. He concentrated hard, hoping his idea worked. When the last bit of the image was scanned, he opened his eyes slowly to only have him gasp lightly. Wow, it actually worked, he thought for a moment before looking down at Kyubi, who was still resting against him. "I am glad. Her punishment isn't deserved, and to live her sentence in that gloomy place was unthinkable. I hope she finds it acceptable," he finished with a worried smile. "Kyubi-chan, you can open your eyes now," he said with a happy, but slightly worried voice. She opened her eyes, to only shut them a second later, wincing from the sunlight hitting her face. Wait, sunlight, she quickly thought before opening her eyes once more. An audible gasp was heard from her as her breath hitched in her throat from what she looked at. Her cage and the rest of Naruto's mind wasn't what she had been used to seeing for the past almost 8 years. The entire area was now a grassy and multicolored flower-filled valley, with trees every so often that blew in the breeze, which she could feel against her skin. There were snow-peaked mountains in the far distance, and a river running through the valley as well, with the bluest cloud-filled sky and yellowest sun she had ever seen above her, which said something for an over-millennia-old demoness. There were also animals running around across the valley and birds chirping while flying overhead. She didn't know what to say or think about the situation. She just looked back at Naruto with a shocked and quizzical expression, silently asking for an explanation. "Anyo, well, as I see it, you aren't really guilty of anything in my opinion, so this imprisonment isn't fair to you. But sadly I can't do anything about that, so I just thought that since this is my own mind that I'd at least make it as enjoyable and comfortable as I can for you. I also couldn't do anything about the seal, so I just made it into a collar for you," he said with his ever-growing smile. She unconsciously brought her hand up to her neck, feeling the snug leather collar with the word seal written on the front, B. But how did you do it? Well, I guess I could have done it at any time, but the idea hadn't come to me until today when the size of my mind changed to fit your size better. That's what gave me the idea that if the size can change, the environment could too, so I tested it out, he chirped. She looked at him and couldn't help but smile, before looking back at the change and still being overwhelmed. He did all this, for me? Even after all my existence in him had awarded him? She thought, still not quite believing it was real. Her attention was grabbed when he shook her gently. Oi, you need to go and explore, so I know you like it, he teased, pulling her up slightly and pushed her towards the valley. The push seemed to knock her out of her thoughts and she smiled at the shorter boy before grabbing his hand, dragging him with her. Let's explore together, she said in a happy tone, which made him smile that he was able to stop her from dwelling on her dead children, which only seemed to cause her more pain. The two took their time exploring the entire valley. Naruto, however, was keeping his eyes on Kyubi. Despite her reaction, he was still a bit scared that she wouldn't like the changes that he made. However, he was very mistaken. Kyubi absolutely loved all the changes he made. She admitted to him that it reminded her of when her and her old mate would visit valleys like this while traveling. They had finally finished their sightseeing and went to rest against one of the trees. Naruto was a bit apprehensive about what he should do then. After all, he had only been that close to Kyubi to comfort her. But now that she seemed a bit better, he would feel it inappropriate to do it then. Not only since she was a demon and may find it disgusting, but his sensei and was so much older than him. As he thought back, he realized his embrace was more akin to a lover's than a friend's, and he felt quite guilty of that fact. However, Kyubi seemed to think otherwise, and once Naruto sat down against the trunk of the tree, she sat down in the boy's lap, resting against his chest, though not painfully so considering their sheer body size difference. Naruto stiffened, scared at her choice of seat, but after a minute of not getting killed finally relaxed and settled down comfortably against the tree, each of them just enjoying the company in silence, until Kyubi spoke. Arigato, Naruto. No one has been this nice to me in a very long time. I know you've said you've forgiven me, but still, Gomen, for making your life so hard in that ungrateful village, she said in a sad voice. He smiled, though she couldn't see. It's okay, Kyubi-chan. Nothing can change what's already happened, despite my wishing it had. Plus, you've made me strong enough now that I won't have to worry about being hurt like that ever again. You've sincerely apologized to me. Something I know for a queen of demons like must be a hard pill to swallow for your pride, and that is enough for earning my forgiveness, he reassured her. Hi, and arigato for comforting me earlier. I know it wasn't easy for you, and Gomen for putting you in that position and attacking you. I've tried to keep to myself this day during the year, but after going back to my den and seeing where my kids used to sleep, I couldn't contain my emotions. Arigato, Naruto. You really don't know how good it feels to have someone's shoulder to cry on and to speak with about it with after so long of being alone to suffer through it. Anyone would have done the same, Kyubi-chan. I am just glad you are feeling better and that I could help. Gomenasai again about your children. I promise that one day, we'll get you your revenge for your family. We'll find those shinobi and Snake Man and wish they never touched your children, he finished with venom dripping off every word. Arigato, Naruto, she retorted, while biting her lower lip in nervousness because of a thought that had been swimming around her head ever since he forgave her. Should I give it to him? She mentally questioned herself, before surveying the valley once more and nodding. Kyubi moved and stood up underneath the tree, confusing Naruto slightly, before smiling at him and doing a small set of hand seals, causing a puff of smoke to appear, and in her arms rested a large red scroll. For doing so much for me today, I decided that you've earned this, she said, holding the scroll in front of the boy. This is the summoning scroll for Kitsune, which I had made several hundred years ago to entertain my boredom, but found no one worthy enough to sign it. Although it is like any other summoning scroll, to be able to summon the Kitsune clan is a singular honor for obvious reasons, and the summoner will always respected by demons and mortals alike because they know that I am the one who holds the contract, she finished in a happy and proud tone, giving the scroll to a now gawking boy. Are you sure about this, Kyubi-chan? I mean, am I really one that you should be letting sign this? He asked, taken aback at her gesture. Of all the people whom I've met in my life, I can honestly say that you are the most worthy of them, Naruto-kun. She paused with a smile, and a small kiss on his forehead for being the person that he was, which caused him to blush from embarrassment. Simply sign your name in blood and put a handprint at the bottom of your name, and then I'll show you the hand signs. Naruto did as he was told, and Kyubi showed him what to do to summon correctly. Naruto followed the instructions and summoned a single-tailed silver fox named Heigen, Quicksilver. Kyubi then told him to use as much chakra as he could to try to summon the fox boss summon. He did so and slammed his hand on the grass, making a giant plum of smoke appear, blocking his vision. When the smoke cleared, the only thing around was Kyubi. At first confused, Naruto soon understood and shook his head with a laugh. "You're the summon bosses for Kitsune?" he rhetorically asked, making Kyubi smile innocently. "Well, since you are sealed within me, how exactly does this work?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "Who knows, you'll have to test it outside so we both know. If I were to guess though, because of the seal's chakra restriction, I'd only have about as much chakra as you put in the summoning itself. But like I said, we won't know till you try it out," she said in a sing-song voice, making him smile that she was slowly getting back to the Kyubi he knew. He bowed. "Arigato, Kyubi-chan. It'll make you proud that you allowed me to sign this," he smiled, but held a clear tone of seriousness. "You better, Naruto-kun," she teased with a smile herself, before another idea came to her. Now that I think about it, I have something else for you, and this will greatly help your training, especially since you wasted today's session on me," she finished in a sullen tone. "It was far from a waste, Kyubi-chan. What kind of person would I be if I didn't help a friend of mine when they needed to be comforted, nay?" he retorted back in a comically agitated pose that made her smile. "Arigato, Naruto-kun. Anyway, this jutsu is called Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. It's quite similar to any other Bushin jutsu. The biggest difference is that these Bushins are solid and can almost be considered their own person because of the flexibility of choice they have. That reason being that Kage Bushins are summoned using a piece of the user's own soul. Which is why summoning many Kage Bushins at once isn't wise. A soul can only be stretched so far, which is one of the two limiters of the number Kage Bushins the user can ultimately summon." She paused and summoned a single clone of herself, which immediately jumped the poor boy and kissed him passionately on the lips before seductively moaning his name against his lips and poofing out of existence, leaving him blushing from her actions. "As you could see, I gave no verbal command for the clone to do that, but it acted on its own, though still based on my personality," she explained, trying to hold in her laugh from the boy's reaction to her clone. "You're telling me that she did as something that you would also do?" he asked, a bit scared of her answer, but deep down wanted to know if he could feel that again with the real one. He may not be of age, but still doesn't mean he didn't feel warm and happy with getting affection like that. "Hi, that is one part of my personality. I am a warm-blooded woman just like any other man or beast after all, so I need certain urges fulfilled every so often," she said in a serious tone, before looking the boy up and down in examination. "But you're a bit young for my taste, Naruto-kun," she finished in a playful tone, winking at him. "Not that I am not grateful, but why are you showing this to me now? You said it would greatly help my training, but I am not sure how," he questioned after the blush she caused him finally subsided. "It's easier if I showed you, Naruto-kun." With that she summoned another clone. "Now I am going to close my eyes, and I want you to pick out 3 different colored flowers in any order and show them to my clone only," she ordered while closing her eyes. Naruto and the clone did as directed, and once ready signaled Kyubi, who promptly dismissed the clone. "The colors you picked: yellow, white, and red. The order you put them in: red, yellow, and white," she said with a smirk, causing Naruto to look shocked. "How did you?" His question hung in the air for a few moments while he put the pieces together. "The user can remember whatever a clone does?" he asked half-heartedly, getting a nod from his sensei. She nodded in affirmation and smiled in his growing intelligence. "That's correct, Naruto-kun. However, the memory of the clone only works if the clone is dispersed voluntarily or the chakra on it gives out. Do you know what that means for your training?" Naruto thought for a moment, thinking over his almost 2 years of training, and then it hit him like a ton of bricks, obvious by the shocked expression on his face. "Time. The time to learn. Well, anything will be divided by however many clones are used for that task. A jutsu that would usually take a week to learn could be learned in a few hours if enough clones are summoned for the task. That's amazing, Kyubi-chan," he shouted excitedly. Of course, just like any strong jutsu, there are consequences to using this ability too much or too often. She spoke, waiting for him to calm down and listen to what she had to say next. "Doing Kage Bushin training causes a lot of strain on the mind of the user, because of sheer memory feedback when you use it, so I caution you to take the training slowly at first, and also don't forget that Kage Bushins can also be useful in battle, not only for this kind of training." "Hi," he responded, as ideas flowed throughout his mind for just how much he could learn from this training, until something occurred to him. "Learn," he thought for a good minute before coming to a decision. "Nay, Kyubi-chan, I don't think I'll be using the Kage Bushin training much. It seems like cheating to me. It'd take me only a week to learn what it would take a normal shinobi a year to learn, nay? It seems like I am spitting in their faces and their hard work if I do things like that. I think I'll only use this kind of training for special circumstances like learning the Uzumaki Jutsu since I have no one from said clan to teach me those, or the Inipo Jutsu, and Kenjutsu you were teaching me since only I can learn them and only from you, and of course any jutsu that I myself create too. Hey. Her lips pursed slightly, as her brow rose. A shinobi with a code of honor ne Naruto-kun? She questioned rhetorically. Well, that's an oxymoron for your profession, but those kinds of shinobi always turn out to be the strongest and most respected. I have to warn you though, it'll make your life a lot harder as a shinobi. Can't be much harder than what I've already dealt with, right? Plus I have Kyubi-chan to help, he mused with a large smile. She smiled at his enthusiasm. Hi, but let's not worry about the future training. You should worry about today's, she playfully reprimanded. Hi, Anyo, do you think I could just rest here till I have to get up? He asked a little apprehensively. Kyubi smirked at what his question really meant. Do you think I can rest here with you, before pulling him back to the tree, only with their positions now reversed, his head on her lap and her resting against the tree. A long comfortable silence rose between them, each enjoying the scenery and the company, before Kyubi broke it with a shaky comment. Natsumi. Naruto's ears perked at her words but were confused by them. Natsumi. Her cheeks burned slightly. Hi, that's my name, she answered embarrassment, though not quite knowing why. I've never told any mortal my true name before, she confessed, turning away from Naruto's face. He smiled gently, before closing his eyes. I see, well, it's a beautiful name, Natsumi-chan, he retorted, never noticing the happy smile on his companion's lips at his words. Arigato Naruto-kun. Hours seemed to pass as the two just stayed like that, continuing to admire what Naruto created and the new feeling of belonging they each felt. Of course, as all good things do, this scene had to end when Natsumi told Naruto he had to get up for training. He pouted, opening his eyes. I was hoping you'd give me one day off after all I did, Natsumi-chan, he playfully grumbled, getting up from her lap. No such luck, I am afraid, Naruto-kun. If you want to get stronger you can't take a break unless absolutely necessary, and while we are training I am your sensei, not your friend, so it's Kyubi-sensei to you, she said with an almost sadistic leer towards the boy. Crap. He swore before booting himself out of his mind. 3 months later, training for Naruto jumped leaps and bounds after that day when Natsumi revealed herself. Thanks to his shadow clone training, his Kenjutsu skills were nearly on equal ground to Zabuza's. His Inipo jutsus began to grow less frustrating now that he had his clones, now giving him about a dozen of them under his belt. His physical and jutsu training continued on at their usual fast pace since he himself practiced them, while a team of about 50 shadow clones worked on the above-mentioned aspects of his training. Natsumi even showed him, which he later learned and mastered, 2 of the favored as well as most powerful sweetened jutsus of the Naidam Hokage. Although anyone could essentially learn the jutsus that he knew and use them in battle with a water source nearby. The reason the Naidam was infamous for them is because he had mastered his water elemental affinity to such a perfected state that he never needed a water source to use any of his sweetened jutsus. His mastered affinity allowed him to create water from his chakra alone. However, Natsumi mentioned a little trick to using a pseudo-mastery of water manipulation, much like the Naidam true mastery. If the user summons enough chakra into the sweetened jutsu, they can actually replicate the Naidam ability to create water from chakra. But the problem is that to summon water like that, the chakra output would be close to 20 times what the jutsu would take if a water source were nearby. Even the simplest of sweetened jutsu could wear out a seasoned Junin in 1 if not 2 attempts using this method. Which is why it's not a very well-known fact amongst shinobi. She actually admitted that only a Jinchuriki, and of the possible 9 in the world, Naruto was probably the only one who could fight unhindered using that method because of his Kekkei Genkei combined with her chakra. All in all, Naruto was glad for the power his new training allowed him to acquire, and it was all thanks to Natsumi. Speaking of the vixen, since that day her behavior had changed noticeably. Although still a hellfox as his sensei, which Naruto grumbled about anytime he could. Though always thankful for her help, looking at their personal relationship, she simmered down greatly and actually began to open up to the boy, telling him stories of her past escapades and goings-on. To put simply, their relationship, though purely student-teacher when training, became much friendlier, open and unconsciously to both parties, closer than they would have voluntarily admitted to the other while they hanging out enjoying each other's companionship. Up until that point, Naruto had avoided trying to summon Kyubi via summoning. He was afraid of the repercussions of what Kiri would think when a 50-story tall fox appears out of nowhere near the village. Finally, after having enough of Natsumi's playful whining about not being let out into the open yet, he agreed and told Zabuza he'd be gone for a day. He left the village and found a good clearing to try the summoning. Ready Natsumi-chan. Hi, he bit his thumb. Kuchiyose no jutsu, he yelled, pressing his hand on the ground as a set of symbols spread across the ground before a large plume of smoke surrounded the area. Naruto coughed until the smoke cleared, and couldn't help but laugh his ass off at what he saw. Instead of a 50-story tall red and black furred fox, all he saw was a small fluffy fox the size of a chihuahua yipping at him. Ha ha, very funny Naruto-kun. Now if you don't stop, I'll double your usual regimen for the next week, she spoke, causing Naruto to immediately stop his laughter. He bowed repeatedly. Gomen Natsumi-chan. I just didn't know you could get that tiny, he scoffed, holding in a chuckle. Her eye twitched angrily at his teasing. Well, it's not my fault you don't hold enough chakra to summon me at my full power yet. This is only about a tail's worth of my power after all, she yipped back. His words made him look towards the sky in a thinking pose. So, you think the more chakra I put into summoning you, the bigger and essentially the more tails you'll grow? If I were to guess, yes, that's about the gist of it. However, this works out fine for me, since I can stay in this small form and watch you in the real world and also enjoy being out of that cage. No offense, Naruto-kun, she said before running at the boy and pouncing on his chest and climbing onto his shoulder to rest there. He laughed from her fur tickling him as she ran up him. It's okay, Natsumi-chan. I know you like the changes I made, but I also know they aren't anything compared to the real thing. He smiled while scratching her behind the ears, making her purr slightly. I am going to have to tease her about purring later, he thought with an evil grin, noticing she didn't seem to realize she was doing it. Naruto, since you finally used Kuchiyose no Jutsu successfully, and are easily mastering the Suiten and Anipo Jutsus both myself and Zabuza have showed you, I believe it's time to move on to the next village to get shown more jutsus. I was thinking of having you go to Lightning Country and get some Raiden Jutsu in your arsenal. I want you to leave tomorrow, she ordered with authority, lacking the kun suffix so he knew she was serious. Hi Kyubi-sensei, he responded back, deciding to head back to Kiri and get packed up to leave. The next day, Naruto headed to the favored training ground of Zabuza Momochi, to tell him he was leaving. Zabuza-san, I am going to leave and head back home. It's about time, and my friends will get worried if I don't head back. I am sure they found out about my parents already. Naruto lied through his teeth once again. Alright brat. Don't get killed, was the mon's only retort before punching his sparring partner straight in the jaw, sending him into a nearby building. Naruto bowed lightly, knowing the man hated that respect crap people were preaching to him about, so he just left after that. With Kyubi still on the boy's shoulder resting peacefully, Naruto headed to the hidden cloud village, the next place that his training would continue. Unlike the last two villages Naruto visited, Kumo was insanely difficult to get to, frankly, because he traveled more vertically than horizontally. The terrain of Lightning Country was basically just a giant mountain range, which caused Naruto quite the problem to traverse. Not only that, but because of the constant clouds he couldn't use the sky to tell the time nor direction he was heading in, which is how we find our hero and his fox companion still resting on his shoulder. We're lost, aren't we, Natsumi-chan? He grumbled. This land is a lot more treacherous and confusing than I thought, Naruto-kun. Just bear with it, we'll be at the village soon, she retorted, trying to diffuse the agitation in the boy. Bah. I hate this country, he shouted with a pout before hearing a loud thunderclap and what he thought was a scream. Natsumi-chan, did you hear something? Her head rose from his shoulder, and swiveled a moment. Yay, it was a man screaming by the pitch of the voice. Go check it out, Naruto-kun. Someone might have fallen off part of the mountain. Naruto nodded and jumped towards the origin of the voice, and thankfully for him the terrain seemed to stabilize into smoother ridges for more manageable climbing. After a few minutes of chakra-fused traveling he came upon a rather disturbing sight. Whoa! What's the hell is this? Naruto gaped out at the scene. He stood on a ridge above a large rock clearing he was observing from his standpoint. The area was littered with large, round stones and dirt mounds in front of them with flowers placed upon them. The area seeming to be an unofficial cemetery, there was a small wooden shack beyond the farthest graves. Probably for the gravekeeper, he thought, but if that were true, when the next thing he saw wouldn't make much sense. In the middle of the graveyard there was a man crying in both pain and terror, being lowered into a box by a small mob of hooded figures. Naruto watched, needing to know the situation before he went jumping in. His attention was grabbed a man presumably to be the leader. He wore bandages over his upper body with a vest, along with dark shinobi pants and sandals. Naruto could also see him conversing with the man as the lid was being placed in top of the box. Rokusuke-san. Why are you crying? If nothing else, you should be happy that I am giving you such a beautiful funeral, because Kami-sama knows you don't deserve one after deceiving me like you did. So be a man and enjoy your funeral without fear, without regret. Just embrace the darkness and humbly thank me for giving you this gift of a beautiful funeral, He-Man said in a deep and quite insane voice. He's going to bury that man alive. This guy is totally insane, Naruto thought, before beginning a set of hand seals. Doden. Tsuchikita, Earth style, Earth column, Naruto shouted, making 4 pillars of earth shoot out of the ground under the hooded figures, smacking them in the face, easily knocking them all but the leader unconscious by the force of the blow. Naruto quickly jumped down from the ridge and ran towards the scene, grabbing Shinku Kaijin after noticing that the crazed leader had a pair of rather vicious long swords attached to his back. My, what is this, Rokusuke-san? Hiring a shinobi to protect you from me? You really want to live that badly instead of having a beautiful funeral like the one I was giving you? He-Man questioned, shaking his head in what appeared to be shame for the man. Well, it is no use. Once I kill this boy, your death will go on as planned, he finished with a maniacal smile, making Naruto get into the beginning stance of Kitsune Issei Ryu. Oh, a Kenjutsu fight is it? Well, I am opposed to using my swords unless a beautiful funeral is guaranteed afterwards, so I am afraid you haven't earned such a privilege from me, so. He let his sentence hand in the air before doing a set of hand seals. Raiden. Raiko Kyubu, lightning style. Lightning rage. He yelled before a lightning bolt fell from the ever-present storm clouds above head, striking his body like a lightning rod. The bandaged man pointed his hand at Naruto, who had already began a set of hand seals for a counter. Naruto was able to finish before the lightning charged at him, which drowned out the name of his jutsu. The lighting seemed to connect with the boy, but the rubble it kicked up caused the man to lose sight of Naruto, which he would learn will. The smoke form the blast cleared a second later, producing a thick layer of stone which jutted up from the ground to protect the boy, who was now gone, at least before the man felt a cold steel blade against his throat. Now, unless you plan on using those swords to fight me, I've won, Naruto said in an emotionless voice. Despite Naruto's semi-laid-back behavior with Natsumi, when dealing with an enemy shinobi he pulls no punches and gives no quarter, it was all business. You may have gotten me this time, but you have still yet to prove to me that you earned the right to die beautifully by my blades, the man retorted, just as emotionless. Then teach me, and when I feel I've learned enough we will fight once more, to the death, Naruto offered, trying to appeal to the insanity in the man obsessed with funerals. He-Man thought for a few minutes, not even seeming to care that a katana was still against his throat. If you can promise me that your funeral will be even more beautiful than Rokusuke-san's, I will teach you what I know and will gladly give you a beautiful death by my blade if I deem you worthy of such an honor, of course, he agreed. We have an accord then, Naruto agreed, taking his blade away from the man's neck. Considering you have a better corpse now, let the man go, he requested, making the strange man go into a pondering pose before nodding. Naruto let the man out of the box and told him to go home and forget about what happened, before moving back towards the man again. However, if you show yourself as a failure, I will not only kill you, and Rokusuke-san as planned, but his death will no longer be beautiful, he shall suffer as will his family before I slay them in front of him, and my name is Kurasuke Raiga. That is until the day we fight, then you can just call me your executioner. Pressure much? Naruto thought, eyes hardening while looking at the man. I believe in you, Naruto-kun. If I'd have guessed from this fight alone, and you went all out, you'd probably win because you have an elemental advantage by knowing so many futon jutsus, which are a strong defense against his Raiden jutsus, Natsumi stated within the seal, since she dispelled herself the moment Naruto used his first jutsu. Arigato for the confidence, Natsumi-chan, but I think this guy is stronger than we both think. When I fight him again I'll need to be more careful. I only caught him off guard this time around, that won't happen a second time, he admitted. Then I'll just have to work you to the bone so you live then, Naruto-kun, she retorted playfully, but lined with an almost taunting sadistic undertone, causing Naruto to shiver. Shit. He swore lowly, while actually feeling the evil smile gracing the vixen's lips in the back of his mind. Naruto and Raiga grabbed his henchmen and went back to the shack, where Naruto would soon begin his third year of training. 3 months later, Naruto's training had pretty much been gone on as it had for the previous 2 years. Although Raiga as a teacher was anything but stable, to put simply. The man was just as insane as Naruto had predicted he was the moment he heard him speak. He didn't teach him a damn thing without going on a rant about all the beautiful funerals he's witnessed in the past. Fortunately for Naruto, the man sure knew his Raiden jutsu, which was the only thing that kept Naruto from killing himself just to make the ranting stop. After the 3rd month, however, Naruto had gained a slight immunity to the man's long-winded stories, until it was time that Raiga finally taught him the next jutsu. Kyubi sadly didn't know many Raiden jutsus simply because she never liked the finesse the element had on her enemies. It dulls their pain receptors and made them numb to the pain she admitted to him. Still, the ones she did teach the boy were all good ones in Naruto's opinion, so for him his Raiden arsenal was comprised of quality over quantity, which was always welcome in his book. Of course, all the other aspects of his training were kept sharp as ever, or were advanced more thanks to his constant usage of his Kage Bushin training. Speaking of training, Naruto was currently in his mindscape practicing his taijutsu with a few dozen clones, when a random idea hit him, one that sparked a plan he thought a certain crimson-haired vixen would like. Mindscape. Naruto dodged another punch before roundhouse kicking the attacking Bushin, making it puff out of existence. One more Bushin was left, grabbing a kunai out of its holster and charged the blonde who was currently sweating, breathing heavily, and had bloodstains on his cloths and across his body. Naruto was ready to finish off the last clone as he watched it rush towards him, when he noticed in the background of his eyesight Natsumi watching his battle against a tree. Something in his mind caused his vision to phase the Bushin into Natsumi, who was running towards him with the kunai. Naruto shook his head quickly and his vision returned, noting it was probably just fatigue that caused the vision, before he at the last moment ducked and did a leg sweep and punched the clone through the chest with a poofing sound. He got up and dusted himself off, before he heard clapping coming from a tree. He smiled as he jogged up to Natsumi and playfully bowed like an actor after a great play. Nice job, Naruto. Your training is making you quite strong. You should be proud of the steps you have taken in only 3 years, she complimented him with a smile, making him blush slightly. Well, you do have a large part in that, Kyubi-sensei. If you weren't such a great sensei, I doubt I'd be as strong as I am. He smiled back, now making her slightly blush at his kind words. I think you'd be a great shinobi whether I was your sensei or not, Naruto. You were pretty much born to be a great ninja. I am just speeding up the process, but don't let my comments go to your head. You are still far from being the strongest. There are people out there that at your current level could beat you with one hand, she said sternly. Arigato, Kyubi-sensei, and hi, I know, but with your help I know I'll become strong enough to beat them in the future, he said, bowing lightly, before continuing. Anyo, was there another jutsu you wish to show me, or shall I continue with my taijutsu? Not tonight, just continue, but make it kenjutsu this time. I want you to practice all the basic stances of Kitsune Issei Ryu, as well as the 5 offensive attacks associated with it that you've learned so far, she commanded in a regal tone. Hi, Kyubi-sensei, he responded before running off and summoning more shadow clones to train with. He is going to be something this world is not ready for when he gets older, she mused absent-mindedly to herself, before going back to the tree to watch the boy's progress. A few more hours went by, and though Naruto was in the middle of a battle between a dozen Bushins, his mind kept going back to before when his vision blurred Natsumi and his clone together. Something about that vision kept poking at the imaginative side of Naruto's consciousness, like it was trying to tell him something, but he couldn't translate the scene into words. Damn it, he thought while slicing through a Bushin, what did she say about Kage Bushins again? His mind wandered to the night she showed him the jutsu as he continued fighting. Flashback. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. It's quite similar to any other Bushin jutsu. The biggest difference is that these Bushins are solid and can almost be considered their own person because of the flexibility of choice they have. That reason being that Kage Bushins are summoned using a piece of the user's own soul, which is why summoning many Kage Bushins at once isn't wise. A soul can only be stretched so far, which is one of the 2 limiters of the number Kage Bushins the user can ultimately summon. Flashback end. Naruto's eyes widened as her words practically screamed to him the translation of what his vision was trying to tell him. Holy shit, he thought as he unceremoniously finished all of his clones in a matter of seconds, before running towards Natsumi full speed, almost making her think he was going to run right into her. Naruto skidded to a stop a few feet from her and bowed low, mumbling something she couldn't hear through his ragged breaths and low head. Naruto, what the hell is going on? She asked, a little freaked out at her student's actions and insubordination. Naruto stood up with a face twisted in shock and almost untamed glee, before speaking again. Gomen Q, Kyubi-sensei, I just got a new idea for a jutsu and was wondering if it would be okay if I tried it out? He said, catching his breath, and trying his hardest to hold in his excitement. Natsumi eyed her student for a good while, before seeing that he was telling the truth. Granted, it was only a half-truth, but she didn't need to know that and gave him permission. Arigato, Kyubi-sensei. I think you're going to love this, he said with a wide smile, making his eyes close, before he phased out of his mind and woke himself up. Oi, Naruto. Why the hell did you leave? I said you could try your jutsu, she yelled, agitated. I know, Kyubi-sensei, but I have to try it out here, Gomen, he thought back in an apologetic tone. Now, it's like what I do to summon her, Only instead of this plane of existence it's inside a cage bushin. Naruto voiced out his theory, before setting his fingers into the infamous cross hand sign, and closed his eyes in concentration like when he tries to summon Kyubi for Kachiyose no Jutsu. Cage bushin no Jutsu, he shouted as the famous puff of smoke appeared. Naruto eyed the smoke with childlike hope in his eyes, praying that his theory was right, if not he'd have a very pissed off sensei on his hands. Naruto, just what in the hell has gotten into you? I don't appreciate you summoning me randomly like that, Natsumi continued with her agitated tone. The smoke began to dissipate and Naruto saw what he had hoped to see before he grabbed a mirror and faced it towards the silhouette, with a humongous smile on his face. But, Kyubi-sensei, I didn't summon you, he retorted in the most sickeningly sweet tone he could muster. Of course you did, baka, idiot. That's the only way I taught you, she snapped at him before gaping at her reflection in the mirror as the smoke finally ceased to be. What? How? When? Why, you? She questioned if you could even call it that, completely surprised, grabbing the mirror from his hands and touched her face to make sure it was real. Naruto smiled brightly, happy he had accomplished his rather on-the-spot jutsu, but was very happy with the results, though after a moment he burst out laughing at the reaction his friend was having at the moment. After a good 5 minutes of him laughing and her checking out every detail of herself, they both finally calmed down and took a seat on his bed inside the shack. Alright Naruto-kun, spill it, she commanded with crossed arms and a stern but curious expression. Well, to answer your questions from before, which will help to explain what I did, a hanged cage bushin, I used your soul, about 20 minutes ago, because I thought you'd like another way to be outside of the seal, and yes, me your lovable student, he said with a laugh, getting a smirk from her. She went into a thinking pose of everything she knew about cage bushins and what she told him about them. After a while she got the gist of the idea behind it and actually admitted she never thought to even try that. Okay, so let me get this straight, you concocted this idea on what seemed to be a whim, decided to use my soul instead of the user's, and hang the bushin to look like me? She asked him. Yay, pretty much, only thing are the finer details, but those don't really matter, he said a little embarrassed. Natsumi chuckled at the boy, while shaking her head before going back to sensei mode. Naruto, this was a very dangerous idea, though I am glad you still want to help me with my imprisonment. This could have gone very wrong very quickly if the seal had reacted in a negative way to your summoning me. It could have destroyed one if not both of us. Your two-san was a master fuinjutsu user. And I have a feeling that the only reason the seal hasn't reacted so far was because he didn't calculate the existence of a kitsune summoning scroll in his jutsu. Nor did he think you or anyone else you knew would ever come up with such a foolish idea like this, she said sternly, making him dip his head in shame for not considering this. However, arigato Naruto-kun, it means a great deal to me that you thought of doing this for me, though silly to attempt as it was, but please next time you get an idea for a new jutsu, tell me first so I can give you suggestions and advice. I'd like to not lose my friend over a silly thing that like nay? She offered with a smile before hugging the boy. He turned and hugged her back with a nod, before they both let go and just sat there in comfortable silence, while Natsumi checked all of the finer details of her new body, mainly being motor functions in case she gets into a fight. After all, she is still a cage bushin underneath all that beauty. After a few short minutes a thought occurred to her as she looked down at herself, when an evil smirk crossed her lips and spoke. Oh, Naruto-kun? She almost sang out. Hi? He answered while nonchalantly turning towards her. How exactly did you happen to get my proportions just right? She questioned with a melodic tone that promised pain if he answered incorrectly, causing the boy's eyes to widen in fear. Well shit, I did not see that coming, he thought, feeling his palms begin to sweat. I mean you, he stuttered out trying to form an answer, seeing Natsumi leering at him. We've spent so much time together that it's impossible to not see your proportions, and I just thought you'd want this body to be as close to the real yours as possible so it's familiar to you. Besides, I am not even old enough to be perverted like that, he explained after finally calming himself enough to complete full sentences. Natsumi looked at him scrutinizingly just to make him sweat a bit. She knew full well he wasn't of age yet to do those kinds of things, but that didn't mean she couldn't have fun with her friend. She smiled mischievously. I know you aren't Naruto-kun. It was just funny to see your reaction. Think of it as payback for the worry you caused me before. Besides, I know what happens in your body. I live there after all, she said, as they both laughed at her corny joke. Now then, since you've tested your new jutsu successfully, I want you back in your mind training like I had told you. Kenjutsu with Kitsune Issei Ryu basics and offensive attacks, she ordered in a strict tone before puffing back into the seal, with Naruto going back to sleep following close behind. 3 months later, ironically, what Natsumi had teased Naruto about that night. was actually what has haunted him for the last few weeks. Because of his mental training, his mind was developing faster than his body. And Naruto just reached 11 and with it came puberty. Though puberty has to do with hormones being activated and circulated within the body. Because his body was still too young, the only thing that the hormones could affect so far were his thoughts. Which after about a week, grew very risque thanks to a certain unearthly beautiful demoness sensei of his, although Naruto's training regimen had stayed the same aside from his advancements in whatever he or his bushins trained in, the moment the boy stopped, and even sometimes during training both his eyes and his thoughts were consumed by the fiery vixen who just sat and supervised him against a tree. Naruto, for as smart as he at his age, didn't know what to do about his problem. He hadn't had much contact with people who knew this kind of stuff. Save for Natsumi, but that was the last person he waned to talk to about it with. Considering that she was the main topic, Naruto knew he loved her as a friend and enjoyed her companionship unfalteringly as she did him, that much of their feelings were publicly known to each other, plus he already admitted to himself that he found the vixen almost unbearably attractive as well. He knew his feelings began to change and also solidify around her. He knew he was falling for her, the problem was what he should do about it. His logical side told him to just tell her what is happening and how he feels, but he knew it wouldn't be right of him to just say it at his age. Besides, what would he do if she laughed at him and told him off? Or worse yet, that she was disgusted of the idea of any mortal or him specifically having thoughts about her like that even if they are friends. She was pretty much royalty to demons after all. Or maybe that she would stop training him or stop being his friend altogether. And just stay in her valley never to talk to him again. His heart nearly stopped at this thought, losing her as a companion. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if that happened. His thoughts clashed every day, on him trying to decide what to do about this. And Natsumi being who she was, God bless her, didn't make it any easier for the boy. What he thought of as friendly hugs between each other before, soon became something his mind thrived on for certain thoughts thanks to the fact that her breasts always pressed against his face. There were other times in the past few weeks as well that he recalled which in the past wouldn't bother him at all, but now were excruciating for him to bear witness to and tested his will to the utmost limits. Flashback. Alright Naruto, that's enough for tonight, she called to the current bushin beating boy. He finished off the last bushin and jogged back towards her as always underneath the shade of a tree. Now, she let the sentence hang as she stood up, stretching her body by arching her back, making her kimono to stretch against her front, causing Naruto to go bug-eyed by a rather nice view of her well-endowed breasts which seemed to almost want to pop out of her clothing, as well as give a generous outline of her nicely shaped hips and thighs. Go back into the real world, and you know what to do, nay? I think I am going to take a nap, seeing you sweat got me tired, she joked with a small laugh, now standing normally. She was about to lay down when she didn't hear anything from. She looked over and noticed him staring into space. Oi! Naruto, did you hear me? She questioned, weirded out by the boy's expression as she waved a hand in front of his face. Huh. Oh hi Kyubi-sensei, Gomen, sleep well, he said with a flush in his face, before quickly phasing out of his mind. Must be overtraining him, she thought absent-mindedly before laying down and getting some sleep, not thinking much of it. Flashback end. Another example that nearly took him to his breaking point and want to ravish her, though he held back knowing it would ruin everything they had together. Also the fact that his body still wasn't quite receptive to his thoughts as much as his mind and imagination wished. Flashback. Naruto had just finished his real-world training and was settling into bed for some well-deserved rest. Wonder what Natsumi-chan is going to have me do, he thought to himself before drifting off to sleep. Naruto woke up in a bed of flowers as he usually did in his renovated mind. He got up and looked to see which tree his sensei was under tonight, oddly though he couldn't find her in any of her usual spots. Natsumi-chan, he shouted, thinking maybe she was asleep. He went around the valley shouting for his sensei but got no response, that is until he heard a melodic humming grace his ears. He continued to look for her until he rounded a tree trunk and found her, though never in the sense he would have ever thought. Oh Kami-sama, what did I do to you to deserve such a beautiful nightmare? He thought as his breathing completely stopped. Naruto saw Natsumi in a way he wasn't sure whether to consider a blessing or a curse. She was currently taking a soap-less bath in the river that ran through the valley. Luckily for him, though she was facing away from him, so all he was able to see was her flawless neck, shoulders, arms, and down to about her mid-back. She was just standing there humming a soft tune, and caressing handfuls of water on her arms, neck, and back without a care in the world, allowing it to sprinkle down her lightly tanned skin which shined gently in the sun's rays, her motions teasing him like she knew he was there, but pretended not to. He thought, No words being able to be formed while his eyes just watched every movement of her body, every drop of water that rolled down her skin taunting him that they were touching her perfect form while he could only watch from a distance. After a few minutes of Naruto's tortured bliss, Natsumi turned slightly so Naruto could get a profile view of her. His heart, though still deprived of oxygen, throbbed inside his chest a mile a minute as the boy took the beauty in even more than he had prior. Naruto, despite this being his first time seeing this much a female, swore that only a few creatures' existence could ever be comparable in beauty to Natsumi. She was still humming, although a different tune now, as she began to caress her stomach and breasts, causing Naruto's face to heat up redder than a lobster's. He pulled back, pressing himself against the tree before he could see too much of her glorious assets. Damn it. I am such a hypocrite, saying I am not a pervert. But only a few months after I hit puberty, now look at me. He shook his head, ashamed at himself. I am just glad something inside me pulled me back in time before I saw too much. The only way I can face myself and her is if I admit to what I've done and accept the consequences, he concluded, dipping his head, getting ready to atone for his sin. After a few minutes he regained his composure and ran away from the tree slightly so his plan could work as he hoped. Natsumi-chan, he screamed, making it seem like he was still searching for her. Hi. Over here, Naruto-kun, she yelled back beyond the tree. He waited half a minute before jogging up to and around the tree he had been previously hiding behind. Once again seeing what half of him wished he hadn't, and the other thanking God he had, he apparently jogged faster than he thought, and when he found her, she was still getting her silver kimono on, though it covered her bottom half. The top part of it was draped to the sides of her shoulders, not covering an inch of her wonderful breasts. His eyes bugged out and he immediately blushed like he had when he caught her the first time. Go. Gomennasai Natsumi-chan. He shouted loudly before turning around so fast his neck and back almost snapped. I am so dead. I am so dead. I am so dead. He kept chanting his mantra, mentally awaiting his death by his beautiful prisoner, and I came to confess what happened too. He screamed, his eyes screwed shut. He is so cute, she thought with a smirk and soft chuckle, watching the poor boy tremble in fear. She finished dressing herself, and began walk towards him, making him stiffen from the footsteps. It's okay, Naruto-kun, she whispered into his ear, making him stiff as a board. For you, it's free to watch, but it'll cost you if you want to touch, she cooed seductively, only trying to have fun with him since she knew he knew what she meant. Only problem was that she still had no idea where the boy was mentally in his life, and thought that it was just be a simple joke with him, never realizing what kind of emotional and sexual torment it caused him, since he was somehow able to keep these thoughts from her. Once she finished what she thought was a small taunt, she moved in front of him taking her sensei stance and was about to talk when she noticed him. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Naruto, I said it was okay. I am not going to punish you, so snap out of it, she said sternly with a hand on her hip, noting the boy's still red face and fearful expression. After 3 years of training with her, Naruto got used to listening to Natsumi when she gave an order no matter the situation, and this time was no different. Hi Kyubi sensei, go. Gomen, he stuttered, getting a little bit of control back and color to his face. He's been acting rather strange lately, I'll need to keep an eye on him, she thought worriedly. No harm done, Naruto, we are friends and you training here so often, it was bound to happen sooner or later, as long as you didn't mean to see me like that. After all, you said you aren't a pervert, right? She asked with an accusing look while emphasizing right to tease him again, making him blush once more. Right. He lied. She smiled happily. Good, she chirped. Now, you are going to continue to fight Ubushins with jutsu only so you get some battle experience using them. The enemy isn't always going to give you enough time to finish your hand seals at once, so you'll need to learn to be spontaneous and unpredictable so you can summon your jutsu even in the most insurmountable situations, she commanded, before Naruto bowed and was off to begin his training, while the images and words of the red-haired demoness were still freshly ravaging his mind and imagination. Flask back end. Situations such as these, though usually not as extreme, continuously barraged the boy's thoughts while training with the crimson-haired demoness. 3 months later, morning of October 10th, despite Naruto's lack of attention at times thanks to the continuous sexual assaults to his mind, which he had surprisingly been able to keep secret from his sensei still, he had noticed a change in her behavior over the last few months. Many nights when he trained in his mind, she just stared off into the distance with a forlorn expression on her face. Despite his supportive side screaming at himself to go ask what was wrong and to give an ear to listen if needed, he decided that if she was really worried about something she would confide in him, as she had began to do more and more after that night a year ago, so for a time he just watched her, making sure nothing was going on with her, while he fought his own inner demons. However, the day of his birthday, he finally snapped when he became deeply injured and she didn't seem to even notice, still just looking forlornly into space, something she never had done before. Mindscape. Naruto was fighting his cage Bushins in all forms he had been taught so far. A no-holds-bar battle royal of 100 versus 1, he had been doing well enough. Already dispatching half of the clone when one sneaked up on him and stabbed him through the heart with a kunai. The cage Bushins dispersed immediately, knowing he needed a break to rest and get over the pain. Just because he couldn't die in his mind, didn't mean the pain was any less real. When he recovered slightly while taking a knee, he expected that Natsumi would be there to tell him to start over since he died in that simulation, or something to that effect. But when he looked towards her, she was still against a tree looking off into the distance like she had been going for hours now. Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly in barely suppressed agitation. See the carelessness of his sensei and friend. It's one thing to daydream while I am doing simple training, it's another to not notice when your student and friend was just stabbed in the heart. He thought, his annoyance of her behavior finally getting the better of him. He started to walk over towards his teacher, slightly wincing at the pain still etched into his chest. Tonight's the night, and I still don't know what to do, or will do if he hates me for it, Natsumi thought, still gazing towards the mountainside deep in thought. For all the knowledge that I hold, I am still unable to figure out what I should do, and I am running out of time. All I know is that if he rejects me afterwards, I don't think I could handle it, not after everything we've gone though and shared together. That's right, the Kuni no Kitsune, the queen of all Biju, was scared an almost 9-year-old boy. Why? The answer might be as simple or complex as an answer could be to such a question. But in truth there were two reasons, no more like secrets, that she dare not tell Naruto. The first reason being, as unbelievable as it may sound, the vixen had actually the same emotional problem that her young student did. She had fallen for him, as he did her. She didn't know when it happened or how. But she did know the why. It was because of Naruto's personality. He was boisterous but humble when in the presence of those stronger than himself, intelligent yet playful when he was talking with her as a friend, confident but not egotistical like some legendary ninjas tended to become, strong yet still showed his weaknesses to those he trusted, even slightly bloodthirsty yet merciful to his enemies who deserved it. He reminded her so much of her dead mate, though having his own unique Naruto-ish twist to it. As the years went by and the boy grew in all of these aspects, he reminded her more and more of the reasons she once loved her mate. And slowly but surely those same feelings arose and were directed at Naruto. Not as a replacement of her old lover, mind you, but as a possible new one in the blonde. The reason Natsumi constantly teased the boy, aside from the sheer fun of it, was out of fear of him finding out somehow. It was a defense mechanism for her to keep the boy at a distance. Also, she admitted her feelings to herself about him. But she knew he was far too physically and mentally young for her, which was the main reason she never hinted at all of her true feelings. Not only that, but she was a demoness, and not just any demoness, the same demoness that basically destroyed his life from the inside out while he lived in that hateful village. She had caused his Two-san's death, his Ka-san's hatred and abandonment of him, the village citizens and shinobi to spite and eventually physically assault him. What could she possibly hope for him to say to her if she did tell him, "I really like you too, Natsumi-chan"? No, had probably just laugh at her, saying how could he have those kinds of feelings for a demon? Especially a demon that has utterly ruined his life as much as she had. She was utterly torn, despite remembering what he said about being happy with her. But he was her only companion and, more importantly, close friend for the last 3 years. While time to a demon meant nothing, when trapped inside a mortal, time means everything. The fact that she could lose that bond with him in a flash was too much for her to bear. She feared his answer so much so that she decided to never tell him of her feelings, so she simply gritted and bared it when they hugged and felt his touch, or he smiled a genuine smile towards her that warmed her heart, or did something that reminded her of the reasons she fell for him in the first place, causing her stomach to flip-flop with her suppressed affection for him each time. The other dark secret that could also destroy her friendship even without her telling him was the fact that tonight held a very special night for him. Natsumi never told Naruto this because she also feared his answer about this too. Something that would literally change him forever. There are few things mortals know about the demon realm or things about demons themselves. This not being one of them, the ancient ability of humans to become Hanyu or half-breed. Half-demon, half-human, this marriage of species, if you will, can only occur one of two ways. The first being the more common way, which is that a human and a demon have a child. Said child of course gains both sets of DNA chromosomes from their parents, automatically causing them to be born a Hanyu. The second way is a lot more painful for the Hanyu itself, which is when the human is forced to change into a Hanyu after birth. This change usually only happens with a Jinchuriki. If the Biju is of a higher class, which Natsumi happens to be. Because humans can only contain so much demon chakra before their bodies begin to reject it and deteriorate. The solution to this deterioration is simpler said than done. The demon must change its host into a Hanyu so the body can compensate for the rest of the demonic chakra that the body will be fed. Though not as strong as a full demon, Hanyu still have the ability to hold unlimited amounts of demonic chakra without any negative side effects, as well as having the boon of immortality, and this is the dilemma Natsumi currently faced. Naruto was currently at his body's limit, so she needed to change Naruto into a Hanyu so he could absorb the rest of her chakra. The problem is that Naruto had no idea, and she was running out of time to tell and prepare him for it. For her same reasoning as to not tell him about her feelings, she has been afraid to tell him what is his right to know since they first met. She was afraid of his reaction to hearing that he would become part demon, because if he still harbored ill will towards demons, or just her specifically, and she told him about this, had never forgive her because it would just be another fate which he hated that was forced upon him much like she was. Damn it. What should I do? She mentally screamed, holding back her tears so Naruto wouldn't suspect anything, that is until she heard his voice cut through her thoughts. Oi! Natsumi-chan! He screamed, looking down at her with an annoyed expression on his face. She looked up at him with a sad expression. Huh? Oh Naruto-kun, Gomen, she answered in a low, soft voice. Hearing her subdued voice, he immediately berated himself for yelling at her. Natsumi-chan, I tried to ignore your daydreaming for the last few months, thinking that if something was wrong you'd come to me. But tonight I confirmed something really is bothering you because I was just stabbed through the heart and you didn't even notice. Now what has got you so down in the dumps? Please tell me what is upsetting you so much, he pleaded with a concerned frown. Natsumi just looked at him, not knowing what to do. She had feared he would notice and force her into a corner, but still hoped he wouldn't. She opened her mouth to speak but nothing came out before she closed it. She repeated this a few more times before Naruto sighed. Natsumi-chan, we've been companions for 3 years, and good friends for over a year now. You know you can always tell me what's on your mind, ne? I've always been here to listen if something was wrong. So why have you been hesitating to talk to me lately? He asked lowly in a warm and reassuring tone, making her relax slightly. I need to tell him, even if I am afraid of his reaction. I told him the first day we met that he deserved to know everything about himself if he asked me, and I don't want to be branded a liar now, especially with something that is so important to the rest of his life. He deserves to know, even if I lose him forever. Her logical side finally won out, and she reluctantly agreed. She lowered her head in shame at her fear and weakness. It's about you, Naruto-kun, she whispered though still heard. He quirked a brow. About me? Well, what about me? For a short time Natsumi's fear held her back from speaking, until a hand on her shoulder and a soft smile from Naruto calmed her and she steeled herself for what would transpire next, that could make or break their relationship. There is something you need to know. She let out a long apprehensive and fearful sigh before continuing. You remember how your 2-san seal allows you to absorb my chakra reserves into your system slowly over time, right? She questioned, getting a confused nod from him. Well, there is something that I've kept from you about this process. She paused, looking back down, not having the courage to keep eye contact any longer. Humans in time have evolved to be able to hold only so much demon chakra in their systems before the body itself begins to die. Consequently, when humans have a demon sealed in them, and that demon is of superior strength such as myself, the human must undergo a process called sosei, rebirth, which will allow the human's body to compensate for the demon chakra by. She stopped for a moment, letting a single tear fall from her face before she ended her friendship with Naruto, turning the human into a Hanyu. She finished, almost abandoning her emotional wall and letting herself cry at losing the only friend and companion she's had for the past 9 years. Naruto was speechless at the revelation that Natsumi just shared with him. He just stared at his downcast friend in silence. So, you're telling me that because of having you sealed in me, I am eventually going to turn part demon just like you and I don't even have a choice? He asked in an accusing tone, only getting a silent nod from the nearly tremoring vixen. A good 5 minutes of complete silence filled the area. Only the sound of the billowing winds was heard. Natsumi herself thought that Naruto had simply left his mind and, more importantly, her without another word, and she was far too scared to look up and learn the truth. Alright, his happy voice faintly resounded in her ear. For a few seconds nothing registered to the woman still sitting on the ground. Then the answer finally seemed to click before she finally had the courage to look where Naruto was still standing with a large smile plastered on his face. What? Was the intellectual sentence she asked him. He snickered lightly, as his smile to grow even bigger. I said alright Nat, Sue, am I, Chan, he retorted again saying her name in a slow, playful tone, but seeing her face in confusion however he realized he'd have to explain, for being a millennia-old demoness you really are thick when it comes to relationships you have with people you know that? He asked with a small chuckle before continuing, what I mean is, ever since I met you when have I ever seriously badmouthed demons or you for being 1 hectometer? He paused to give her a moment to think, none, and why? It's simple, because in my eyes you've shown me that demons are given a bad rap with how humans stereotype them as being bloodthirsty beasts who only want chaos and anarchy to reign. You've shown me that demons are a lot different and complex than that, you've shown me that demons can be more kind-hearted than even humans can sometimes be, and honestly if it was my choice to turn into a Hanyu I would still say yes because I don't think it would be so bad, besides then I'd still be able to be there for you like I want to, he finished with another smile. Natsumi was blown away by Naruto's long answer. And truth be told she was speechless. She felt both complete joy and shame at the same time. Joy that Naruto not only didn't reject her for what was going to happen to him because of her presence in him, but he was actually okay with becoming a Hanyu. At the same time she was ashamed with herself for having such little faith in both Naruto and the strength of their bond together. However her joy soon reached critical mass and she couldn't help but tackle the boy to the ground in a death grip hug. Had both their emotions been more stable at the time, they would have noticed the rather intimate position they were in on the ground. She was lying on top of him straddling his legs, with her arms wrapped around his neck and her face buried in his chest, his own arms wrapped around her waist. Go. Go Menasai Naruto-kun. She muffled against his shirt finally letting her tears flow. I should have had more faith in you, and us, Go Menasai, she cried drenching his shirt. Naruto was rather shocked over her reaction, but once he calmed down he moved one hand to her head and the other to her back and began to slowly massage the emotional woman, while cooing soothing words to her. After a long time, she finally calmed down but refused to get off him afraid he might still leave if she let go, causing him to chuckle at her childish clinginess. Let me guess Natsumi-chan, you thought that I still harbored ill will towards you over what happened in Konoha because of your sealing in me? And that I'd resent you even more for turning me into a demon just like yourself nay? He asked, though never received an answer from her making him smirk for hitting the nail on the head. I already told you bonehead, I can't and won't blame you for attacking the village. What happened to me afterwards couldn't be helped thanks to the villagers' fear and hatred and loss. You should give me more credit than that you know, and besides if I were to ever have left you I probably would have done it after our first meeting, but I am still here. He left the statement hang before leaning right next to her ear making them twitch from his hot breath, and I am still happy, he finished in an almost inaudible whisper, seeming to only want her to hear even though they had no audience, before giving her a chaste kiss on her temple. She lifted her head from his shirt to look into his understanding gaze. He really means it, he really doesn't hate me for all that's happened to him because of me, and he would choose to become a Hanyu too. Gomen I've really underestimated you Naruto-kun, she thought, finally getting a hold of her emotions, allowing a smile to grace her lips. If only you were older Naruto-kun, she couldn't help but think, fighting back the urge to move those last few inches and lay a kiss his soft lips. After several moments passed the pair finally realized the position they were in and quickly released their lover's embrace in embarrassment, neither knowing of the other's blush, before soon calming down and sitting next each other against the tree. Anyo, Natsumi-chan he paused before gulping. What exactly is going to happen to me? He asked worriedly. Her smile soon faded with the re-emergence of the fearful topic, though now at least causing a lot less tenseness inside the vixen. I can only tell you the generic details I am afraid Naruto-kun. Each sosei is different because of the variety of demons that exist in the unique human aspect as well. Once sosei is complete the human will still look mostly humanoid, but with characteristics that are unique to the demon involved. Much like the whisker marks you have because of my sealing. This is where my demon limit I told you about comes into play for you. She explained, before striking a rather cute thinking pose with her pointer finger on top of her chin. Another thing I know is that you will become immortal like myself or any other demon. However, don't think that immortal means you will never die. This form of immortality stops the passage of time for the physical body nothing else, meaning you will never die no matter how old your body may get, hence why I still look so good, she said doing a playful sexy pose for him, causing them both to laugh and ease the tension in the air. After that I don't really know much, it will be a surprise for us both tonight I am afraid, she finished, her smile dimming slightly at not giving him more of a reassurance. Wait, tonight? What do you mean tonight? He asked apprehensively, before the truth hit him when seeing her lower her head in guilt. Damn, My sosei is happening tonight, isn't it? He asked with a sigh. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. Not like I had a choice in the matter anyway, so why should I be able to pick when it happens? I could have used a bit more warning though, Natsumi-chan, he playfully scolded her, though immediately regretting it seeing her frown. Gee, Gomen Natsumi-chan. I was only kidding, but, Anyo, will it hurt it a lot? He questioned, realizing that transformations like more than likely tend to hurt since they change the way the body itself functions. Natsumi lowered her head even more, afraid Naruto will still be mad at her, but slightly nodding to him nonetheless. He frowned from her answer, though not being surprised by it, before he moved closer to her and grabbed one of her hands that laid on her lap into his own. Anyo, Natsumi-chan, is it maybe possible to have you stay with me while I change? I'd really appreciate it if you helped me through it by being by my side, he asked lowly. She looked back at the boy sitting close to her, a small smile growing on her face, touched that even after all she had done to him, he still wanted her by his side. She squeezed his hand that enveloped hers reassuringly, making him look at her still with a flush on his cheeks. I will always be here to support you, Naruto-kun, as long as you want me to, she answered in a confident but soft voice. He smiled appreciatively. Arigato Natsumi-chan, he squeezed her hand back gently. They stayed in that posture for a while, just seeming to be hypnotized by the other and their surroundings, neither realizing that the other was thinking the exact same thing that they were while smiling happy at the thought. Maybe there is a chance for us yet. Lamentably, the pair had to let go of each other to prepare the necessary rites and seals for Naruto's sosei ritual. October 10, 11:55 p.m. The pair had worked tirelessly throughout the morning, noon, and night to prepare for Naruto's sosei. Naruto's bedroom in Raiga's shack was filled to the brim with demonic seals and incantations. Naruto himself was in the middle of the room, lying on his back in the middle of a large pentagram seal in nothing but his underwear, giving Natsumi ample time to coo out cat calls towards the boy, making his entire body burn red in embarrassment. With Natsumi right by his side holding his hand, they waited for the stroke of midnight, which would signify the start of his sosei. Arigato again, Natsumi-chan, he whispered out a bit haggardly. Both he and Natsumi knew he was scared at what would happen to him after this, but he tried his best not to show it. After everything we've been through and you still being my friend and companion after it all, it should be obvious that I would be here for you, especially since you asked me in such a cute way, she retorted with a teasing smile, making him smile back, cutting the tension in the room a bit. An unearthly silence suddenly entered the room after she spoke for a brief second before Naruto's watch beeped and his smile immediately turned into a pain-filled grimace. His sosei had begun, and from that point on Natsumi could do nothing but pray for the screaming boy in front of her. She knew the process was very painful, and being in a shack and not alone, she set up one of the Anipo jutsus she had taught him called Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu, sound silencing barrier technique, around the room to not alert Raiga of the ritual. Please be alright, Naruto-kun, she mentally prayed, barely able to stand seeing the pain contort across his body and face. The process was slow and agonizing, each seal written in the room, slowly moving onto Naruto's body, making his skin feel like it was on fire as it moved to its proper alignment. After hours of unbridled pain, the last of the seals finally moved in place. Before they all meshed together at the center of his chest and formed the same pentagram seal that he was lying on, only a smaller version. For a moment his screams subsided and there was an air of quietness. Natsumi knew the process wasn't finished, but she needed to let Naruto know she was still here for him, and quickly moved back to his side, squeezing his hand, kissed his cheek and whispered words of praise and encouragement to him. Sadly, their reunion would have to wait, because when she leaned back, the rest of his sosei ritual commenced, signaled by a transparent purple beam shooting through the pentagram seal on his chest and into the ceiling. And so his almost animalistic screams continued on throughout the night, hurting the ears but more importantly the heart of the only being he trusted with his life, the Kyubi no Kitsune. The tormented screams of the boy seemed endless to Natsumi. However, truth be told, she was completely fascinated by what was happening to him. After the beam skewered him, an almost agonizingly slow purple flame began to engulf his entire body. After many more hours, the flames finally reached the bottom of his toes and the very tips of his blonde hair before they extended outward, engulfing the entire room in a blinding flash of purple. The force of the flame caused Natsumi to be thrown against the wall and luckily land on Naruto's bed. But she was completely blind from the light. Soon the flames retracted back towards the large seal on the floor, leaving a standing-up humanoid silhouette in its wake. Natsumi rubbed her eyes, trying to get those damn circles out of her vision before looking at what transpired with Naruto. After realizing his sosei was finally complete, what she saw wasn't anything close to what she expected, but certainly wasn't complaining at the view. He's gorgeous, she thought, absent-mindedly licking her lips as she took the new form of her friend in, though her current thoughts were nothing of the friendly variety. What stood before her was a half-naked 30-ish-year-old version of the Naruto that she knew. Only hot, really hot, new muscles adorned his athletic frame, which twitched at the cold air that now hit them. His hair had turned from blonde to a dark orange, while his eyes now shone with a brilliant shade of amethyst with black slits running down them like her own. His teeth, and both hand and toenails, were elongated into fangs and claws, while his usually small whisker marks also became more pronounced, giving him an even more feral look than he already had. The last changes were the orange and white fox ears that adorned his head, as well as 2 orange and white fox tails swinging gently behind him. Naruto himself felt like he was born anew, though technically he was considering he was a Hanyu now. He tried to figure out all of the new nuances that came to him, which he noticed almost immediately. All of his senses were heightened to and past animalistic levels. He could hear Raiga's heart beating in the other room. He could see clearly through the window at the mountains, which were almost 100 yards away. The air felt like soft silk as it made contact with his skin. And his nose smelled the old wood that this shack was made out of. He also smelled something odd about the room. It was a very pleasant, almost heavenly smell, but something he couldn't recognize. He let his nose carry him to its source, which directed him to Natsumi, who was still staring at him, with a look he had never seen on her face before, but decided it definitely looked good on her. His mind finally clicked back to normal, and looked at his friend uncomfortably. Anyo, so how am I? Do I have horns or anything? Do I look okay, or normal? He asked in a much deeper voice than he once had, a little afraid of her answer. There wasn't a mirror around, so he could only see so much of himself, making him trust his friend to tell him the truth about any new looks. Unfortunately, Natsumi was in her own little perverted world at the moment, while still looking at the new Naruto that stood before her. Christmas came early this year, or whatever it is they say, she thought with a hungry leer. Natsumi-chan. He raised his voice, not getting a response the first time, but this time getting the desired result. Kami-sama. Even his voice has gotten sexy, she thought, trying her best to remember exactly who she was ogling at like a horny schoolgirl. Gee. Gomen Naruto-kun, she stuttered out with a blush, trying not to let her voice give away the inner conflict she was having. Sue? She smiled shyly while rubbing the back of her head. Anyo, what was the question again? She asked sheepishly, making his eyebrow perch at her inattentiveness. Naruto thought she was ignoring the question because something was wrong and she just didn't have the heart to tell him, so he checked himself out, quickly noting his new body's appearance as well as that his underwear was straining to its utmost limits just to stay on him, causing a rather large bulge in them. Even though he wasn't excited, he looked back at his friend, and when seeing her face again it finally clicked. Guess my sosei did more than I thought. Can't blame her, though she hasn't seen a male this close to naked in almost 9 years, he thought, while mentally laughing at the situation, before smirking and deciding to tease her a bit. Natsumi-chan, he said in the most husky voice he could muster, making her ears perk up. Do you like what you see? Or can I get some pants on? He finished in a playful tone, leering at her lack of attention, or could it be over-attention? For a good 10 seconds she just continued on with her staring, before his question sunk in and she snapped out of her erotic stupor, and blushed, throwing him a pair of pants. Gomen Naruto-kun, she spoke out shyly, not being able to look at her friend without ravaging him. It's fine, though I'll take it you approve of my changes and nothing seems overly wrong with me? He asked, smirking that her blush had slightly deepened when she nodded lightly, though for what I've already noticed, that pain was worth it. I feel great, and my senses are through the roof. He decided to explain all of his new abilities that he noticed so far to her, which included what he had smelled coming off her, causing her to blush once more. He can smell me now. I need to keep myself in check, but I mean Kami-sama, just look at him, she thought, knowing it would be easier said than done to keep her mind out of the gutter since she'll be with him as both his sensei and friend. Once her blushing fit ended, she explained all of the physical changes that he couldn't yet see, but decided on making him look himself. Got a mirror from the shack's bathroom. Naruto was shocked at first, especially with the tails and ears, but overall liked his new look. He liked the feralness he exuded. It might cause unwanted attention if people saw him, but it would also keep people away from him too, so it was a double-edged sword in that sense. Natsumi suggested that he keep his real appearance a secret, because people don't exactly take kindly to Hanyus and demons, so keeping a low profile and a normal look was probably best. Taking the suggestion of using the Anipo Henge Jutsu he had finally been able to master, since it could hide his real looks from anyone without Dujutsu, certain Kekkei Genkai, or demons, He made himself look like how he had before the ritual began. Despite how much Naruto wanted to test out his new form, Natsumi suggested that he let his body get some rest before doing any real-world training. He begrudgingly agreed and got some rest. Natsumi had cancelled his mental training for the night as well, giving his mind time to rest too. 3 months later, 3 months had passed since the day of Naruto's Sosei, making it a full year since he entered the Lightning Country and his training with Raiga began. Since that day, Naruto's training had skyrocketed because of his new body. Through his training, Naruto realized that his new matured body increased almost every one of his physical attributes. His natural strength increased, now being able to make a house-sized crater with either fist or leg with no chakra needed. His chakra reserves didn't grow larger themselves, but the chakra itself moved more smoothly inside of his enlarged coils, which allowed Naruto to gain advancement in his chakra control, allowing him to be able to cast his jutsus faster. And with less resistance, his new body gave his stealth abilities a rather large boost since he could mask his chakra a lot better now thanks to his newly acquired control. Having such a large supply was hard to mask even with the Kyubi no Kitsune as your sensei. The last thing he figured out was that his natural speed greatly increased to high Junin levels, and during one of his training sessions thought he had actually used his Namikaze Kekkei Genkai Jutsu accidentally. Natsumi confirmed that it was merely his natural speed, not but Kekkei Genkai, but suggested that he finally open the second scroll that Sarutobi had given him, thinking maybe one of the scrolls would tell him something about it so he might begin to learn it. Flashback. Naruto and Natsumi went back into the shack and searched his bedroom for his backpack with the 3 scrolls addressed to him. He grabbed the second unopened one, sneering at the one he read 3 years ago addressed from his mother. With an apprehensive sigh, he opened the seal with a spot of blood and began to read. Hello Sochi. I am sure you're probably wondering why your Ka-san or Hokage gave you this scroll and box out of nowhere after you just graduated as a Konoha Chunin. Well, the reason is simple. I wanted to have a few words with you man to man. Haha, though I know it's a letter, but bear with me ne? First, I just wanted to say how proud of you I am. I know you are a strong shinobi by now and will be destined for great things. But I don't want you to let your success go to your head either. Enjoy the spotlight but stay true to yourself and the teachings of the shinobi way. Always remember that to be truly strong, a shinobi always fights to protect their precious people. Not for fame nor glory. Well, that's enough of the academy drama morals. I know you will become a legend in your own generation, so I just thought you should learn your 2-san's signature moves and make them yours. If you haven't already, be told, my Kekkei Genkai is my body's ability to travel at supersonic speeds without any negative side effects, allowing my clansmen to utilize the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Gomenasai my Sochi, for not being around to teach you how to use it myself. But that box I left you has both a scroll of instructions and a special kunai that will help you to learn it. My advice is to let yourself go when you feel the pull. You'll understand this when you begin to successfully learn it. The second jutsu is the Rasengan, thankfully Sarutobi-sama. Your Ka-san or your Kyufu, godfather, Jiraiya know how the technique works and can teach you the steps to learn it. And if you want, you could try to find your wayward Kyubo, godmother, Tsunade, for some medical training too. Now, I have a request my Sochi, as your dead 2-san's last wish. Take care of your Ka-san and the rest of the clan. I know she can be hot-headed at times, but always know she and all of them love you unconditionally. When you go on higher-ranking missions, try to be careful too. I honestly don't know how devastated Kushina-chan would be if something serious ever happened to you. When I saw her last holding you as a baby, she had so much love for you in her eyes, the same love I know she still has for you. Onegai, please, just take care of her, and most of all yourself for both your sakes. Always remember that I will be watching you and your Ka-san. I love you my Sochi. I am so proud of you. Love your 2-san. Namikaze Minato. After reading the letter, Naruto didn't quite know how to react. Happy that he has something that his father wrote, are filled with rage on just how false his words about his Kushina, the Uzumaki clan, and his apparent godfather Jiraiya had been. Natsumi embraced him, while telling him everything would be alright, helping to calm him down greatly. After getting his emotions in check, he opened the wooden box, took out the scroll and unfurled it. When a 3-pronged kunai dropped to the ground, Naruto took it and read the paper, which were the steps to the Hiraishin. He put the letter back inside his bag and went outside to practice his father's infamous jutsu that made him a shinobi legend. Flashback end. Since then, Naruto had dedicated over half his training to learning the Hiraishin. However, even with hundreds shadow clones at his disposal, only a minimal amount of success was given to him on mastering it. On the aspect of other jutsus that he was shown by Raiga and Natsumi, Naruto was still a genius on catching the tricks to them and mastering them with ease. Finally the day came when Raiga had taught Naruto the last jutsu he knew. Before declaring that it was time for their duel, Naruto had grown respect for the insane man, and adamantly declined on wanting to fight him again, which only made Raiga laugh and remind him of the consequences if he didn't, causing Naruto's hands to be tied and submit to the duel. Makeshift duel arena. The two men faced off with their swords drawn. Raiga knew to not underestimate Naruto this time around. He had seen his progress and knew that if he wanted the fight to last more than 5 minutes he'd need to use his swords. I still don't know what happened to you Arashi, but I hope you aren't thinking that your appearance is going to scare me into backing down, Raiga said with a smile. He had been waiting for this fight for a long time, and seeing Naruto's true form now for the first time only made him that much more excited to fight him. I don't Raiga-san, and explaining what happened now won't matter since one of us is going to be dead anyway, Naruto retorted, getting into the beginning stages of Kitsune Issei Ryu. The two stood there not moving a single muscle for almost 10 minutes. Until a lightning bolt scorched the ground in the middle of the two, almost making it seem like the gods themselves began the duel. The two suddenly disappeared, as steel clashed against steel viciously across the arena, the ground only after a minute already looking like a war zone. Uprising rock and stone was everywhere as each clash caused more of the ground to change. Natsumi was easily keeping up with the battle, noting that it seemed to be a deadlock. Naruto was faster than Raiga, but Raiga was dual-wielding so he was able to make up for the difference in speed in his superior amount of weaponry. This won't be decided by Kenjutsu alone, they are too evenly matched, she thought while enjoying Naruto's first official shinobi fight. The two were caught in a power struggle while their swords clashed for dominance against one another. However, Raiga just smirked before twisting his right sword to hook onto Shinku Kaijin and was able to pry it out of Naruto's hands, sending it several yards away. Naruto was able to jump back from a slice of Raiga's blade that would have ended his life. As he flew back from the attack, he began a set of hand seals while flipping through the air. Futon. Daitapa, wind style. Great breakthrough, he shouted as he released a breath of air magnified by his chakra. The great wind pushed Raiga back, nearly losing his balance until he lodged his swords into the earth to stabilize himself. The only problem with that is he was now defenseless against Naruto unless he released his swords. Of course that was Naruto's plan and was already about ready to call out his next jutsu. Doden. Doryu Taiga, earth style, earth flow river. He called out as the ground around Raiga became mud, and mixed with the still billowing winds, forced the swordsman to lose his stabilization from his swords as they sunk into the soft ground. Raiga was almost too preoccupied with the mud when at the last minute noticed a bubbling in the mud at the beginning on the river before hearing yet another jutsu, Doden. Doryuden, earth style, earth dragon missile. From the mud arose the head of a dragon which then opened its maw and shot missiles of mud and rock right at him. Raiga had little time to react, but he was successfully able to get his swords out of the mud river and clash them together in front of him in a defensive position before calling out his first jutsu. Raiden. Raiko no Tate, lightning style. Lightning shield, his swords acted as a stabilizer for his chakra and created a lightning elemental shield in front of him which deflected the mud missiles that came at him. Once Raiga stopped feeling the impacts of the missiles against his shield, he lowered his still crackling swords and swung them a double horizontal arc, releasing the pent-up electricity as he yelled out another jutsu. Raiden. Raiko Nami no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning wave technique. The lightning chakra exploded past the mounds of mud that collected from Naruto's Doryuden and raced towards Naruto. The explosion easily gave Naruto enough time to evade by jumping into the air towards Raiga while hand-sealing for another jutsu. He was caught off guard however when he noticed Raiga was ready for him, with a large lightning ball sitting at the tips of his touching swords above his head. Raiden. Raikyu, lightning style, lightning ball, Raiga shouted, pulling his swords in a downward arc, releasing his jutsu with deadly accuracy towards the orange-haired Hanyu. Shit. Naruto cursed, before the ball hit him square in the chest. Raiga smirked slightly as the ball made direct contact with his target, that is until Naruto puffed out of existence, leaving the lightning ball to fly into the clouds. Kage Bushin, a voice called out behind the mud-ridden man. Raiga chuckled loudly. I should have figured that, with all the times you've used it to train, he answered while freeing himself from the mud. Enough talking. Naruto's voice was once again devoid of emotion, as he went through a series of seals. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Suddenly 9 Narutos popped into existence in a line before they all began more hand seals. Raiga, you better not miss. All of them taunted simultaneously. Raiga grew agitated by the mon's taunt, and took a moment to select his target. He did so and sent another Raikyu towards one of the clones, before it struck, though Naruto was able to complete his jutsu. Sweden. Suishuha, water collision destruction, he shouted, as a column of water emerged out of nowhere and shot at Raiga, who was completely shocked at what Naruto had just done. He just used a Sweden jutsu without any water. Just who is this guy and what has he been doing for training for the last year? Raiga thought as he was hit in his right shoulder by the blast of water, causing him to lose that sword in that arm. Although both of their attacks had hit, neither of them were as direct as they hoped. Raiga had actually hit the wrong clone, but the real Naruto was standing next to it, so the lightning ball had still damaged him somewhat, which is why Naruto's jutsu only grazed Raiga's shoulder. Pretty impressive, Arashi. You must have trained hard this past year. Your funeral will certainly be a beautiful one. Raiga commented before running to get his lost sword, as Naruto did the same. They each re-equipped themselves once more with their respective weapons, and began another bout of kenjutsu, but were proven again to still be evenly matched despite lack of chakra and damage they had sustained. Raiga jumped back and began to twist his swords in a circle in front of him. Lightning bolts began to hit the spinning blades, and after enough momentum and lightning were caught in the blades, Raiga thrust the swords towards the sky and called his next jutsu. Raiden. Reigeki no Yoroi, lightning style, lightning strike armor, he called out as his body became encased in what appeared to be a never-ending lightning bolt. Damn, this guy will be a lot more talented than I thought he would be even with my training, but he isn't one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist for nothing. Naruto thought a little excited about how the fight was turning out. Naruto didn't have much time to summon another jutsu before Raiga began to spin in place, his swords still outstretched. Naruto ran towards him, seeing his opponent now open, though sadly didn't make it in time before Raiga called out yet another jutsu. Raiden. Reiryu no Tatsumaki, lightning style, lightning dragon tornado, he shouted as a giant tornado came to life from his body, which then took a shape of a ravenous dragon, with its eyes surrounding Raiga protectively. Naruto stopped and looked at the just you, rather impressed by it. Before he called upon 24 shadow clones and ordered them to attack Raiga. Unfortunately, the clones were quickly wiped out by the dragon, before it steered towards the real Naruto, wanting to give him that beautiful funeral its summoner promised. Naruto managed to run out of the way as the dragon smashed into the ground, sending shards of rock everywhere. Though the attack had missed, the rock shards had caused several deep cuts into Naruto's retreating form. Damn, that jutsu combination is impressive. He has his dragon on the offensive, and that lightning armor for what I'll assume is defensive. No matter what I do to get to him, it won't leave me without being hit by either one of those jutsu. Though now's as good a time as any to try out one of my favorite offensive Kitsune Issei Ryu techniques, Naruto thought as he landed a safe distance away and summoned a dozen shadow clones that completely surrounded Raiga's spinning form. Each clone grabbed 3 shuriken between each finger, and launched them at the eye of the tornado where Raiga still stood. Does he honestly think those weapons will make it to me? He isn't that much an idiot. What is he planning? Raiga mentally questioned at seeing Naruto's actions, but not taking any chances commanded the dragon to wrap itself around him as a barrier. As soon as he did this, all 12 Narutos smirked, before making one more hand seal. Ninpo. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, Ninja Art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. They shouted in unison as the shuriken multiplied in midair to reach almost 900 in number, all aimed at Raiga. Tish. If he thinks hell win by numbers alone, he is underestimating me. Once I finish with these annoying weapons, I'll take out those clones and him. Raiga growled out to himself, as the shuriken embedded themselves into his dragon, which halted their advances. That is until one of the shuriken that was in front of him poofed, and out of the smoke arose a rather angry-looking Naruto with Shinku Kaijin held in position for his offensive technique, which Natsumi recognized immediately. Not too shabby, Naruto-kun, she mentally complimented her student and friend, while continuing to watch with great revelry. Gomen to disappoint Raiga-san, but I have too many things still to do to die here, Naruto shouted, as Shinku Kaijin began to glow and hum with energy. Though Naruto had the upper hand with his surprise attack, it didn't mean he wasn't out of the woods yet. He still had to dish out the final blow, so if his momentum slowed even for an instant, his efforts would be for naught and he would lose. Raiga's dragon, despite Naruto's continuous charge, was doing a great amount of damage to him, apparent by his clothing beginning to scorch and his skin burning everywhere that the dragon's lightning touched. Raiga's eyes widened in surprise as his teeth clenched in aggravation at seeing Naruto's approach. Shit. There is nothing I can do. I am holding back his shuriken with the dragon, so if I stop using it, it'll be skewered, and if I don't, hell get me anyway. Raiga contemplated, searching for any other options, but soon found none that would allow him to live long enough to win. Very well, if I lose, I will at least lose by his blade. Bring it, Arashi. Raiga shouted right before Naruto did bring it. Kitsune Issei Ryu. Kaizun Sume no Mai, Fox Cry Sword Style. Dance of the Foxclaw. Naruto shouted, delivering his attack. Time seemed to have stopped for the fighters. The shuriken and cage bushins Naruto had summoned disappeared. Raiga's dragon and armor fell as well, leaving only the two occupants breathing heavily. Raiga looked right into Naruto's eyes, before a large smirk crossed his lips. Not too bad, Arashi, he complimented before blood surged out of his wounds as he fell to the ground. Dead as a pool of blood began to seep out of the 150 slices through his body. Naruto closed his eyes and bowed his head. You weren't that bad yourself, Raiga-san, he said forlornly, allowing a moment of silence for the man who had become his first kill. A minute later Naruto opened his eyes, before falling to a knee while leaning on Shinku Kaijin for support as small electrical bolts jumped off his worn form. Although Naruto's attack had struck true, with each strike came several thousand volts of electricity from Raiga's armor jutsu, so for a time, the battle was based solely on the fighter's own will to win. Naruto had wanted to cry. He finally killed someone. He knew from Natsume's teachings that it was an aspect of being a shinobi that he'd have to face eventually, but it still didn't make it any easier to deal with when it finally happened. He turned his head towards the heavens when it suddenly began to lightly rain, as if the gods themselves cried for the final loss of innocence in his life. After a moment Naruto felt two soft arms wrap around his chest and a body press against his back. Immediately recognizing her scent, his tense body relaxed. You did well for your first real fight, Naruto-kun, Natsume cooed to him, hoping to ease his pain slightly. Arigato, Natsume-chan, he retorted, thankful for her praise and comfort. She smirked at him, though he couldn't tell. You know that your idea was half-assed though, right? I could think of at least 5 other ways of defeating him without you having to throw yourself into both of his jutsu that could have very well killed you. Had you not used your shuriken as a distraction, you're just damn lucky for your healing abilities and pain tolerance as a Hanyu. I knew while you were attacking you wanted to scream out in pain, so next time use your brain. You'll save yourself a lot of pain, and me a lot of worry, she scolded him as his sensei, but finished with a sad tone. Gomen Kyubi sensei, I will think more clearly next time, he retorted, squeezing one of her hands that embraced him in a reassuring gesture. We should bury him before it rains harder, nay? He questioned, only getting a nod against his back as a response. Naruto used a Doden jutsu to make a grave for Raiga and placed the man in the usual burial position with both his swords across his chest, before he said a few parting words and covered the makeshift grave. That night, the pair were rather quiet for most of the night after the fight. Natsume knew Naruto was still dealing with the fact he ended a person's life, but was still impressed that he was so stable. Most people's first kills were hard on them mentally, usually breaking down crying, or other such things. When it was time to sleep, Naruto finally spoke, though it was soft and low, so low that only Natsume's demonic hearing could pick it up, not that there was anyone else to listen anyway. What now, sensei? Natsume took a moment to look at Naruto, who was lying on his bed just staring at the ceiling. There is a rather isolated country that I want you to go to, Snow Country. Not many shinobi of the 5 greater nations ever go there, so having Hayaten, ice, jutsu in your arsenal will be a good ace up your sleeve if you can find someone to teach you the basics, she answered. I see. Alright, Kyubi-sensei, when do you wish to leave? Tomorrow, after breakfast. Be ready though, Naruto. To get to the Snow Country we'll need to travel through Fire Country, and dangerously close to Konoha, so you need to keep your wits about you. It will also take nearly 3 weeks to get to our destination since we'll have to take a boat to get there. In the meantime you will continue your regimen as usual, but I will be teaching you more about Shinku Kaijin's power along the way, she summarized after flopping down on her own bed. I see, and I will, Kyubi-sensei. And what did you mean, Shinku Kaijin's power? He questioned, turning towards her only to deeply blush, and feel his pants strangely tighten while he unconsciously gazed at his unsuspecting sensei's beautifully curved body. I will explain that on the way to Snow, Naruto-kun, but for now get some rest, you've earned it after today. She softly ordered with a hidden smile, easily feeling Naruto's burning gaze on her body but purposely ignored it, noting she liked the feeling of his eyes wandering every curve of her body. Wonder if I should sleep naked just to screw with his mind. She mentally laughed as a scene of that situation popped into her head, before shaking her head free of the thought. Nah. Rather screw him than screw with his mind, plus I don't think he is quite mature enough. Well, other than that Kami-like body of his anyway, she concluded with a rosy blush from her perverted though truthful thoughts. Hi Natsume-chan. Sleep well, he said in an involuntarily deep, gruff, but soft tone, knocking her out of her thoughts. You too, Naruto-kun, she responded in kind, her body heating up slightly at the tone of his voice sounding very inviting, and even worse since she knew he didn't mean it to come out like that. They both fell into a fast slumber from all of the day's excitement, neither knowing that their new destination held more danger and secrets than either of them imagined, and may force them to reveal their deepest feelings to one another because by the end of their stay there, they might not get another chance. Thanks for watching.